Part 3. Aloria. Chapter 17. Lieutenant Bledick was one of those sober-minded young Sendarian officers who took everything very seriously. He arrived at the Lion Inn in the port city of Kamar promptly on time and was escorted upstairs by the aproned innkeeper. The rooms in which Geryon and the others were staying were airy and well-furnished and looked out over the harbour. Geryon stood at the window holding aside one of the green drapes and looking out as if it might be possible to penetrate all of those leagues of open water and see what was happening at Riva. "You sent for me, Your Majesty?" Bledick asked with a respectful bow. Lieutenant, come in," Geryon said, turning from the window. "I have an urgent message for King Fulrak. How fast do you think you can get to Sindar?" The lieutenant considered it. One look at his sober face told Geryon that the young man always considered everything. Bledick pursed his lips, absently adjusted the collar of his scarlet uniform. "If I ride straight through and change horses at every hostel along the way, I can be at the palace by late tomorrow afternoon." "Good," Geryon said. He handed the young officer the folded and sealed letter to the Sendarian king. "When you see King Fulrak, tell him that I have sent Lord Hetar of Algaria to all of the Aelorn kings to tell them that I'm calling a meeting of the Aelorn Council at Reva, and that I'd like to have him there as well." "Yes, Your Majesty." "And tell him that the Raven Warder has been murdered." Bledick's eyes widened, and his face went pale. "No," he gasped. "Who was responsible?" "I don't know any of the details yet, but as soon as we can hire a ship, we are going across to the island." "Geryon, dear," Polgara said from her chair by the window, "you explained everything in the letter. The lieutenant has a long way to go, and you are delaying him." "You're probably right, Aunt Paul," he admitted. He turned back to Bledick. "Will you need any money or anything?" "No, Your Majesty." "You'd better get started, then." "At once, Your Majesty." The lieutenant saluted and went out. Geryon began to pace up and down on the costly Malloreon carpet while Polgara, dressed in plain blue travelling gown, continued to mend one of Erin's tunics, her needle flashing in the sunlight streaming through the window. "How can you be so calm?" he demanded of her. "I'm not, dear. That's why I'm sewing." "What's taking them so long?" "Hiring a ship takes time, Geryon. It's not exactly like buying a loaf of bread." "Who could possibly have wanted to hurt Brand?" he burst out. He had asked that same question over and over in the week or more since they had left the Vale. The big, sad-faced warder had been so totally devoted to Geryon and the Raven Throne that he had possessed virtually no separate identity. So far as Geryon knew, Brand had not had an enemy in the world. "That's one of the first things we will want to find out when we get to Reva," she said. "Now, please, try to calm yourself. Pacing about doesn't accomplish anything, and it's very distracting." It was almost evening when Belgarath, Durnick, and Erend returned, bringing with them a tall, grey-haired raven whose clothing carried those distinctive smells of salt water and tar that identified him as a sailor. "This is Captain Jandra," Belgarath introduced him. "He has agreed to ferry us across to the isle." "Thank you, Captain," Geryon said simply. "It's my pleasure, Your Majesty," Jandra replied with a stiff bow. "Have you just come in from Riva?" Polgara asked him. "Yesterday afternoon, my lady." "Have you any idea at all about what happened there?" "We didn't get too many details down at the harbour, my lady. Sometimes the people up at the Citadel are sort of secretive. No offence, Your Majesty. There are all kinds of rumours going about the city, though, most of them pretty far-fetched. About all I can say for certain is that the warder was attacked and killed by a group of Carricks." "Carricks?" Geryon exclaimed. "Everyone agrees on that point, Your Majesty. Some people say that all the assassins were killed, others say that there were some survivors. I couldn't really say for sure, but I know that they did bury 6 of them." "Good," Belgarath grunted. "Not if there were only 6 to begin with, Father," Polgara told him. "We need answers, not bodies."
Pardon me, Your Majesty,"
Chandra said a little uncomfortably.
"It might not be my place to say this, but some of the rumors in the city say that the Carricks were officials of some kind from Aloria, and that they were sent by King Anheg."
"Anheg? Oh, that's absurd."
"That's what some people are saying, Your Majesty. I don't put much stock in it myself, but it might just be the kind of talk you would not want going much further. The warder was well liked in Riva, and a lot of people have taken to polishing their swords, even you take my meaning."
"I think I had better get home as soon as possible," Geryon said. "How long will it take us to get to Riva?" The captain thought it over.
"My ship isn't as fast as a Carrick warship. Let's say 3 days, if the weather holds. We can leave on the morning tide, if you can be ready."
"We'll do that, then," Geryon said. It was late summer on the Sea of Winds, and the weather held clear and sunny. Chandra's ship plowed steadily through the sparkling sun-touched waves, heeling to one side under a quartering wind. Geryon spent most of the voyage pacing moodily up and down the deck. When on the third day out from Kamar the jagged shape of the Isle of the Winds appeared low on the horizon ahead, a kind of desperate impatience came over him. There were so many questions that had to be answered, so many things that had to be done, that even the hour or so that it would take to reach the harbor seemed an intolerable delay. It was mid-afternoon when Chandra's ship rounded the headland at the harbor mouth and made for the stone quays at the foot of the city. "I'm going on ahead," Geryon told the others. "Follow me as soon as you can." And even as the sailors were making fast the hawsers, he leaped across to the salt-crusted stones of the quay and started up toward the citadel, taking the steps 2 at a time. Tinedra was waiting for him at the massive main doors of the citadel, garbed in a black mourning dress. Her face was pale, her eyes were full of tears.
"Oh, Geryon," she cried as he reached for her.
She threw her arms about his neck and began to sob against his chest. "How long ago did it happen, Tinedra?" he asked, holding her in his arms. "Hetar didn't have too many details."
"It was about 3 weeks ago," she sobbed. "Poor Brand. That poor dear man."
"Do you know where I can find Cale?"
"He has been working at Brand's desk," she replied. "I don't think he slept for more than a few hours any night since it has happened."
"Aunt Paul and the others will be along shortly. I'm going to talk with Cale. Would you bring them as soon as they get here?"
"Of course, dear,"
she replied, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "We'll talk later. Right now I've got to find out what happened."
"Geryon,"
she said gravely.
"They were Carricks."
"That's what I'd heard. And that's why I've got to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible." The corridors of the citadel were muted and oddly silent. As Geryon strode toward that group of rooms in the west wing from which Brand had always conducted the day-to-day business of the kingdom, the servants and the functionaries he encountered bowed soberly and stood aside for him. Cale was dressed in deepest black, and his face was gray with fatigue and deep sorrow. The orderly stacks of documents on the top of Brand's heavy desk, however, gave evidence that despite his grief, he had been working, not only at his own duties, but at his father's as well. He looked up as Geryon entered the room and started to rise. "Don't," Geryon said. "We have too much to do for formalities." He looked at his weary friend. "I'm sorry, Cale. I'm more sorry than I can possibly tell you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Geryon sank into the chair across the desk from him, his own weariness coming over him in a wave. "I haven't been able to get any details. Could you tell me exactly what happened?" Cale nodded and leaned back in his chair. "It was about a month ago, not long after you left for Drasnia. A trade deputation from King Anheg arrived, All their credentials seemed to be in order, but they were a bit vague about exactly what the purpose of their visit was. We extended them the customary courtesies, and most of the time they stayed in the rooms we assigned to them. Then, late one night, my father had been discussing some matters with Queen Tinedra, and was on his way back to his own quarters when he encountered them in the corridor leading to the royal apartments. He asked if he could help them, and they attacked him, without any warning whatsoever. Cale stopped, and Geryon could see his jaws tightly clenched. He drew in a deep breath and passed one weary hand across his eyes. "Your Majesty, my father wasn't even armed. He did his best to defend himself, and he was able to call for help before they cut him down. My brothers and I ran to his aid, along with several of the Citadel guards, and we all did our best to capture the assassins, but they absolutely refused to surrender. It was almost as if they were deliberately throwing their lives away. We had no choice but to kill them." "All of them?" Geryon asked with a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. "All but one. My brother Bryn hit him across the back of the head with the butt of an axe. He's been unconscious ever since. Aunt Paul's with me. She'll wake him, if anybody can." His face went bleak. "And when he does wake up, he and I are going to have a little talk." "I want some answers too," Cale agreed. He paused, his face troubled. "Belgarian, they carried a letter from King Anheg. That's why we let them into the Citadel." "I'm sure there's a logical explanation." "I have the letter. It is over his seal and his signature." "I've called a meeting of the Aloran Council," Geryon told him. "As soon as Anheg gets here, we will be able to clear this up." "If he comes," Cale added somberly. The door opened quietly, and Tinedra led the others into the room.
"All right," Belgarath said crisply. "Let's see if we can sort this out. Did any of them survive?"
"One, Ancient One," Cale replied. "But he is unconscious." "Where is he?" Polgara asked. "We put him in a room in the North Tower, my lady. The physicians have been tending his injuries, but they have not been able to revive him yet." "I'll go at once," she said. Errand crossed the room to where Cale sat and wordlessly laid a sympathetic hand on the young Riven's shoulder. Cale's jaws clenched again, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. "They had a letter from Anheg, grandfather. That's how they got inside the Citadel."
"Do you have that letter anywhere?"
Belgarath asked Cale. "Yes, Ancient One, it's right here." Cale began to leaf through a stack of the documents.
"That seems the best place to start," the old man said. "The entire Elon Alliance is hanging on this, so we had better get it straightened out and fast."
It was late evening by the time Polgara completed her examination of the lone surviving assassin. When she came into the royal apartments where the discussions had been continuing, her face was bleak. "I'm sorry, but there's absolutely nothing I can do with him. The entire back of his skull has been crushed. He is only barely alive. If I try to wake him, he will die immediately. I need some answers, Aunt Paul. How long do you think it's going to be until he wakes up?" She shook her head. "I doubt that he ever will, and even if he does, it is unlikely that he's going to be able to say anything coherent. About all that is holding his brains together right now is his scalp." He looked at her helplessly. "Couldn't you—" "No, Geryon. There's nothing left of his mind to work with." 2 days later, King Kohag, chief of the clan chiefs of the Algar horsemen, arrived, accompanied by Queen Silar and Adara, Geryon's tall, dark-haired cousin.
"A very sad occasion,"
Kohag said to Geryon in his quiet voice as they clasped hands on the quay. "It seems lately that about the only time we all get together is to attend funerals," Geryon agreed. "Where is Hetar?"
I think he is at Val Alon, Cohag replied. He will probably come here with Anheg.
And that's something we're going to have to talk about, Geryon said. Cohag lifted one eyebrow. The people who killed Brand were Carricks, Geryon explained quietly. They had a letter from Anheg.
Anheg could not have had anything to do with it, Cohag declared. He loved Brand like a brother. There had to be somebody else behind it.
I'm sure that you're right, but there's a great deal of suspicion here in Reva right now. There are some people who are even talking war.
Cohag's face went grim.
And that's why we have to get to the truth in a hurry. We've got to head that kind of thinking off before it gets completely out of hand.
The next day, King Fulrak of Sindaria arrived in the harbor. With him, on their stout, broad-beamed ship, was the one-armed General Brendig, the ancient but still vigorous Earl of Selene, and, surprisingly, Queen Layla herself, the lady whose fear of sea travel had become almost legendary. That same afternoon, Queen Porin, still in deepest mourning for her husband, disembarked from the black-painted Drasnian vessel that had carried her from Boktor, along with her son, the boy King Kiva, and the bone-thin Margrave Kindan, the man known as Javelin.
"Oh, my dear Geryon,"
Porin said, embracing him at the foot of the gangway.
"I cannot tell you how sorry I am."
"We've all lost one of our dearest friends," he replied. He turned to Kiva. "Your Majesty," he said with a formal bow.
"Your Majesty,"
Kiva replied, also bowing.
"We heard that there's some mystery surrounding the assassination,"
Porin said.
"Kindan here is very good at clearing up mysteries."
"Margrave," Geryon greeted the Drasnian chief of intelligence.
"Your Majesty,"
Javelin responded. He turned and extended one hand to a young woman with honey-blonde hair and soft brown eyes who was coming down the gangway.
"You do remember my niece, don't you?"
"Margrave Lizelle," Geryon greeted her.
"Your Majesty,"
she replied with a formal curtsy. Although she was probably not even aware of it, the hint of a dimple in each of her cheeks gave her expression a slightly impish cast.
"My uncle has pressed me into service as his secretary. He pretends failing eyesight, but I think perhaps it is just an excuse to avoid giving me a genuine assignment. Older relatives tend to be overprotective sometimes, don't you think?"
Geryon smiled briefly. "Has anyone heard from Silk?"
"He is at Rayan,"
Javelin replied,
"trying to gather information about the activities of the bear cult. We have sent messengers, but sometimes he can be hard to find. I expect he will be along soon, though." "Has Anheg yet arrived?"
Queen Porin asked. Geryon shook his head. "Cohag and Fulrak are here, but there's no word from Anheg yet."
"We have heard that some people suspect him,"
the little blonde queen said.
"It simply cannot be true, Geryon."
"I'm sure he'll be able to explain everything as soon as he arrives."
"Did any of the assassins survive?"
Javelin asked. "One, but I'm afraid that he won't be much help to us. One of Brand's sons bashed in his head. It doesn't appear that he's ever going to wake up."
"Pity,"
Javelin murmured briefly.
"But a man does not always have to be able to talk in order to provide information."
"I hope you're right," Geryon said fervently. The discussions at supper and later that evening were subdued. Though no one stated it openly, they were all reluctant to speak of the bleak possibility which faced them. To raise that question, without Anheg's being present, might have solidified the doubts and suspicions and given the entire meeting a tone none of them were willing to assume.
"When is Brand's funeral to be held?"
Porin asked quietly. "As soon as Anheg arrives, I guess."
"Have you made any decisions concerning his office?"
Fulrak asked. "I don't quite follow you."
"The position of warder. originated a long time ago in order to fill the vacuum that existed after the Naisans murdered King Gorik and his family. Now that you occupy the throne, do you really need a warder?
Well, to be honest with you, I hadn't really thought about it. Brand has always been here. He seemed as permanent as the stones of the citadel itself.
Who has been doing his work since he was killed, Your Majesty?
The silvery-haired old Earl of Selene asked.
His second son, Cale.
You have many other responsibilities, Belgarian,
the Earl pointed out.
You really do need someone here to manage the day-to-day details, at least until the present crisis has passed. I don't think, however, that any final decision about the post of warder needs to be made just now. I am sure that if you asked him, Cale would continue to perform his father's duties without a formal appointment.
He's right, Geryon,
Tinedra said.
Cale is absolutely devoted to you. He will do anything you ask him to do.
If this young man is doing an adequate job, it is probably best to let him continue, Selene suggested. Then he smiled briefly. There's an old Sendarian adage that says, if it is not broken, don't try to fix it.
The following morning, an ungainly-looking ship with elaborate structures fore and aft wallowed into the harbor under the obviously top-heavy spread of sail. Geryon, who stood atop the battlements of the citadel talking quietly with Javelin, frowned as he looked down at it. What kind of ship is that? I don't recognize the construction.
It is Rindish, Your Majesty. They feel the need to make everything look like a castle.
I didn't know that the Errands even had any ships.
They don't have very many. Their vessels have a tendency to capsize whenever they encounter a stiff breeze.
I guess we'd better go down and see who it is.
Right,
Javelin agreed. The passengers aboard the clumsy Arindish vessel proved to be old friends. Mandoralan, the mighty Baron of Volmandor, stood at the rail gleaming in full armor. At his side stood Leldarin of Wildentor, and with them were their wives, Narina and Ariana, both ornately gowned in dark, rich brocades.
We came instantly upon a receipt of the news of thy tragedy, Geryon,
Mandoralan shouted across the intervening water as the Arindish crew laboriously maneuvered their awkward ship toward the quay, upon which Geryon and Javelin waited.
Duty and affection both for thee and thy foully murdered warder impel us to aid thee in thy rightful search for vengeance. Coradulan himself would have joined us, but for an illness which has laid him low.
I suppose I should have expected this, Geryon murmured.
Are they likely to complicate matters?
Javelin asked quietly. Geryon shuddered. You have no idea. It was not until 2 days later that the Seabird, with Barak at the tiller, rounded the headland and sailed into the harbor. The rails were lined with burly Kerek warriors in chainmail shirts. Their faces were alert, and their eyes were wary as Barak steered his ship up to the quay. When Geryon reached the foot of the long flight of stone steps leading down from the citadel, a sizable crowd had gathered. The mood of that crowd was ugly, and most of the men who stood there with grim faces had weapons at their sides. It looks as if we've got a situation on our hands here, Geryon said quietly to Cale, who had accompanied him. I think we had better try to put the best face on this meeting. Cale looked at the angry faces of the townspeople pressing toward the wharves.
Perhaps you're right, Belgarian, he agreed.
We're going to have to put on a show of cordiality when we greet Anheg.
You ask a great deal, Belgarian.
I hate to put it this way, Cale, but I'm not asking. Those Kereks along the rail are Anheg's personal bodyguard. If anything starts here, there's going to be a lot of bloodshed, and probably the beginning of a war that none of us wants. Now, smile, and let's go welcome the King of Kerek. To give it the best possible appearance, Garion led Cale up the gangway to the deck of Beric's ship, so that this meeting with the king could take place in full view of the angry crowd. Beric, clad in a formal green doublet and looking even larger than he had the last time Garion had seen him, strode down the deck to meet them.
"This is a very bleak time for us all,"
he declared, as he shook hands first with Garion and then with Cale.
"Anheg and Hetar are below with the ladies."
"Ladies?" Garion asked.
"Eichlina and Merrill."
"You have heard the rumors?" Garion asked him.
Beric nodded. "That's one of the reasons we brought our wives."
"Good idea," Garion said approvingly. "A man who is coming someplace to pick a fight doesn't usually bring his wife along, and we all want to give this the best possible appearance."
"I'll go down and get Anheg,"
Beric said, casting a quick glance at the ugly crowd gathered at the foot of the gangway. King Anheg's brutish, black-bearded face was haggard and drawn when he emerged from below decks in his usual blue robe. "Anheg, my friend," Garion said in a voice intended to carry to the crowd. He hurried forward and caught the Carrick king in a rough embrace. "I think we should smile," he whispered. "We want to let those people know we are still the best of friends."
"Are we, Garion?"
Anheg asked in a subdued voice. "Nothing has changed at all, Anheg," Garion said firmly.
"Let's get on with this, then."
Anheg raised his voice.
"The royal house of Carrick extends its condolences to the Raven throne in this hour of grief," he declared formally.
"Hypocrite!"
a voice from the crowd bellowed. Anheg's face went bleak, but Garion moved quickly to the rail, his eyes angry. "Any man who insults my friend insults me," he said in a dreadful voice. "Does anyone here want to say anything to me?" The crowd drew back nervously. Garion turned back to Anheg. "You look tired."
"I've been tearing the palace apart. Most of Val Alorn as well, ever since I heard about what happened. But I have not been able to find a single clue."
The black-bearded Carrick king stopped and looked straight into Garion's face. His eyes had a pleading look in them.
"I swear to you, Garion, upon my life, I had nothing whatsoever to do with the death of Brand."
"I know that, Anheg," Garion said simply. He glanced at the still angry crowd. "Maybe we had better get Hetar and the ladies and go on up to the citadel. The others are all there, and we want to get started." He turned to Cale. "As soon as we get there, I want you to send down some men to disperse these people. Have them seal off the foot of this quay. I don't want any trouble here."
"Is it that bad?"
Anheg asked very quietly. "It's just a precaution," Garion said. "I want to keep things under control until we get to the bottom of this." Chapter 18. The funeral of Brand, the Raven warder, took place the following day in the hall of the Raven king. Garion, dressed all in black, sat on the basalt throne with Tenedra at his side, as the Raven deacon delivered the eulogy to the crowded hall. The presence of King Anheg of Carrick at that sorrowful ceremony caused an angry undertone among the members of the Raven nobility, and it was only their profound respect for Brand and Garion's flinty gaze that prevented the whispers at the back of the hall from becoming an open accusation. Anheg, seated between Porin and Cohag, remained stony-faced throughout the services, and he left the hall immediately upon their conclusion.
"I've never seen him like this,"
Beric said quietly to Garion after the ceremony.
"No one has ever accused him of murder before, and he doesn't know how to deal with it."
"No one is accusing him now," Garion replied quickly.
"Turn around. Look at the faces of your subjects, Garion. There is an accusation in every single eye."
Garion sighed. "I don't have to look. I know exactly what they are thinking."
"When do you want to start the meetings?"
"Well, let's wait a bit," Garion decided. "I don't particularly want Anheg going through the corridors of the citadel while all of these mourners are drifting about with daggers in their belts."
Sound thinking,"
Beric agreed. They gathered about mid-afternoon in the blue-draped council chamber in the south tower. As soon as Kael had closed the door, Anheg rose and faced them. "I want to state right at the outset that I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened here. Brand was always one of my closest friends, and I would have cut off my arm before I would have hurt him. You have my word for that, both as a king and as an Alorn."
"No one is accusing you of anything, Anheg,"
Quohag said quietly.
"Ha! I'm not nearly as stupid as I look, Quohag. And even if I were, I still have ears. The people here in Reva have done everything short of spitting in my face."
The silvery-haired Earl of Selene leaned back in his chair.
"I think, perhaps, that all of these suspicions, totally unfounded, of course, stem from that letter the assassins presented when they came here. Might it not be the quickest way to proceed, to begin by examining that document?"
"That's not a bad idea," Garion said. He turned to Kael. "Could we see the letter?"
Ancient Belgarath has it, sire," Kael said.
"Oh, yes, that's right," Belgarath said. "I had almost forgotten."
He reached inside his grey tunic, drew out the folded parchment, and handed it to the old Sendarian nobleman.
"It looks more or less in order," the Earl mused after he had read it.
"Let me see that,"
Anheg demanded. He held the document tastefully, scowling as he read.
"That's my signature, all right. And my seal. But I certainly didn't write this."
Garion had a thought. "Do you always read everything they bring to you to sign? I know that there are times when they bring me whole stacks of things to sign, and I just write my name at the bottom of each one. What I'm getting at is, could someone have slipped this into the pile of other documents so that you signed it without knowing what it said?"
Anheg shook his head. "That happened to me once. Now I read everything before I sign it. Not only that, I dictate every document I put my name to. That way I know it says exactly what I want it to say."
He thrust the letter toward Garion.
"Look at this," he said,
pointing at the second paragraph.
"For as much as trade is the lifeblood of both our kingdoms," and so on. Blast it, Garion, I've never used the word "for as much" in my entire life.
"How do we reconcile this, then?" the Earl of Selene asked. "We have authenticated the signature and seal. King Anheg declares that he not only reads everything he signs, but that he also dictates every letter and proclamation personally. And yet we find textual inconsistencies in the document."
"Selene," Anheg said acidly, "did you ever dabble in law? You sound a great deal like a lawyer."
The Earl laughed.
"Merely trying to be concise, Your Majesty."
"I hate lawyers."
The damning letter was central to the discussion for the remainder of the day, but nothing was resolved. Garion went wearily to bed that night as confused and filled with doubt as he had been when they started. He slept badly and woke late. As he lay in the canopied royal bed, still trying to sort out his thoughts, he could hear voices coming from the adjoining room. Almost idly, he began to identify the voices. Tinedra was there, of course, and Aunt Paul. Queen Layla's giddy laugh made her easily identifiable. Nerina and Ariana, because of their Membrate dialect, were as easy. There were others as well, but the individuality of their voices was lost in the general chatter. Garion slowly sat up, feeling almost as if he had not slept at all. He pushed the down-filled comforter aside and swung his feet to the floor. He did not really want to face this day. He sighed and stood up. Briefly, he looked at the solid black doublet and hose he had worn the day before, then shook his head. To continue to dress in mourning might in some obscure way be taken as silent accusation. That must be avoided at all costs. The situation involving King Anheg was so delicate at the moment that the slightest hint could push it into crisis. He crossed to the heavy wardrobe where he kept his clothes, selected one of his customary blue doublets, and began to dress. The conversation in the adjoining room broke off suddenly at the sound of a knock on the door.
"Am I welcome here?"
he heard Queen Ailina ask in a subdued voice.
"Of course you are,"
Aunt Paul replied.
"I had thought that—"
Ailina faltered, then began again.
"Considering everything, I had thought that perhaps it might be better if I stayed away."
"Nonsense," Queen Layla declared.
"Do come in, Ailina."
There was a general murmur of agreement.
"I swear to you all that my husband is innocent of this atrocity,"
Ailina said in a clear voice.
"No one is saying he is not,
Ailina," Aunt Paul replied quietly.
"Not openly, perhaps, but there are ugly suspicions everywhere." "I'm certain that Geryon and the others will get to the bottom of it,"
Tinedra said firmly.
"Then everything will be cleared up." "My poor Anheg did not sleep at all last night,"
Ailina told them sadly.
"I know that he looks brutish, but inside, he is really very sensitive. This has hurt him deeply. Once, he even cried." "Our lords will requite thy tears thy husband hath shed upon the body of the foul villain who lurks behind this monstrous act,"
the Baroness Nerina declared.
"And the foolish men who doubt his true fidelity shall be covered with shame for their lack of trust once the truth is out." "I can only hope that you're right,"
Ailina said.
"This is a mournful topic, ladies,"
Geryon's cousin Adara told the rest of them.
"And it has nothing to do with the real reason that we are all here." "And what reason is that, gentle Adara?"
Ariana asked.
"The baby, Ariana. We have come to see your baby again, Tinedra. I am sure he is still not sleeping, so why don't you bring him in here so that we can all fuss over him?"
Tinedra laughed.
"I thought that you would never ask."
The council meeting began about mid-morning. The kings and their advisers gathered once more in a blue-draped council chamber. The golden sunlight of a late summer morning streamed in through the windows, and a gentle sea breeze stirred the draperies. There was no particular formality in the sessions, and the monarchs and the others lounged comfortably in the velvet-upholstered chairs scattered about the room.
"I really don't think we'll accomplish too much by chewing on that letter for another day,"
Belgarath began.
"Let's agree that it is obviously a forgery of some kind, and move on."
He looked at Cale.
"Did your father have any enemies here on the island? Someone wealthy enough and powerful enough to hire Carrick assassins?"
Cale frowned.
"No one can go through life without stepping on a few toes, Ancient One. But I don't think anybody was holding that kind of a grudge."
"In truth, my friend," Mandaralan told him, "some men, when they feel that they have been offended, will nurture their rancor in silence, and with dissembling guise conceal their enmity until opportunity doth present itself to revenge themselves. The history of Orendia is replete with stories of such acts."
"It's a possibility," King Fulrak agreed.
"And it might be better if we start close to home, before we begin to go further afield."
"A list might be useful," Javelin suggested. "If we write down the name of every man on the Isle of the Winds whom Brand might possibly have offended, we can start eliminating them. Once we have the list narrowed down, we can start investigating. If the man behind this is Raven, he'd either have had to visit Carrick or had some contact with Carricks sometime in the recent past."
It took the remainder of the morning to compile the list. Cale sent for certain documents, and they all considered each of the decisions Brand had made during the past 5 years. Since the warder had functioned as the kingdom's chief magistrate, there had been many decisions and usually a winner and a loser in each case. After lunch, they began the winnowing process, discarding the names of those men without sufficient wealth or power to be able to obtain the services of paid assassins.
"It is narrowing down a bit,"
Javelin said as he struck off another name. He held up the list.
"We've got this down to almost manageable proportions."
There was a respectful knock on the door. One of the guards posted there spoke briefly with someone outside, then came over to Barak and murmured something to him. The big red-bearded man nodded, rose, and followed him from the room.
"How about this one?"
Javelin asked Cale, pointing at another name. Cale scratched at one cheek.
"I don't think so," he replied. "It was a dispute over land," Javelin pointed out. "And some people get very intense where land is concerned."
"It was only a pasture," Cale recalled, "and not a very big one. The man has more land than he can keep track of anyway."
"Why did he go to the law, then?"
"It was the other man who brought the matter to my father." Barak came back into the room.
"Anheg," he said to his cousin. "Greldig's here. He's got something fairly important to tell you."
Anheg started to rise, then looked around.
"Have him come in here," he said shortly. "I don't want anybody thinking that I've got any secrets."
"We've all got secrets, Anheg,"
Queen Porin murmured.
"My situation is somewhat peculiar, Porin."
He pushed his dinted crown back into place from where it had slipped down over one ear. The bearded and fur-clad Greldig pushed past the guards and came into the chamber at that point.
"You've got trouble at home, Anheg," he growled bluntly.
"What kind of trouble?"
"I just came back from Jarviksholm," Greldig replied. "They're very unfriendly there."
"Well, there's nothing new about that."
"They tried to sink me," Greldig said. "They've lined the tops of the cliffs on both sides of the inlet leading up to the city with catapults. The boulders were coming down like hailstones for a while."
Anheg scowled.
"Why would they do that?"
"Probably because they didn't want me to see what they are doing."
"What could they be doing that they'd want to keep that secret?"
"They're building a fleet."
Anheg shrugged. "Lots of people build ships in Carrick."
100 at a time."
"How many?"
"I was busy dodging boulders, so I couldn't get an exact count, but the entire upper end of the inlet is lined with yards. The keels have all been laid, and they're starting on the ribs. Oh, they're working on the city walls, too."
"The walls?"
"They are already higher than the walls of Malloreon. They're even higher now."
Anheg scowled.
"What are they up to?" "Anheg, when you build a fleet and start strengthening your fortifications, it usually means that you're getting ready for war. And when you try to sink the ship of a man known to be friendly to the crown, that usually means that the war is going to be with your king."
"He does have a point, Anheg,"
Barak said. "Who's in control at Jarviksholm right now?" Geryon asked, curiously.
"The bear cult,"
Anheg said in disgust. "They've been filtering into the town from all over Carrick for the past 10 years.
"This is very serious, Anheg,"
Barak said.
"It is also totally out of character,"
Javelin pointed out.
"The cult has never been interested in confrontational politics before."
"What kind of politics?" Anheg asked.
"Another way of saying open war with the crown," the Draznian chief of intelligence explained.
"Say what you mean, man."
"An occupational peculiarity," Javelin shrugged. "Always before, the cult has tried to work from within, trying to gather enough support to be able to coerce the kings of the Alon nations to follow their policies. I don't think they've ever even considered open rebellion before."
There is a first time for everything, I guess,
Hettar suggested. Javelin was frowning now.
It is not at all like them, he mused. And it is a direct reversal of a policy they have followed for the past 3,000 years.
People change sometimes, General Brendig said. Not the bear cult, Beric told him. There isn't room enough in a cultist's mind for more than one idea. I think you'd better get off your behind and get back to Val-Alwan, Anheg, Graldic suggested. If they get those ships in the water, they'll control the whole west coast of Carrick. Anheg shook his head. I have to stay here, he declared. I've got another matter that is more important right now. Graldic shrugged. It's your kingdom, at least for the time being. Thanks, Greldic, Anheg said dryly. You have no idea how that notion comforts me. How long will it take you to get to Val-Alwan? 3, maybe 4 days. It depends on how I catch the tides at the Boar. Go there, Anheg told him. Tell the fleet admirals that I want them to move out of Val-Alwan and take up stations off the Halberg Straits. I think that when this council is over, I will want to take a little journey up to Jarviksholm. It shouldn't take much to burn out those shipyards. Greldic's answering grin was positively vicious. After the council adjourned for the evening, Cale caught up with Geryon in the torchlit corridor. I think there's something you should consider, Belgarion. Oh? This moving of the Carrick fleet concerns me. It's Anheg's fleet, Geryon replied, and his kingdom. There is only this Greldic's unsupported word about the shipyards at Jarviksholm, Cale pointed out, and the Halberg Straits are only 3 days from Riva. Aren't we being overly suspicious, Cale? Your Majesty, I agree completely that King Anheg deserves every benefit of doubt concerning the assassination of my father. But this coincidence that puts the Carrick fleet within striking distance of Riva is an altogether different matter. I think we should quietly look to our defenses, just to be on the safe side. I'll think about it, Geryon said shortly, and moved on down the corridor. About noon the following day, Silk arrived. The little man was richly dressed in a grey velvet doublet. As had become his custom of late, his fingers glittered with costly jewels. After only the briefest of greetings to his friends, he went into private discussions with Javelin. When Belgarath entered the council chamber that afternoon, he had a self-satisfied smirk on his face, and the letter from King Anheg in his hand. "What is it, father?" Polgara asked curiously. "You look like the ship's cat on a fishing boat."
"I am always pleased when I solve a riddle, Paul." He turned toward the rest of them. "As it turns out, Anheg did write this letter." King Anheg jumped to his feet, his face livid. Belgarath held up one hand. "But what Anheg wrote is not what the letter seems to say." He laid the sheet of parchment on the table. "Have a look," he invited them. When Geryon looked at the letter, he could clearly see red-colored letters lying behind the ones which spelled out the message that seemed to place responsibility for Bran's death at Anheg's door. "What is this, Belgarath?" King Fulrak asked. "Actually, it is a letter to the Earl of Maelorg," the old man replied. "It has to do with Anheg's decision to raise the taxes on the herring fishery." "I wrote that letter 4 years ago," Anheg declared, a baffled look crossing his face. "Yes, exactly," Belgarath said. "And, if memory serves me, didn't the Earl of Maelorg die last spring?" "Yes, I attended the funeral." "It appears that after his death, someone got into his papers and filched this letter. Then they went to a great deal of trouble to bleach out the original message, all but the signature, of course. and to write one that introduced this so-called trade deputation."
"Why couldn't we see that before?"
Barak asked. "It had to be tempered with a bit," the old man admitted.
"Sorcery?"
"No. Actually, I used a solution of certain salts. Sorcery might have raised the old message, but it probably would have erased the new one. And we might need that later on for evidence." Barak's expression was slightly disappointed. "Sorcery is not the only way to do things, Barak." "How did you find out?" Geryon asked the old man. "That there was another message, I mean." "The bleach the fellow used leaves a very faint odor on the page." The sorcerer made a wry face. "It wasn't until this morning that I finally realized what I was smelling." He turned to Anheg. "I'm sorry it took me so long to exonerate you." "That's quite all right, Belgarath," Anheg said expansively. "It gave me the chance to find out who my real friends are." Cale rose to his feet, his face a study in conflicting emotions. He went to Anheg's chair and dropped to one knee. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I must confess that I suspected you."
"Of course I forgive you," Anheg laughed suddenly. "Balar's teeth. After I read that letter, I even suspected myself. Get up, young man. Always stand on your feet, even when you have made a mistake."
"Cale," Geryon said, "would you see to it that word of this discovery gets the widest possible circulation? Tell the people down in the city to stop sharpening their swords." "I'll see to it at once, Your Majesty."
"That still leaves us with an unsolved riddle," the Earl of Selene noted. "We know that King Anheg wasn't behind this, but who was?"
"We already have a good start on that," Laldoran declared. "We have got that list of men who might have had reason to hate Brand."
"I think we are following the wrong track there,"
Queen Poran disagreed.
"The murder of the Raven Warder was one thing, but trying to make it look as if Anheg had been responsible is something else entirely."
"I don't quite follow you there, Poran," Anheg admitted.
"If you had a very close friend. You do have a few friends, don't you, Anheg, dear? And if this friend of yours was also a high-ranking official in your government, and the king of another country had him murdered, what would you do?"
"My warships would sail on the next tide."
"Exactly. The murder of Brand may not have been the result of a personal grudge. It might have been an attempt to start a war between Reva and Carrick."
Anheg blinked. "Poran, you are an extraordinary woman."
"Why, thank you, Anheg."
The door opened, and Silken Javelin entered.
"Our most excellent Prince Keldar here has a very interesting report for us,"
Javelin announced. Silk stepped forward and bowed grandiosely.
"Your Majesties and dear friends, I cannot say for certain just how relevant this is to your current discussions, but it is a matter that should be brought to your attention, I think."
"Have you ever noticed how a little prosperity makes certain people very pompous?" Barak said to Hetar.
"I noticed that,"
Hetar agreed mildly. "I thought you might have."
Silk flashed his two friends a quick grin. "Anyway," he continued, in a more conversational tone, "I have spent the past several months in the town of Rayon, on the eastern frontier of dear old dreary Drasnia. Interesting town, Rayon. Very picturesque, particularly now that they have doubled the height of the walls."
"Keldar,"
Queen Poran said, tapping her fingers impatiently on the arm of her chair,
"you do plan to get to the point eventually, don't you?"
"Oh, why, of course, Auntie dear," he replied mockingly. "Rayon has always been a fortified town, largely because of its proximity to the Nadrak border.
It is also filled with a citizenry so arch-conservative that most of them disapprove of the use of fire. It is a natural breeding ground for the bear cult. After the attempt on Tenedra's life last summer, I sort of drifted into town to do a bit of snooping.
Well, that's an honest way to put it, Barak said.
I'm going through an honest phase, Silk shrugged. Enjoy it while you can, because it's starting to bore me. And now it seems that the bear cult has a new leader, a man named Ulfgar. After Grodeg got that Murgo axe stuck in his back at Tulmardu, the cult was pretty well demoralized. Then this Ulfgar comes out of nowhere and begins to pull them all together. This man can quite literally talk the birds out of the trees. Always before the leadership of the cult was in the hands of the priesthood, and always before it was centered in Carrick.
Tell me something new, Anheg growled sourly.
Ulfgar does not appear to be a priest of Balar, Silk continued, and his center of power is at Rayon, in eastern Drasnia. Keldar, please, come to the point, Porin said. Oh, I'm getting there, Your Majesty, he assured her. In the last few months, very quietly, our friend Ulfgar has been calling in his cohorts. Cultists have been drifting up from Algeria and filtering into Rayon from all over Drasnia. The town is literally bulging with armed men. I'd guess that Ulfgar currently has a force at Rayon at least equal to the entire Drasnian army. He looked at young King Kiva. I'm sorry, cousin, but it rather looks as if you now have only the second biggest army in Drasnia. I can correct that, if I have to, cousin, Kiva replied firmly. Oh, you're doing a wonderful job with this boy, Auntie, Silk congratulated Porin. Keldar, she said acidly, am I going to have to put you on the rack to pull this story out of you? Why, Auntie, dear, what a shocking thing to suggest. This mysterious Ulfgar has resurrected a number of very ancient rituals and ceremonies, among them a permanent means of identifying kindred spirits, so to speak. At his orders, every cultist in Aloria had a distinctive mark branded in the sole of his right foot. The chances are rather good that anyone you see limping is a new convert to the bear cult.
Barak winced. That would really hurt, he said.
They wear it rather proudly, Silk told him. Once it heals, anyway.
What does this mark look like?
King Kohag asked. It is a symbolic representation of a bear paw, Silk explained. It's shaped sort of like the letter U, with a couple of marks at its open end to represent claws. After Keldar told me this, Javelin took up the story. We paid a short visit to that surviving assassin. His right foot has been branded with that particular mark.
So now we know,
Hetar said.
We do indeed, Belgarath replied.
Prithee, Mandaralan said, frowning in perplexity.
I have always been advised that the aim of this obscure religious denomination has been the reunification of Aloria, the titanic empire of the north which existed under the reign of King Kerak Bareshoulders, the mightiest ruler of antiquity.
It may very well be still, Belgarath told him. But if this Ulfgar had succeeded in putting Reva and Carrick at each other's throats, he might have been able to topple Drasnia, and possibly Algeria as well. With Anheg and Gerrion concentrating on destroying each other, it probably wouldn't have been all that difficult for him to have taken their two kingdoms as well. Particularly with that fleet his people are building at Jarviksholm, Anheg added. His strategy seems at once very simple, and yet very complex, General Brendig mused.
And I think it's come very close to working.
Too close, Polgara said. What are we going to do about this, Father?
I think we shall have to take steps, Bilgarath replied. This fellow Ulfgar still wants to reunite Aloria, but with himself as the successor to Bare Shoulders. The cult has tried subversion for 3 millennia. Now, apparently, they are going to try open war.
Gerion's face grew bleak. Well, if it is a war they want, they've come to the right place.
I might drink to that, Anheg agreed.
He thought for a moment.
If you're open to any suggestions, I think it might be a good idea if we destroy Jarviksholm before we move on Rayon. We don't want those Kerek cultists coming up behind us on the moors of East Undrasnia, and we definitely don't want a cult fleet in the Sea of the Winds. If even half of what Greldic says is true, we're going to have to burn out those shipyards before they get their warships into the water. Or you could mount a very successful attack on Rayon, Gerion, but then come home to find a hostile force occupying Riva itself.
Gerion considered that. All right, then, he agreed. We'll go to Jarviksholm first. Then we'll go to Rayon and have a little chat with this Ulfgar. I really want to look at a man who thinks he's big enough to fill Bare Shoulders' shoes.
Chapter 19.
I am sorry, Cale, Gerion told his friend as they sat together in Gerion's study. The morning sun was streaming golden through the window as he spoke. But I have to have you and your brothers here at Riva. I am taking most of our forces with me, and someone has to stay here to defend the city in case some of the cultists' ships slip around behind us.
Cale's face was angry.
That's not the real reason, is it? Not entirely. No, Gerion admitted. I know how much you all loved your father, and I know how much you want revenge on the people responsible for his murder. Well, isn't that only natural? Of course it is. But people caught up in those feelings don't think clearly. They get rash and do things that put them in danger. Your family has shed enough blood already. First your brother Olban, then Errol, and now your father. So I'm not taking any chances with the rest of you. Cale stood up, his face red with suppressed anger. Does your Majesty have any further instructions for me?
Gerion sighed.
No, Cale, not at the moment. You know what to do here. Yes, your Majesty. Cale bowed curtly, turned and left the room. Belgarath came into Gerion's study through the other door. He didn't like it.
I didn't think he would.
The old man shrugged, scratching at one bearded cheek.
But he is too important here, in the Citadel, for us to be risking his life. He will be angry for a while, but he'll get over it.
Is Aunt Paul staying behind too? Belgarath made a face.
No, she insists on going. At least the other ladies have sense enough to realize that a battlefield is no place for a woman. I think we ought to leave Arrant here, too. He has no sense of personal danger, and that is not a good trait when the fighting starts. You had better finish here. The morning's tide is turning, and we are almost ready to start.
As the Seabird moved out of the harbor that sunny morning, with a flotilla of stout Riven ships following her, Gerion and the others gathered in the spacious, low-beamed aft cabin, poring over maps and discussing strategy.
The inlet that runs up to Jarviksholm is very narrow,
Anheg advised them.
Barak added, and then those catapults on top of the cliffs will sink half of the fleet.
Is there any way we can come to the city from behind?
Hetar asked.
There's a road coming up from Hallberg, Barak replied, but it goes through several passes 15 leagues or so to the south of the city. Those passes are ideal for ambushes.
General Brendig had been studying the map.
What's this terrain like? He asked,
pointing at a spot on the south side of the mouth of the inlet.
"Rough and steep."
"That is a description of most of Carrick," Silk observed.
"Is it passable?"
Brendig persisted.
"Oh, you could climb it, but you'd be in plain view of the catapultists up on the cliffs. There's a whole army waiting for you by the time you get to the top."
"Not if you did it at night," Brendig said.
"At night?"
the big man scoffed.
"Brendig, do you really want to take up nighttime mountain climbing at your age?"
Brendig shrugged.
"If it's the only way to get there."
Manderallen had also been studying the map.
"Prithee, my lord," he said to Beric, "is this slope to the north also gentle enough to afford access to the cliff top?"
Beric shook his head.
"It's a sheer face there." "Then we must needs seek other means to neutralize the catapults on that side."
The knight thought for a moment, and then he smiled.
"And we have the means at our immediate disposal."
"I'd be interested to know what they are, then," King Fulrak said to him.
"It is the simplest possible solution, your majesty."
Manderallen beamed.
"To convey siege engines up the south slope would be tiresome, particularly during the hours of darkness. It would moreover be totally unnecessary, since the means of destroying the engines on the north side are already in place."
"I don't quite follow what you're suggesting," Geryon admitted.
"I do," Hetar said. "All we have to do is climb the south slope at night, capture the catapults on top, and then start lobbing boulders at the engines across the inlet."
"And once you distract those people, I can sweep up the inlet with fireboats and burn out the shipyards," Anheg added.
"But doesn't that still leave the city intact, then?" King Fulrak asked dubiously. Geryon stood up and began to pace up and down, thinking hard. "Once we start throwing rocks back and forth across the inlet, and the fireboats start moving up toward the yards, it's going to attract quite a bit of attention from the city. Wouldn't you say?"
"I could almost guarantee that,"
Brendig replied. "Then wouldn't that be a perfect time to mount an attack on the landward side of the town? Everybody's going to be lining the front wall. The back side will only be lightly defended. If we strike fast enough, we could be inside before most of the defenders knew we were coming."
"Oh, very good, Bergerian,"
King Kohag murmured.
"It's all going to have to be carefully timed, though," Beric said thoughtfully. "We'll have to work out a way to pass the signals back and forth."
"That is not really a problem, Beric," and Paul told the big man. "We can take care of that."
"You know," Anheg said, "I think it might work. If we get lucky, we could take Jarviksholm in a single day."
"I never cared much for long sieges anyway," Silk noted, carefully polishing one of his rings. 2 days later, they found the Carrick fleet standing at anchor off of the Halberg Straits, a narrow passage leading through a cluster of small rocky islets jutting up out of the coastal waters of the west coast of the Carrick Peninsula. The islets were topped with scrubby trees, and they stood out green against the snowfields covering the higher mountains. Geryon stood at the rail of the Seabird, drinking in the beauty of the wild coast. A light step behind him and a familiar fragrance announced his Aunt Paul's approach. "It's lovely, isn't it, Geryon?" "Quite breathtaking. It always seems this way. Somehow it's when you are on your way to something very ugly that you come across these glimpses of beauty." She looked at him gravely. "You will be careful at Jarviksholm, won't you?" "I'm always careful, Aunt Paul. Really, I seem to remember a number of incidents not too many years ago. But I was a child then. But some things never change, I'm afraid." She suddenly put her arms about his neck and sighed. "Oh, my Geryon. I have missed you in the past few years, do you know that?" Well, I've missed you too, Aunt Paul. Sometimes I wish," he left it hanging, "that we could have just stayed at Faldor's farm. You know, it really wasn't such a bad place, was it?" "No, it was a very good place for a child. But you are grown now. Would you really have been content there? Life was quite placid at Faldor's. If we hadn't left, I'd never have known what it was like to live any other way. But if we hadn't left, you never would have met Zenedra, would you? I suppose I hadn't thought about that. Well, let's go below then, shall we? That breeze is really rather brisk." They encountered King Anheg and Barak in a narrow companionway just outside the main cabin below decks.
"Barak,"
Anheg was saying acidly,
"you're getting to be worse than an old woman." "I don't care what you say, Anheg,"
the red-bearded Barak growled.
"You're not going to take the seabird up that inlet until all of those catapults have been cleared. I didn't spend that much money on her to have somebody drop boulders on her decks from the cliffs. My boat, my rules."
The lean-faced javelin approached from down the companionway.
"Is there some problem, my lords?"
he asked.
"I was just laying down a few rules for Anheg here,"
Barak replied.
"He's going to be in charge of my ship while I'm gone."
"Were you going somewhere, my Lord Trelheim?"
"I'll be going with Geryon when he mounts the attack on the city."
"As you think best, my lord. How long do you think it's going to take to reach the mouth of the inlet?"
Barak tugged at his luxuriant red beard.
"Those Riven ships carrying Geryon's troops aren't quite as fast as our warships," he mused. "I make it about a day and a half. Wouldn't you agree, Anheg?"
"About that?"
"Yes."
"That should put us there tomorrow evening, then?"
Javelin asked.
"Right. And that is when the fun will start."
Aunt Paul sighed.
"Oh, Alorns."
After a few shouted conferences from ship to ship, the combined fleet heeled over sharply in the quickening breeze and beat northward along the rugged west coast of the Kerek Peninsula toward Jarviksholm. The following morning, Geryon went up on deck with Barak and Hetar to watch the sun coming up above the forested and snow-capped peaks of Kerek. The shadows back in the wooded valleys were a kind of misty blue, and the sun sparkled on the waves. A mail-shirted Kerek sailor, who had been ostensibly coiling a rope, turned from his task, then suddenly plunged a dagger directly at Geryon's unprotected back as the king stood at the rail. The attack might well have proved fatal, had Dornick not shouted a quick warning. Geryon half-turned in time to see the dagger go skittering across the deck. At the same time, he heard a startled exclamation and a splash. He wheeled about to see a desperately clutching hand sinking beneath the waves about 30 yards to port. He looked questioningly at Polgara, but she shook her head.
"I forgot about that metal shirt," Dornick said apologetically. "Sort of hard to swim with one of those on, isn't it?" "More than sort of," Barak assured him. "You'll want to question him, I suppose," Dornick said. "I could fish him out if you'd like." "What do you think, Hetar?"
Hetar considered the notion for several moments, looking out at the bubbles coming up from somewhere far beneath the surface.
"These are Kerek waters, aren't they?"
Barak nodded.
"Then I think we should consult King Anheg and get his opinion."
"Anheg's sleeping late this morning," Barak told him, also looking out at the bubbles.
"I would hate to wake him. He has had a lot on his mind lately, and I am sure that he needs his rest."
The tall Algar turned to Dornick with an absolutely straight face.
"I will tell you what, Dornick. The very moment King Anheg wakes up, We will bring the matter immediately to his attention.
Have you ever translocated anything before, Dernick? Polgara asked her husband.
No, not really. I knew how it was done, of course, but I've never had occasion to try it myself. I threw him just a little farther than I'd intended to, I'm afraid.
But you'll get better with practice, dear, she assured him. Then she turned to Geryon. Are you all right? I'm fine, Aunt Paul. He didn't even get close to me, thanks to Dernick. He's always been very useful to have around, she replied, giving Dernick a warm smile.
Where did that fellow come from, Beric?
Well, Alwyn, of all places. He always seemed like a good man, too. He did his work and kept his mouth shut. I would never have suspected that he might have had a religious conviction.
Maybe it is time for us to examine everybody's feet.
Beric looked at him quizzically.
If Silk is right, then all of the bear cultists have that brand on the soles of their feet. It's probably easier in the long run to examine the feet rather than have Geryon offer his back to every dagger aboard your ship.
You might be right,
Beric agreed. They sailed into the wide mouth of the inlet that wound its way up toward Jarviksholm just as the sun was setting. Shouldn't we have waited until after dark to come this close? Geryon asked, as he and the other kings stood on the foredeck of the Seabird. Onheg shrugged.
They knew we were coming. They've been watching us ever since we left the Halberg Straits. Besides, now that they know that we are here, those catapultists up there will concentrate on watching the ships. That ought to make it easier for you and Brendig to slip up behind them when the time comes.
Well, it makes sense, I guess. Beric came forward with one-armed General Brendig.
As close as we can figure it. We ought to start about midnight. Geryon and the rest of us will climb up first and circle around until we're behind the city. Brendig and his men can follow us up and start taking over the catapults. As soon as it gets light enough to see, he's going to start throwing boulders across the inlet.
Will that give Geryon time enough to get into position? King Fulrich asked.
It should be plenty of time, Your Majesty, Brendig assured him.
Lord Beric says that once we get to the top, the terrain is fairly flat.
There are the trees, too. That should give us plenty of concealment.
How much open space are we going to have to charge across when we attack the city?
Oh, maybe 500 yards.
Well, that's quite a ways.
It's about as far as I want to run.
Evening settled slowly over the calm waters of the inlet, purpling the sheer cliffs rising on either side. Geryon used the last bit of light carefully to examine every inch of the steep slope which he and his men would be climbing in just a few hours. A flicker of movement just overhead caught his eye, and he looked up in time to see a ghostly white shape sliding silently through the calm purple air. A single soft white feather slowly sifted down to settle on the deck not far away. Gravely, Hettar went over and picked it up. A moment or two later, Aunt Paul, wrapped in her blue cloak, came down to the deck and joined them. You are going to have to be very careful when you approach the shipyards. She spoke to Onheg, who stood nearby with Brendig. They have moved the catapults down to the beaches to try to hold you off.
I expected that,
he replied with an indifferent shrug.
You'd better pay attention to her, Onheg,
Beric said in a threatening tone.
Because if you get my ship sunk, I will pull out your beard one whisker at a time.
What a novel way to address one's king, Silk murmured to Javelin. How heavily is the rear of the city defended? Geryon asked Polgara. The walls are high, and the gate looks impressive. There aren't very many men there, though. Good. Hettar silently handed her the feather. Why, thank you. I would have missed that. The slope of the hill leading to the rolling plateau high above was even steeper than Gerion's examination from the deck of the Seabird had led him to believe. Clumps of broken rock, almost invisible in the midnight darkness, rolled treacherously underfoot, and the stiff limbs of the scrubby bushes that choked the hillside seemed almost to push deliberately at his face and chest as he struggled upward. His mail shirt was heavy, and he was soon dripping with sweat.
"Rough going,"
Hetar observed laconically. A pale of silver moonlight had risen when they finally crested that brutal slope. As they reached the top, they found that the plateau above was covered with a dense forest of fir and spruce trees.
"This might take us a little longer than I thought,"
Beric muttered, eyeing the thick undergrowth. Gerion paused to get his breath.
"Well, let's stop for a moment, then,"
he told his friends. He stared glumly at the forest, barring their way.
"If all of us start crashing through that, we're going to alert the catapultists along the top of the cliff. I think we'd better send out some scouts to see if we can find a path or track of some kind."
"Give me a while," Silk told him.
"You'd better take some men with you."
"They'd just slow me down. I'll be back before long."
The little man vanished into the trees.
"He never changes, does he?"
Hetar murmured. Beric laughed shortly.
"Did you really think that he would?"
"How long thinkest thou it will be until the dawn, my lord?"
Mandaralan asked the big Carrick.
2, maybe 3 hours. That hill, it took us a long time."
Lulduran, his bow slung across his back, joined them at the edge of the dark wood.
"General Brendig has started up," he told them.
"I wonder how he's going to manage that climb with only one arm."
"I don't think you need to worry too much about Brendig. He usually does what he sets out to do."
He's a good man,"
Beric agreed. They waited in the warm summer darkness as the moon slowly climbed the eastern sky. From far below, Gerion could hear the calls of Anhig's men and the rasp of windlasses, as the sailors strove to make enough noise to cover any inadvertent sounds that Brendig's men might make as they struggled up that brushy slope. Finally, Silk returned, appearing soundlessly out of the bushes. "There's a road about a quarter of a mile south of here. It seems to go toward Jarviksholm."
"Excellent,"
Mandaralan said gaily.
"Let us proceed, my lords. The city doth await our coming."
"Oh, I hope not," Gerion said. "The whole idea is to surprise them." The narrow road Silk had found proved to be a woodcutter's track, and it meandered in a more or less easterly direction, leading them inland. Behind him, Gerion could hear the jingle of mail shirts and the steady shuffling tread of his soldiers as they moved through the tag end of night in the deep shadows of the surrounding forest. There was a sense of inexorable purpose involved in this, leading a mass of faceless men through the darkness. A tense excitement had been building in him since they had left the ships. His impatience to begin the attack was so strong now that it was all he could do to keep himself from breaking into a run. They reached a large cleared area. At the far side of that open field, the white ribbon of a well-traveled highway cut due north across the moonlit pastureland.
"That's the Harburg Road. We're almost there."
"I had better see how Brendig's doing," Gerion said. He carefully reached out, skirting the thoughts of the troops, massed at his back and seeking the familiar touch of Dernick's mind.
"Dernick,"
he said silently.
"Can you hear me?"
"Gerion?" the smith's thought came back.
"Right. Have you captured the catapults yet?"
"Oh, we've still got a dozen or so to take. Brendig's moving slowly to keep down unnecessary noise."
"Will you have them all by the time it starts getting light?"
"Oh, I'm sure we will."
"Good. Let me know when you capture the last one."
"I will."
"How are they doing?"
Lulduran asked. The young bowman's voice was tight with excitement. "They'll be ready when it's time," Gerion replied.
"What thinkest thou, my lord?"
Mandoralan asked Berak.
Might it not be the proper moment to select some few stout trees to serve as rams to reduce the city gates?
I'll deal with that, Geryon told him firmly. Berak stared at him.
You mean that you're going to...
He made a gesture with one thick-fingered hand. Geryon nodded.
That hardly seems proper, Geryon,
Berak objected disapprovingly. Proper?
Well, there are certain ways that things are supposed to be done. City gates are supposed to be knocked in with battering rams.
While the people inside pour boiling pitch down on the men trying to break in?
Well, that's part of the risk. Without a little risk, a battle isn't very much fun.
Hetar laughed quietly. I hate to fly in the face of tradition, Geryon said, but I am not going to let a lot of people get killed unnecessarily just for the sake of an old custom. A hazy ground fog, glowing in the moonlight, lay low on the broad open expanse between the edge of the forest and the towering walls of Jarviksholm. Off to the east, the first pale glimmer of the approaching dawn stained the velvet sky. There were ruddy torches along the top of the heavy battlements of the city. By their light, Geryon could see a number of armed men.
How close do you need to get to break the gate? Silk whispered to Geryon.
Well, the closer the better.
All right. We'll have to move up a bit then. The fog and the tall grass should help. I'll go along with you, Berak said. Is it likely to make very much noise?
Probably, Geryon said. The big man turned to Hetar and Mandoralan.
You start as your signal. When Geryon knocks the gate down, you start the charge.
Hetar nodded. Geryon drew in a deep breath. All right, let's go. Crouched low, the three of them started across the open field toward the city. When they were no more than 100 yards from the gate, they sank down in the tall grass.
Geryon,
Dernick's thought came from out of the growing light.
We've captured all of the catapults.
Can you see the ones on the north cliffs yet?
Oh, it's probably going to be just a few more minutes then.
Tell Brendig to start just as soon as he can make them out. They waited as the eastern sky grew steadily lighter. Then a series of solid thuds came from beyond the city, followed after an interval by the sound of heavy rocks crashing through timbers and by startled shouts and cries of pain.
We've started, Dernick reported.
Geryon, Polgaro's thought came to him. Are you in position? Yes, Aunt Paul. We're going to start up the inlet now. Let me know when you're in sight of the city. Be careful, Geryon. I will.
What's happening?
Berak whispered, eyeing the men atop the city walls. They've started dropping rocks on the north cliff, Geryon replied softly. And Anheg's got the fleet moving. Berak ground his teeth together.
I told him to wait until all of the catapults were out of action.
Don't worry so much about the ship of yours, Silk murmured. It's very hard to aim a catapult when you're dodging boulders.
Somebody still might get lucky.
They waited tensely as the light slowly grew. Geryon could smell the salt tang of the sea and the heavy odor of evergreens as he surveyed the stout gate. We can see the city now, Geryon, Aunt Paul reported. Shouts of alarm came from inside the city, and Geryon saw the armed men atop the walls running along the parapet, making for the seaward side of Jarviksholm.
Are we ready?
He whispered to his two friends.
Let's do it, Silk said tensely.
Geryon rose to his feet and concentrated. He felt something that was almost like an inrushing of air as he drew in and concentrated his will. He seemed to be tingling all over as the enormous force built up in him. Grimly, he drew Iron Grip's sword, which he had left sheathed until now in order to conceal that telltale blue fire. The orb leaped joyously into flame. Here we go, he said from between clenched teeth. He pointed the sword at the gate, standing solid and impenetrable-looking 100 yards in front of him. "Burst," he commanded, and all of his clenched-in will surged into the sword and ran out through its flaming tip. The one thing that he had overlooked, of course, was the orb's desire to be helpful. The force which struck the gates of Jarviksholm was, to put it very mildly, excessive. The logs disappeared entirely, and chunks and splinters of that tar-smeared gate were later found as much as 5 miles distant. The solid stone wall in which the gate had been mounted also blew apart, and many of the huge rough-hewn blocks sailed like pebbles to splash into the harbor and the inlet far from the city. Most of the back wall of Jarviksholm crumbled and fell in on itself, and the noise was awful.
"Baelor!"
Berock swore in amazement as he watched the nearly absolute destruction. There was a stunned silence for a moment, and then a great shout came from the edge of the woods as Hetar and Mandoralan led the charge of the masked Rivens and Kerriks into the stunned city. It was not what warriors would call a good fight. The bear cult was not composed entirely of able-bodied men. It had also attracted into its ranks old men, women, even children. Because of the raging fanaticism of the cult, the warriors entering the city frequently found it necessary to kill those who might otherwise have been spared. By late afternoon, there were only a few small pockets of resistance remaining in the northwest quarter of Jarviksholm, and much of the rest of the city was on fire. Geryon, half sickened by the smoke and the slaughter, stumbled back through the burning city over that shattered wall and out into the open fields beyond. He wandered, tired and sick for a time, until he came across Silk, seated comfortably on a large rock, casually watching the destruction of the city. "Is it just about finished?" the little man asked. "Yes, nearly," Geryon replied. "They only have a few buildings left in their control." "How was it?" "Unpleasant. A lot of old people and women and children got killed." "Yes, that happens sometimes." "Did Anheg say what he was going to do with the survivors? I think there's been enough killing already." "It's hard to say. Our Kerrik cousins tend sometimes to be a bit savage, though. Some things are likely to happen in the next day or so that you probably won't want to watch. Like that." He pointed toward the edge of the wood where a crowd of Kerriks were working on something. A long pole was raised and set into the ground. A crosspiece was attached to the top of the pole, and a man was tied by his outspread arms to the crosspiece. "No!" Geryon exclaimed. "I wouldn't interfere, Geryon. It is Anheg's kingdom, after all, and he can deal with traitors and criminals in any way that he sees fit." "But that's barbaric." Moderately so, yes. As I said, though, Kerriks have a certain casual brutality in their nature." "But shouldn't we at least question the prisoners first?" "Javelin is attending to that." Geryon stared at the crowd of soldiers working in the last ruddy light of the setting sun. "I'm sorry," he said, choking in revulsion, "but that is going entirely too far. I'm going to put a stop to it right now." "I would stay out of it, Geryon." "Oh, no. Not when he starts crucifying women." "He's what?" Silk turned to stare at the soldiers. Suddenly, the blood drained from the little man's face, and he sprang to his feet. With Geryon close on his heels, he ran across the intervening turf. "Have you lost your mind entirely?" he demanded hotly of the bony chief of Drasnian intelligence, who sat calmly at a rough table in the center of a group of soldiers. "What seems to be a problem, Keldar?" "Do you know who that is that you just crucified?" "Naturally. I questioned her myself." His fingers moved almost idly, but Silk stood directly in front of the table, cutting off Geryon's view of the thin man's hands. "Get her down from there," Silk said, though his voice seemed for some reason to have lost the edge of its outrage.
"Why don't you attend to your own business, Keldar?" Javelin suggested. "Leave me to mine."
He turned to a burly Carrick standing nearby.
"Prince Keldar and the Raven King will be leaving now," he said coldly. "Would you escort them, please? I think that they should be somewhere at least a quarter of a mile from here." "I will kill him," Silk fumed, as he and Geryon were herded away. "I will kill him with my own bare hands."
As soon as the soldiers had led them to a spot some distance from Javelin, and had turned to go back to their grisly work, the little man regained his composure with astonishing speed.
"What was all of that about?"
Geryon asked.
"The girl he just crucified is his own niece, Lizelle," Silk replied quite calmly.
"You can't be serious."
"I have known her since she was a child. He promised to explain later. His explanation had better be very good, though, or I am going to carve out his tripes."
He removed a long dagger from under his pearl-gray doublet and tested the edge with his thumb. It was after dark when Javelin came looking for them.
"Oh, put that away, Keldar," he said disgustedly, looking at Silk's dagger. "I may need it in a minute," Silk replied. "Start talking, Javelin, and you had better make it very convincing, or I'll have your guts in a pile right between your feet. You seem upset. Oh, you noticed. How clever of you. I did what I did for a very specific reason. Wonderful. I thought you were just amusing yourself. I can do without that sarcasm, Silk. You should know by now that I never do anything without a reason. You can put your mind at rest about Lizelle. She is probably already released." "Released? Escaped, actually. There were dozens of cultists hiding in those woods. Your eyes must be going bad on you if you didn't see them. Anyway, by now, every prisoner we crucified has been released and is on his way safely back to the mountains." "Exactly what is this all about, Javelin?" "It's really very simple. We have been trying for years to get someone into the upper echelons of the bear cult. They have just rescued a genuine heroine, a martyr to the cause. Lizelle is clever enough to use that to work her way into their higher councils." "How did she get here in the first place?" Javelin shrugged. "She put on a male shirt, and I slipped her on board Trelheim's ship. After the fighting was nearly over, I just slipped her in with the other prisoners."
"Won't the others who were just rescued say that she was never in the city?"
"No, Your Majesty. I don't think so," Javelin replied. "She's going to say that she lived in the northeast quarter of Jarviksholm. The others we crucified all came from the southwest quarter. Jarviksholm is a very good-sized town. Nobody could really say for sure that she wasn't there all along." "I still can't believe that you would actually do that to her." "It took a fair amount of convincing, and a great deal of fast talking on her part to persuade me," Javelin admitted. Silk stared at him. "Oh, yes," Javelin said. "Hadn't you guessed? The whole thing was her idea in the first place."
Suddenly, Geryon heard a hollow rushing sound, and a moment later Tenedra's voice came to him quite clearly.
"Geryon!"
she cried out in anguish.
"Geryon, come home immediately! Someone has stolen our baby!"
Chapter 20. Polgara looked at Geryon critically as they stood together in the high open meadow above the still-burning city of Jarviksholm, while the pale light of dawn washed the stars out of the sky. "Your wing feathers are too short," she told him. Geryon made the feathers longer. Much better." Then her look became intense, and she also shimmered into the shape of a speckled falcon. "I've never liked these hard feathers," she murmured, clicking her hooked beak. Then she looked at Geryon, her golden eyes fierce. "Try to remember everything I told you, dear. We won't go too high on your first flight." She spread her wings, took a few short steps with her taloned feet, and lifted herself effortlessly into the air. Geryon tried to imitate what she had just done, and drove himself beak first into the turf. She swooped back in. "You have to use your tail, too, Geryon. The wings give the power, but the tail gives direction. Now try it again." The second attempt was a bit smoother. He actually flew for about 50 yards before he crashed into a tree. "That was very nice, dear. Just try to watch where you're going." Geryon shook his head, trying to clear the ringing from his ears and the speckles of light from in front of his eyes. "Straighten your feathers, dear, and let's try it again." "It's going to take months for me to learn this, Aunt Paul. Wouldn't it just be faster to sail to Riva on the Seabird?" "No, dear. You just need a bit of practice, that's all." His third attempt was somewhat more successful. He was beginning to get the knack of coordinating his wings and tail, but he still felt clumsy, and he seemed to do a great deal of clawing ineffectually at the air. "Geryon, don't fight with it. Let it lift you." They circled the meadow several times in the shadowless luminosity of dawn. Geryon could see the smoke rising black from the city, and the burned-out shipyards in the harbor, as he followed Polgara in a steady upward spiral. As his confidence increased, he began to feel a fierce exhilaration. The rush of cool morning air through his feathers was intoxicating, and he found that he could lift himself higher and higher, almost effortlessly. By the time the sun was fully up, the air was no longer an enemy, and he had begun to master the hundreds of minute muscular adjustments necessary to get the greatest possible efficiency out of his feathers. Belgarath swooped in to join them, with Darnek not far behind. "How's he doing?" the fierce-looking falcon asked Polgara. "He's almost ready, Father." "Good. Let him practice for another 15 minutes or so, and then we'll get started. There is a column of warm air rising off that lake over there. That always makes it easier." He tilted on one wing and veered away in a long, smooth arc. "She's really very fine, Paul," Darnek said. "I should have learned how to do this years ago." When they moved into the column of air rising from the surface of the warm waters of the lake, Geryon learned the secret of effortless flight. With his wings spread and unmoving, he let the air lift him up and up. Objects on the ground far below shrank as he rose higher and higher. Jarviksholm now looked like a toy village, and its harbor was thick with miniature ships. The hills and forests were bright green in the morning sunshine. The sea was azure, and the snowfields on the higher peaks were so intensely white that they almost hurt his eyes. "How high would you say we are now?" he heard Darnek ask Belgarath. "Oh, several thousand feet. It's sort of like swimming, isn't it? Doesn't really matter how deep the water is, because you're only using the top of it anyway." "I've never really thought of it that way." Belgarath looked over at Aunt Paul. "This should be high enough," he said in his shrill falcon whistle. "Let's go to Riva." The four of them beat steadily southwest, leaving the Kerek coast behind and flying out over the Sea of the Winds. For a time, a following breeze aided them, but at midday the breeze dropped, and they had to work for every mile. Geryon's shoulders ached, and the unaccustomed effort of flying made the muscles in his chest burn. Grimly, he flew on. Far below him he could see miles-long waves on the Sea of the Winds, looking from this height almost like ripples roughening the surface in the afternoon sunlight. The sun was low over the western horizon when the rocky coast of the Isle of Winds came into view. They flew southward along the east coast, and spiraled down at last toward the uplifted towers and battlements of the citadel, standing grim and grey over the city of Riva. A sentry, leaning idly on his spear atop the highest parapet, looked startled as the 4 speckled falcons swooped in to land around him, and his eyes bulged with astonishment as they shimmered into human form. "Your Majesty?" he stammered to Geryon, awkwardly trying to bow and hold on to his spear at the same time. "What happened here?" Geryon demanded. "Someone abducted your son, sire," the sentry reported. "We have sealed off the island, but we haven't caught him yet." "Well, let's go down," Geryon said to the others. "I want to talk to Tenedra." But that, of course, was nearly impossible. As soon as Geryon entered the blue-carpeted royal apartment, she flew into his arms and collapsed in a storm of hysterical weeping. He could feel her tiny body trembling violently against him, and her fingers dug into his arms as she clung to him. "Tenedra," he pleaded with her, "you've got to stop. You have to tell us what happened."
"He's gone, Geryon," she wailed. "Somebody came into the nursery and took him."
And she began to cry again. Ariana, Laldoran's blonde membrate wife, stood not far away, and the dark-haired Adara stood at the window, looking on with a grieved expression.
"Why don't you see what you can do, Paul?" Belgarath said quietly. "Try to get her calmed down. I'll need to talk to her, but probably later. Right now, I think the rest of us should go to talk to Cale."
Polgara had gravely removed her cloak, folded it carefully, and laid it across the back of a chair. "All right, father," she replied. She came over and gently took the sobbing little queen out of Geryon's arms. "It's all right, Zenedra. We're here now. We will take care of everything." Zenedra clung to her.
"Oh, Lady Polgara,"
she cried. "Have you given her anything?" Aunt Paul asked Ariana.
"Nay, my lady,"
the blonde girl replied.
"I fear that in her distraught condition, those potions which most usually have the calming effect might do her injury."
"Let me have a look at your medicine kit."
"At once, Lady Polgara."
"Come along,"
Belgarath said to Geryon and Dernick, a steely glint coming into his eyes.
"Let's go find Cale and see if we can get to the bottom of this."
They found Cale sitting wearily at a table in his father's office. Spread before him was a large map of the island, and he was poring over it intently. "It happened sometime yesterday morning, Belgarian," he said gravely, after they had exchanged the briefest of greetings. "It was before daybreak. Queen Zenedra looked in on the prince a few hours past midnight, and everything was fine. A couple of hours later he was gone."
"What have you done so far?"
Belgarath asked him. "I ordered the island sealed, and then we searched the citadel, from one end of it to the other. Whoever took the prince was nowhere in the fortress, but no ship has arrived or departed since I gave that order, and the harbour master reports that no one has sailed after midnight yesterday. So far as I know, the abductor has not left the Isle of the Winds." "Good," Geryon said, a sudden hope welling up in him. "At the moment, I have troops searching house by house in the city, and the ships are patrolling every inch of the coastline. The island is completely sealed off."
"Have you searched the forests and the mountains?"
the old man asked. "We want to finish the search of the city first," Cale said. "Then we will seal the city, and move the troops out into the surrounding countryside."
Belgarath nodded, staring at the map. "We want to move carefully. Let's not back this child stealer into a corner. At least not until we have my great-grandson safely back where he belongs."
Cale nodded his agreement. "The safety of the prince is our primary concern." Polgara quietly entered the room. "I gave her something that will make her sleep, and Ariana is watching her. I don't think it would do any good to try to question her just yet, and sleep is what she needs right now." "You're probably right, Aunt Paul. But I'm not going to sleep. Not until I find what happened to my son." Early the following morning, they gathered again in Cale's orderly study to pore once again over the map. Geryon was about to ask Kael about the search of the city, but he stopped as he felt a sudden tug of the great sword strapped across his back. Absently, still staring at the yellowed parchment map on Kael's desk, he adjusted the strap. It tugged at him again, more insistently this time.
"Geryon," Dernick said curiously, "does the orb sometimes glow like that when you're not actually holding the sword?"
Geryon looked over his shoulder at the flaring orb. "What's it doing that for?" he asked, baffled. The next tug nearly jerked him off of his feet. "Grandfather?" he said, a bit alarmed. Belgarath's expression grew careful.
"Geryon," he said in a level voice, "I want you to take the sword out of its scabbard. I think the orb is trying to tell you something."
Geryon reached back over his shoulder and drew Iron Grip's great sword from its sheath with a steely slither. Without even stopping to think how irrational it might sound, he spoke directly to the glowing stone on the pommel. "I'm awfully busy right now. Can't this wait?" The answer was a steady pull toward the door. "What is it doing?" Geryon demanded irritably.
"Let's just follow it," Belgarath told him.
Helplessly, Geryon followed the powerful urging through the door and out into the torchlit corridor. The others trailed curiously along behind him. He could sense the peculiar crystalline awareness of the orb and feel its overwhelming anger. Not since the dreadful night in Tol Mishrak, when he had faced the maimed god of Angarak, had he felt so much outrage emanating from that living stone. The sword continued to pull him down the corridor, moving faster and faster until he was half running to keep up. "What is it trying to do, Father?" Polgara asked in a puzzled tone. "It has never done anything like this before."
"I am not sure. We'll just have to follow it and find out. I think it might be important, though."
Kael stopped briefly in front of a sentry posted in the corridor. "Would you go get my brothers?" he asked the man. "Have them come to the royal apartment." "Yes, sir," the sentry replied with a quick salute. Geryon stopped at the dark, polished door to the apartment, opened it, and went inside, with the sword still pulling at him. Queen Layla was just in the act of drawing a blanket over the exhausted Adara, who lay asleep on the couch, when she looked up with astonishment. "What on earth?" she began. "Hush, Layla," Polgara told her. "Something is happening that we don't quite understand." Geryon steeled himself and went on into the bedroom. Sinedra lay in the bed, tossing and whimpering in her sleep. At her bedside sat Queen Ailina and Berek's wife, Merrill. Ariana dozed in a deep chair near the window. He was only able to give the ladies attending his wife the briefest of glances, however, before the sword pulled him on to the nursery, where the sight of the empty cradle wrenched at his heart. The great sword dipped over the cradle, and the orb glowed. Then the stone flickered with a pulsating light for a moment.
"I think I am starting to understand," Belgarath said. "I won't absolutely swear to this, but I think it wants to follow Geron's trail."
"Can it do that?"
Dernick asked. "It can do almost anything, and it is totally committed to the Raven line. Let it go, Geryon. Let's see where it leads you."
In the corridor outside, Kael's two brothers, Verdun and Bryn, met them. Verdun, the eldest of the three, was as burly as an ox, and Bryn, the youngest, only slightly less so. Both men wore mail shirts and helmets, and had heavy broadswords belted to their sides. "We think that the orb may be trying to lead us to the prince," Kael explained tersely to them. "We might need you two when we find him." Bryn flashed a broad, almost boyish grin. "We'll have the abductor's head on a pole before nightfall, then."
"Let's not be too hasty about removing heads," Belgarath told him. "I want the answers to some questions first."
"One of you stay with Sinedra at all times," Aunt Paul told Queen Layla, who had curiously trailed along behind them. "She will probably wake up sometime this afternoon. Let Ariana sleep for now. Tinedra might need her when she awakens.
Of course,
Polgara, the plump queen of Cinderia, replied. And you, Aunt Paul said firmly to Errand, who was just coming down the hall, I want you to stay in the royal apartment and do exactly what Layla tells you to do. But, he started to protest. No buts, Errand. What we have to do might be dangerous, and that is something that you haven't quite learned to understand yet. All right, Polgara, he said disconsolately. With the orb on the pommel of that massive sword pulling him along, Geryon followed the unseen track of his son's abductor out through one of the side gates with the rest of them close at his heels. It seems to want to go toward the mountains, Geryon said. I thought the trail would lead down into the city. Don't think, Geryon, Polgara told him. Just go where the orb leads you. The trail led across the meadow, rising steeply behind the citadel, and then into the forest of dark fir and spruce where Geryon and Cinedra had often strolled on their summer outings. Are you sure it knows where it's going? Geryon asked as he pushed his way through a tangled patch of undergrowth. There's no path here at all. I don't think anyone would have come this way.
It's following some kind of trail, Geryon. Just keep up with it.
They struggled through the thick underbrush for an hour or so. Once a covey of grouse exploded from under Geryon's feet with a heart-stopping thunder of wings. I'll have to remember this place, Bren said to Gale. The hunting here might be very good. We're hunting other game at the moment. Keep your mind on your work. When they reached the upper edge of the forest, Geryon stared up at the steep, rock-strewn meadow rising above the timberline. Is there a pass of any kind through these mountains? Off to the left of that big peak, Bren replied, pointing. I use it when I go out to hunt wild stags, and the shepherds take their flocks through it to the pastures in the interior valleys. Verdan added dryly, Also the shepherdesses. Sometimes the game my brother chases doesn't have any horns. Bren threw a quick, nervous glance at Polgara, and a slow blush mounted into his cheeks.
I have always rather been fond of shepherdesses, Belgarath noted blandly. For the most part, they are gentle, understanding girls, and frequently lonely, aren't they, Bren?
That will do, Father, Aunt Paul said primly. It took the better part of the day to go over the pass and through the green meadows lying in the hidden valleys among the mountains beyond. The sun hovered just above the gleaming, almost molten-looking sea on the western side of the isle, when they crested a boulder-covered ridge and started down the long, rocky slope toward the cliffs, and the frothy surf pounding endlessly against the western coast. Could a ship have landed on this side? Geryon asked Cale as they went downhill. Cale was puffing noticeably from the strenuous trek across the island, and he mopped his streaming face with his sleeve. There are a few places where it's possible, Belgarian, if you know what you're doing. It's difficult and dangerous, but it is possible. Geryon's heart sank. Then he could very well have gotten away. I had ships out there, Belgarian, Cale said to him. I sent them out as soon as we found out that the prince had been taken. About the only way someone could have gotten all the way across the island to this side in time to sail away before the ships got around here would to be if they could fly. We've got him then, the irrepressible Bren exclaimed, loosening his sword in its scabbard and searching the boulder-strewn slope and the brink of the cliffs with a hunter's trained eye.
Hold it a second, Dernick said sharply.
He lifted his head and sniffed at the onshore breeze.
There's somebody up ahead.
What? Geryon said, a sudden excitement building up in him.
I just got a distinct whiff of somebody who doesn't bathe regularly.
Belgarath's face took on an intense expression.
Paul, he said, why don't you take a quick look down there?
She nodded tersely, and her forehead furrowed with concentration. Geryon felt and heard the whispered surge as she probed the empty-looking terrain ahead. Carracks, she said after a moment. About a dozen of them. They're hiding behind those boulders at the edge of the cliffs. They're watching us, planning an ambush."
"Kerricks?" Bren exclaimed.
"Why would Kerricks want to attack us?" "They are bear cultists," she told him. "And nobody knows why those madmen do anything."
"What do we do?" Bren asked in a half-whisper.
"An ambusher always has the advantage," Verdan replied. "Unless the person about to be ambushed knows that he's there. Then it's the other way around." He looked down the slope grimly, his big hand on his sword hilt.
"Then we just go down there and spring their trap?" Bren asked eagerly.
Kale looked at Belgarath.
"What do you think, Ancient One?"
"We have the advantage now. They are going to expect us to be startled when they jump out at us, but we'll be ready for them. We could have half of them down before they realize their mistake."
Belgarath squinted at the setting sun. "Normally, I would say no. These little incidental fights aren't usually very productive, but we're losing the light."
He turned to Aunt Paul.
"Is Geren anywhere in the vicinity?"
"No," she replied. "There is no sign of him."
Belgarath scratched at his beard. "If we leave the Kerricks there, they're going to follow us. And I don't think I want them creeping along behind, particularly once it gets dark."
His lined old face tightened into a wolfish grin.
"All right. Let's indulge ourselves."
"Save a few of them, though, Father. I have some questions I'd like answered, and try not to get yourselves hurt, gentlemen. I'm a little tired for surgery today."
"No surgery today, Lady Polgara," Bren promised.
"A few funerals, perhaps, but no surgery." She raised her eyes toward the sky. "Alorns," she sighed. The ambush did not turn out at all as the hidden bear cultists had anticipated. The fur-clad Kerrick, who leaped howling at Geryon, was met in mid-air by the flaming sword of the Riven King, and was sheared nearly in two at the waist by the great blade. He fell to the suddenly blood-drenched grass, writhing and squealing. Kale coolly split a charging cultist's head, while his brothers fell on the startled attackers and savagely but methodically began to hack them to pieces. One cultist leaped atop a large rock, drawing a bow with his arrow pointed directly at Geryon, but Belgarath made a short gesture with his left hand, and the bowman was suddenly hurled backward in a long, graceful arc that carried him out over the edge of the nearby cliff. His arrow went harmlessly into the air as he fell shrieking toward the foamy breakers 500 feet below. "Remember, I need a few of them alive," Polgara sharply reminded them, as the carnage threatened to get completely out of hand. Kale grunted, then neatly parried the thrust of a desperate Kerrick. His big left fist swung in a broad arc, smashing solidly into the side of the Kerrick's head, sending him spinning to the turf. Dernick was using his favorite weapon, a stout cudgel, perhaps 3 feet long. Expertly, he slapped a cultist's sword out of his hand and cracked him sharply alongside the head. The man's eyes glazed, and he tumbled limply to the ground. Belgarath surveyed the fight, selected a likely candidate, and then levitated him about 50 feet into the air. The suspended man was at first apparently unaware of his new location, and kept slashing ineffectually at the surrounding emptiness. The fight was soon over. The last crimson rays of the setting sun mingled with the scarlet blood staining the grass near the edge of the cliff, and the ground was littered with broken swords and scraps of bloody bearskin. "For some reason, that makes me feel better," Geryon declared, wiping his sword on the fallen body of one of the cultists. The orb, he noted, was also blazing with a kind of fiery satisfaction. Polgara was coolly inspecting a couple of unconscious survivors. "These two will sleep for a while," she noted, rolling back an eyelid to examine the glazed eye underneath. Bring that one down, Father," she said, pointing at the man Belgarath had suspended in mid-air. "In one piece, if you can manage it. I would like to question him."
"Of course, Paul."
The old man's eyes were sparkling, and his grin very nearly split his face. "Father, when are you ever going to grow up?"
"Why, Polgara, what a thing to say."
The floating cultist had finally realized his situation and had dropped his sword. He stood trembling on the insubstantial air, with eyes bulging in terror and his limbs twitching violently. When Belgarath gently lowered him to the ground, he immediately collapsed in a quivering heap. The old man firmly grasped him by the front of his fur tunic and hauled him roughly into a half-standing position.
"Do you know who I am?" he demanded,
thrusting his face into that of the cringing captive.
"Do
you?"
Belgarath's voice cracked at him like a whip.
"Yes,"
the man choked. "Then you know that if you try to run away, I will just hang you back up in the air again and leave you there. You know that I can do that, don't you?"
"Yes."
"That won't be necessary, Father," Polgara said coolly. "This man is going to be very cooperative."
"I will say nothing, witch woman,"
the captive declared, though his eyes were still a bit wild. "Oh, no, my friend," she told him with a chilly little smile. "You will say everything. You will talk for weeks if I need you to." She gave him a hard stare and made a small gesture in front of his face with her left hand. "Look closely, friend," she said. "Enjoy every single detail." The bearded bear cultist stared at the empty air directly in front of his face, and the blood drained from his cheeks. His eyes started from his head in horror, and he shrieked, staggering back. Grimly she made a sort of hooking gesture with her still extended hand, and his retreat stopped instantly. "You can't run away from it. And unless you talk right now, it will stand in front of your face until the day you die."
"Take it away,"
he begged in an insane shriek.
"Please, I'll do anything, anything."
"I wonder where she learned to do that," Belgarath murmured to Geryon. "I could never do it to anybody, and I've tried."
"He will tell you whatever he knows now, Geryon," Polgara said then. "He is aware of what will happen if he doesn't." "What have you done with my son?" Geryon demanded. The prisoner swallowed hard. Then the terrified man straightened defiantly.
"He's far beyond your reach now, King of Reva."
The rage welled up in Geryon again, and without thinking he reached over his shoulder for his sword. "Geryon," Polgara said sharply. The cultist flinched back, his face going pale.
"Your son is alive,"
he said hastily, and then a smug look crossed his face.
"But the next time you meet him, he will kill you."
"What are you talking about?"
"Ulfgar has consulted the oracles. You are not the Raven King. We have awaited for all these centuries. It is the next king of Reva who will unite Aloria and lead us against the kingdoms of the south. It is your son, Belgerion, and he will lead us because he will be raised to share our beliefs."
"Where is my son?" Geryon shouted at him.
"Where you will never find him," the prisoner taunted. "We will raise and nurture him in the true faith, as befits an Elon monarch, and when he is grown he will come and kill you, and take his crown and his sword and his orb from your usurping hand."
The man's eyes were bulging now, his limbs shaking with a religious ecstasy, and there was foam on his lips.
"You will die by your own son's hand, Belgerion of Reva, and King Geron will lead all Elorns against the unbelievers of the south, as Balar commanded."
"We are not getting too far with this line of questioning," Belgarath said. "Let me try for a while."
He turned to the wild-eyed captive.
"How much do you know about this Ulfgar?"
"Ulfgar is the Bear Lord, and he has even more power than you, old man."
Interesting notion," Belgarath murmured. Have you ever met this master sorcerer, or even seen him, for that matter?"
"Well,"
the captive hedged. "I didn't think so. How did you know that he wanted you to come here and abduct Belgerion's son, then?" The captive bit his lip. "Answer me!"
"He sent a messenger,"
the man replied sullenly. A sudden thought occurred to Geryon. "Was this Ulfgar of yours behind the attempt to kill my wife?"
"Wife?"
the cultist sneered.
"No Elon takes a Tonedran mongrel to wife. You, Iron Grip's heir, should know that better than any man. Naturally, we tried to kill the Tonedran wench. It was the only way to rid Aloria of the infection you have brought here."
"You're starting to irritate me, friend," Geryon said bleakly. "Don't do that."
"Let's get back to this messenger," Belgarath said. "You say that the baby is where we cannot reach him. But you are still here, aren't you? Could it just possibly be that it was the messenger who was the actual abductor, and that you and your friends are merely underlings?"
The cultist's eyes grew wild, and he looked this way and that like a trapped animal. His limbs began to tremble violently. "I think we are approaching a question that you don't want to answer, my friend." It came almost like a blow. There was a wrenching kind of feeling to it, almost as if someone were reaching inside a skull to twist and crush the brain within. The captive shrieked, gave Belgarath one wild look, then spun, took 3 quick steps, and hurled himself off the edge of the cliff behind him.
"Question me now!"
he shrieked, as he plummeted down into the twilight that was rising out of the dark, angry waters, surging about the rocks at the foot of the cliff. Then, as he fell, Geryon heard peal upon peal of insane laughter, fading horribly, as the fanatic dropped away from them. Aunt Paul started quickly toward the edge, but Belgarath reached out and took her arm.
"Let him go, Paul. It wouldn't be a kindness to save him now. Someone put something in his mind that crushed out his sanity as soon as he was asked that certain question."
"Who could possibly do that?"
"I don't know, but I am certainly going to find out."
The shrieking laughter, still fading, continued to echo up to where they stood, and then it ended abruptly, far below. Chapter 21. A sudden summer storm had come howling in off of the great western sea 2 days after the fight on the cliffs. It raked the island with shrieking winds and sheets of rain rattling the windows of the council chamber high in the south tower. The bone-thin Javelin, who had arrived with the others aboard the Seabird that morning, slouched in his chair looking out at the raging storm and thoughtfully tapping his fingers together.
"Where did the trail finally lead?" he asked.
"Right down to the water's edge in a secluded cove."
"Then I think we will have to assume that this abductor made a clean escape with the prince. The timing might have been a little tight, but the men aboard the ships that were patrolling the coast would have been concentrating on the shoreline, and a ship that had gotten well out to sea before they arrived could have escaped their notice."
Barak was piling an armload of logs in the cavernous fireplace.
"Why were those others left behind, then?" he asked. "It doesn't make any sense at all."
"We're talking about bear cultists, Barak. They are not supposed to make sense."
"There's a certain logic to it, though," the Earl of Selene pointed out. "If what the cultist said before he died is true, this Ulfgar has declared war on Belgerion. Isn't it entirely possible that those men were left behind specifically to waylay him? One way or another, he was certain to follow that trail."
"There is still something that doesn't quite ring true,"
Javelin frowned.
Let me think about it for a bit.
We can sort out their motives later. The important thing right now is to find out where they have taken my son.
Rayhan, most likely, Anheg said. We destroyed Jarviksholm. Rayhan's the only strong point that they've got left.
That's not entirely certain, Anheg, Queen Poran disagreed. The scheme to abduct Prince Garen was obviously planned quite some time ago, and you destroyed Jarviksholm only last week. It is unlikely that the abductors even knew about it. I don't think we can rule out the possibility that the prince was taken to Carrick.
Anheg rose and began pacing up and down, a dark scowl on his face. Well, she's got a point, he admitted finally. These child stealers were Carrick's after all. It's quite possible that they tried to take him to Jarviksholm, but when they found the city destroyed, they'd still have to go someplace else. We could very well find them holed up in a fishing village somewhere on the west coast.
Well, what do we do now, then? Garion asked helplessly.
We split up, King Kohag said quietly. Anheg turns out all his forces, and they search every village and every farm in Carrick. The rest of us go to Rayon and deal with those people there.
There's only one difficulty with that, Anheg said. A baby is a baby. How do my men recognize Garion's son if they do run across him?
That's no real problem, Anheg, Poldra told him from her chair by the fire. She was sitting and sipping a cup of tea. Show them your palm, Garion. Garion held up his right hand to show the king of Carrick the silvery mark there.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten that. Does Prince Garin have the same mark?
All heirs to the Riven throne have that mark on their palms. It has been that way since the birth of Iron Grip's first son.
All right. My men will know what to look for then. But will the rest of you have enough men to take to Rayon? With the Algar and Drasnian cultists there, Ulfgar's got quite an army.
General Brendig rose and went over to a large map tacked up on one of the walls.
If I leave immediately for Sindar, I can put together a sizable army in a few days. The first march could put us in Dareen within a week.
I'll have ships waiting there to ferry you and your men to Boktor then.
I will go south and raise the clans, Hetar added. We will ride straight north to Rayon.
Garion was also peering at the map. If Anheg's ships take me and my troops to Boktor, we can join with the Drasnian pikemen there and march toward Rayon from the west. Then the ships can go back to Dareen and pick up Brendig.
That would save some time, Brendig agreed. With the Ravens and Drasnians, you're going to have enough troops to encircle Rayon, Silk said. You might not have enough men to take the city, but you will have enough to keep anybody from going in or out. Then all you have to do is sit and wait for Brendig and Hetar. Once they join you, you will have an overwhelming force.
It sounds like a plan, Garion,
Beric said approvingly.
Mandaralon stood up.
And when we arrive at this fortified city on the moors of eastern Drasnia, I will undertake with siege engines and diverse other means to weaken the walls, so that we may more easily gain access when we make our final assault. Rayon will fall, and we will bring this miscreant Ulfgar to swift and terrible justice.
Not too swift, I hope, Hetar murmured. I was thinking along the lines of something more lingering.
We'll have time to think about that after we catch him, Marek said.
The door opened, and Senedra, pale and wan-looking, and accompanied by Queen Layla and the other ladies, entered.
"Why are you still here?"
she demanded.
"Why aren't you taking the world apart to find my baby?"
"That's hardly fair, Senedra," Garion chided her gently.
"I am not trying to be fair. I want my baby."
"So do I, but We're not going to accomplish much by dashing around in circles, are we?
I will raise an army myself if I have to, she declared. I did it before, and I can certainly do it again.
And just where would you take them, dear?
Wherever it is that they've got my baby.
And where is that? Asked Bolgara. If you know something that we don't, shouldn't you share it with us? Sinedra stared at her helplessly, her eyes filling with tears. Belgarath had not contributed anything to the discussions, but rather had sat brooding out at the storm from a deep-cushioned chair near the window.
I have got the feeling I'm missing something,
he muttered as Adara and Nerina led the distraught Sinedra to a chair near the council table.
What did you say, Belgarath?
Anheg asked, removing his dented crown and tossing it on the table.
I said that I think I'm missing something, the old man replied. Anheg, just how extensive is your library?
The Carrick King shrugged, scratching at his head.
I don't know that I could match the university library at Tolhaneth, but I've gathered most of the significant books in the world.
How does your collection stack up in the area of the mysteries?
Of what?
Prophecies. Not so much the Mrin Codex or the Darine, but the others. The Gospels of the Seers at Kel, the Grolem prophecies of Rachtal, the oracles of Ashabah.
Well, I've got that one, Anheg told him. The Ashabah thing. I picked it up about a dozen years ago.
I think I had better go to Malloreon and have a look at it.
This is hardly the time for side trips, grandfather, Geryon objected.
Geryon, we know that something is happening that goes beyond an insurrection by a group of religious fanatics. That passage you found in the Mrin Codex was very specific. It instructed me to look into the mysteries, and I think that if I don't do exactly that, we are all likely to regret it. He turned to Anheg. Where is your copy of the Ashabeen oracles?
In the library, up on the top shelf. I couldn't make any sense out of it, so I stuck it up there. I was meant to go back to it one day.
Then a thought occurred to him.
Oh, by the way, there's a copy of the Malloreon Gospels in the monastery at Marterin.
Belgarath blinked.
That's one of the other books you wanted to see, wasn't it? The one by the seers of Kel?
How could you possibly know what is in the library at Marterin?
I heard about it a few years back. I have people who keep their eyes open for rare books for me. Anyway, I made the monk an offer for it, quite generous, I thought. But the negotiations fell through.
You are a positive sink of information, Anheg. Can you think of anything else?
I can't help you with the Grolem prophecies of Rachtal, I'm afraid. The only copy I know of was in Tuchik's library, and that was probably buried when you blew Rachtal off the mountaintop. You could go dig for it, I suppose.
Thanks, Anheg, Belgarath said dryly. You have no idea how much I appreciate your help.
I cannot believe that I am hearing this,
Sinedra said accusingly to Belgarath.
Someone has stolen my baby. Your great-grandson, and instead of trying to find him, you are planning to go off chasing obscure manuscripts?
I am not abandoning the child, Sinedra. I am just looking for him in a different place, that's all. He looked at her with a great sympathy in his eyes. You are still very young, and all you can see is the one reality that your baby has been taken from you. There are two kinds of reality, however. Geryon is going to follow your child in this reality. I'm going to follow him in the other. We are all after the same thing, and this way we cover all of the possibilities.
She stared at him for a moment, and then she suddenly covered her face with her hands and began to cry. Geryon rose, went to her, and put his arms around her.
Ah, Sinedra. Sinedra, it's going to be all right. Nothing will be all right. I am so afraid for the baby, Geryon. Nothing will ever be all right again.
Mandorallan rose to his feet, tears standing in his eyes.
As I am thy true knight and champion, dearest Cenedra, I vow upon my life that this villain, Ulfgar, will never see another summer.
That sort of gets to the point, Hatar murmured. Why don't we all go to Rheon and nail Ulfgar to a post someplace, with very long nails?
Anheg looked at Kohag.
Your son has a remarkably firm grasp of the realities of the situation, he observed. He is the delight of my twilight years, Kohag said proudly.
The argument with Cenedra began immediately upon their return to the royal apartment. Geryon tried reasoning with her first, then commanding. Finally, he resorted to threats.
I don't care what you say, Geryon. I am going to Rheon.
You are not.
I am so?
I will have you locked in this bedroom.
And as soon as you will leave, I will order someone to unlock the door. I will chop it down, and I will be on the next boat out of the harbor.
Cenedra, it's too dangerous.
So was Tulmardu and Tulmeshrak, and I did not flinch from either one. I am going to Rheon, Geryon, either with you or by myself. I am going to get my baby back, even if I have to tear down the city walls with my bare hands.
Cenedra, please.
No,
she exclaimed, stamping her foot.
I'm going, Geryon, and nothing you can say or do is going to stop me.
Geryon threw his arms in the air. Women, he said in a despairing tone. The fleet left at dawn the following morning, sailing out of the harbor into rough seas and the dirty scud and rack of the tail end of the storm. Geryon stood on the aft deck of the Seabird, beside Berak, whose thick hands firmly grasped the tiller. I didn't think I was ever going to have to do this again, he said morosely.
Oh, sailing in rough weather isn't all that bad.
Berak shrugged as the wind tossed his red beard. Oh, that's not what I meant. I thought that after Torak died, I could live out my life in peace.
You got lucky, Berak told him.
Are you trying to be funny?
All anybody ever got out of peace was a fat behind and cobwebs in his head, the big man said sagely. Give me a nice friendly little war any time.
When they were some leagues at sea, a detachment of ships separated from the fleet to sail due east toward Sindar, bearing with them King Fulrak, General Brendig, the Earl of Selene, and the heavily sedated Queen Layla.
I hope Brendig gets to the Rheon on time, Anheg said, standing at the rail. I'm really going to need those ships during the search.
Where do you plan to start? Queen Poran asked him.
But the cult's largely concentrated on the west coast. If Prince Geron's abductors went to Carrick, they'd most likely head for a cult stronghold. I'll start along the coast and work my way inland.
That seems like sound strategy, she agreed. Deploy your men and sweep the area.
Poran, he said with a pained look, I love you like a sister. But please, don't use military terms when you talk to me. It still sets my teeth on edge to hear that sort of language in a woman's mouth.
The passage through the Carrick Bore delayed them for 2 days. Although Greldic and a few other hardy souls were willing, even eager, to attempt the great maelstrom in the heavy seas that were the aftermath of the storm, cooler and more prudent heads prevailed.
I'm sure that the sea will quiet down in a bit,
Berak shouted across to his friend.
And Rheon isn't going anyplace. Let's not lose any ships, if we don't have to.
Berak, Greldic shouted back, you're turning into an old woman.
Anheg said the same thing just before Jarviksholm, Berak noted.
He was a wise king.
It isn't his ship.
After they passed the Bore and entered the calmer waters of the Gulf of Carrick, King Anheg took a sizable portion of the fleet and sailed northward toward Val Alorn, before making the transfer to one of Anheg's ships. Bulgarath stood on the deck, talking quietly with Geryon and Pulgara. "As soon as I finish at Val Alorn, I will go on down to Marterran. If I don't get back before you arrive at Rayon, be careful. The cult's pretty fanatic, and this war they have started is directed at you personally, Geryon."
"I will watch out for him, Father,"
Pulgara assured him.
"I can more or less take care of myself, Aunt Paul," Geryon told her. "I'm sure you can, dear, but old habits die hard. How old am I going to have to be before you realize that I'm grown up? Why don't you check back with me in 1,000 years or so? Maybe we can talk about it then."
He smiled, then sighed.
"Aunt Paul, I love you."
"Yes, dear," she replied, patting his cheek.
"I know, and I love you too."
At Kotu, the ship carrying Hettar and his wife and parents turned south toward Alderford.
"I will meet you at Rehan in about 3 weeks,"
the hawk-faced Algar called across to the seabird.
"Save a little bit of the fighting for me."
"Only if you hurry,"
Laldaran shouted back blithely.
"I'm not sure which are worse,"
Pulgara murmured to Senedra.
"Errands or Alorns?"
"Could they possibly be related?"
Senedra asked. Aunt Paul laughed, then wrinkled her nose as she looked at the wharves of Kotu.
"Come, dear, let's go below. Harbors always have the most distressing odors about them." The fleet passed Kotu and filed into the mouth of the Mrin River. The current was sluggish, and the fins lay green and soggy on either side. Geryon stood near the bow of the seabird, idly watching the gray-green reeds and the scrubby bushes sliding past as the oarsman pulled steadily upstream. "Ah, there you are, Geryon," Queen Porin said, coming up behind him. "I thought we might talk for a few minutes."
"Of course." He had a rather special feeling for this small blonde woman, whose courage and devotion bespoke at once an enormous affection and an ironclad resolve.
"When we reach Boktor, I want to leave Kiva at the palace. I don't think he's going to like it very much, but he's just a little young for battles. If he gets stubborn about it, could you order him to stay behind?"
"Me?"
"You are the overlord of the West, Geryon. I am only his mother."
"Overlord of the West is an overrated title, I'm afraid." He tugged absently at one ear.
"I wonder if I could possibly persuade Senedra to stay in Boktor as well," he mused. "I doubt it. Kiva might accept you as his superior, but Senedra looks upon you as her husband. There is a difference, you know."
He made a wry face. "You're probably right," he admitted. "It's worth a try, though. How far up the Mrin can we go by boat?"
"The North Fork runs into a series of shallows about 20 leagues above Boktor. I suppose we could portage around them, but it wouldn't accomplish very much. 10 leagues further upstream you come to another stretch of shallows, and then there are the rapids. We could spend a great deal of time pulling the boats out of the water, and then putting them back in again."
"Then it would be faster just to start marching when we get to the first shallows?" She nodded.
"It is likely to take several days for my generals to assemble their troops and get their supplies together. I will instruct them to follow us as quickly as they can. Once they join us, we can go on to Rehan and lay siege until Brendig and Hettar arrive."
"You know, you are really very good at this, Porin." She smiled sadly.
"Rodar was a very good teacher."
"You loved him very much, didn't you?"
She sighed then. "More than you can possibly imagine, Geryon."
They reached Boktor the following afternoon, and Geryon accompanied Queen Porin and her slightly sullen son to the palace, with Silk tagging along behind. As soon as they arrived, Porin sent a messenger to the headquarters of the Trasnian military forces.
"Shall we take some time for tea while we are waiting, gentlemen?"
the little blonde queen offered as the three of them sat comfortably in a large airy chamber with red velvet drapes at the windows.
"Only if you can't find anything stronger," Silk replied with an impudent grin.
"Is it not a trifle early in the day for that, Prince Keldar?" she asked him reprovingly.
"I'm an Alorn, auntie dear. It's never too early in the day."
"Keldar, please don't call me that. It makes me feel positively antique."
"But you are, Poran, my aunt. I mean, not antique, of course."
"Are you ever serious about anything?"
"Oh, not if I can help it." She sighed and then laughed a warm tinkle of a laugh.
Perhaps a quarter of an hour later, a stocky man with a red face and a somewhat gaudy orange uniform was shown into the room.
"Your Majesty sent for me?" he asked, bowing respectfully.
"Ah, General Haldar," she replied. "Are you acquainted with His Majesty, King Belgarian?"
"We met briefly, ma'am, at your late husband's funeral." He bowed floridly to Gerion. "Your Majesty."
"General? And of course you have met Prince Keldar?"
"Of course," the general replied. "Your Highness."
"General,"
Silk looked at him closely.
"Isn't that a new decoration, Haldar?"
The red-faced general touched the cluster of medals on his chest somewhat deprecatingly. "That's what generals do in peacetime, Prince Keldar. We give each other medals."
"I'm afraid that the peacetime is at an end, General Haldar,"
Poran said rather crisply.
"You have heard what happened at Jarviksholm and Carrick, I presume?"
"Yes, Your Majesty. It was a well-executed campaign."
"We are now going to proceed against Rehon. The bear cult has abducted King Belgarian's son."
"Abducted?" Haldar's expression was incredulous.
"I am afraid so. I think the time has come to eliminate the cult entirely. That is why we are moving to Rehon. We have a fleet in the harbor loaded with Belgarian's ravens. Tomorrow we will sail up to the shallows and disembark. We will march overland to Rehon. I want you to muster the army and follow us as quickly as you possibly can."
Haldar was frowning as if something he had heard had distracted him. "Are you sure that the Raven Prince was abducted, Your Majesty? He was not killed?"
"No,"
Gerion answered firmly.
"It was clearly an abduction."
Haldar began to pace up and down agitatedly. "But that doesn't make any sense," he muttered almost to himself.
"Do you understand your instructions, General?"
Poran asked him. "What? Oh, yes, Your Majesty. I am to gather the army and catch up with King Belgarian's ravens before they reach Rehon."
"Precisely. We will be joined at Rehon by Algars and elements of the Sundarian army."
"I will start at once, Your Majesty," he assured her.
His expression was still slightly abstracted, and his frown was worried. "Is there anything wrong, General?"
"What? Oh, no, Your Majesty. I will go to headquarters and issue the necessary orders immediately."
"Thank you, General Haldar. That will be all."
"He certainly heard something he didn't like," Silk observed after the general had left.
"We've all heard things lately that we didn't like,"
Gerion added.
"It was not quite the same, though," Silk muttered. "Excuse me for a bit. I think I am going to go ask a few questions."
He rose from his chair and quietly left the room. Early the next morning, the fleet weighed anchor and began to move slowly upstream from Boktor. Though the day had dawned clear and sunny, by noon a heavy cloud cover had swept in off of the Gulf of Kerek to turn the Drasnian countryside gray and depressing. "I hope it doesn't rain," Beric growled from his place at the tiller. "I hate slogging through mud on my way to a fight." The shallows of the Mrin proved to be a very wide stretch of river, where the water rippled over gravel bars.
"Have you ever considered dredging this?"
Gerion asked the Queen of Drasnia.
"No,"
she replied.
"As a matter of policy, I don't want the Mrin
navigable beyond this point. I would rather not have a Tonedran merchantman bypassing Boktor." She smiled sweetly at Tenedra. "I'm not trying to be offensive, dear, but your countrymen always seem to want to avoid customs. As things now stand, I control the North Caravan route, and I need that customs revenue." "I understand, Porin," Tenedra assured her. "I would do it that way myself."
They beached the fleet on the northern bank of the river, and Gerion's forces began to disembark.
"You'd lead the ships back down river and cross to Darin, then?" Beric said to the bearded Greldic. "Right," Greldic said. "I'll have Brentig and his centaurs back here within a week." "Good. Tell him to follow us to Rehon as quickly as he can. I've never been happy with the idea of long sieges."
"Are you going to send Seabird back with me?" Beric scratched at his beard thoughtfully.
"No,"
he said finally.
"I think I'll leave her here."
"Believe me, I'm not going to get her sunk, Beric."
"I know, but I just feel better about the idea of having her here in case I need her. Will you come to Raihan with Brendig? There is bound to be some good fighting."
Greldic's face grew mournful.
"No. Anheg ordered me to come back to Val Alon when I finish freighting the Sindars here." "Oh, that's too bad," Greldic grunted sourly. "Have fun at Raihan, and try not to get yourself killed. I will make a very special point of it."
By the time the troops and supplies had all been unloaded, it was late afternoon. The clouds continued to roll in, though there was as yet no rain. "I think we may as well set up camp here," Gerion said to the others, as they all stood on the gently sloping riverbank. "We wouldn't get too far before dark anyway, and if we get a good night's sleep, we can start early in the morning."
"That makes sense," Silk agreed. "Did you find out anything about Haldar?" Queen Porin asked the rat-faced little man. "I know there was something about him that was bothering you."
"Oh, nothing really very specific. He has been doing a lot of traveling lately, though."
"He is a general, Keldar, and my chief of staff. Generals do have to make inspection tours from time to time, you know."
"Yes, but usually not alone," Silk replied.
"When he makes these trips, he doesn't even take his aide along." "I think you are being just overly suspicious."
"It's my nature to be suspicious, Auntie dear." She stamped her foot.
"Will you stop calling me that?"
He looked at her mildly.
"Does it really bother you, Porin?" "I have told you that it bothers me."
"Maybe I ought to try to remember that, then."
"You are absolutely impossible, do you know that?"
"Of course I do, Auntie dear." For the next 2 days, the Riven army marched steadily eastward across the desolate gray-green moors, a wasteland of barren, sparsely vegetated hills, interspersed with rank patches of thorn and bramble springing up around dark pools of stagnant water. The sky remained gray and threatening, but there was as yet no rain. Gerion rode at the head of the column with a bleakly determined look on his face. Speaking infrequently except to issue commands, his scouts reported at intervals announcing that there was no sign of Colt forces ahead, and with equal certainty that there was as yet no evidence that the Drasnian pikemen under General Haldar were coming up from the rear. When they stopped for a hasty midday meal on that second day, Polgara approached him gravely. Her blue cloak seemed to whisper through the tall grass as she came, and her familiar fragrance came to him on the vagrant breeze.
"Let's walk a bit, Gerion," she said quietly. "There is something that we need to discuss."
"All right." His reply was short, even curt. She did something then that she had rarely done in the past several years. With a kind of solemn affection, she linked her arm in his, and together they walked away from the army and the rest of their friends, moving up a grassy knoll. "You have grown very grim in the past few weeks, dear," she said, as they stopped at the crest of the knoll. "Well, I think I've got reason enough, Aunt Paul. I know that you have been hurt deeply by all of this, Geryon, and that you are filled with a great rage. But don't let it turn you into a savage. Aunt Paul, I did not start this. They tried to kill my wife. Then they murdered one of my closest friends, and they tried to start a war between me and Anheg, and now they have stolen my son. Don't you think that a little punishment might be in order?" "Perhaps," she replied, looking directly into his face. "But you must not allow your sense of outrage to run away with you and make you decide to start wading in blood. You have tremendous power, Geryon, and you could very easily use it to do unspeakable things to your enemies. If you do that, the power will turn you into something as vile as Torak. You'll begin to take pleasure in the horrors that you inflict. In time, that pleasure will come to own you." He stared at her, startled by the intensity of her voice and by the way that single white lock at her brow seemed to blaze up suddenly. "It is a very real danger, Geryon. In a peculiar way, you are in more peril right now than you were when you faced Torak. I'm not going to let them get away with what they have done," he said stubbornly. "I'm not just going to let them go." "I am not suggesting that you do, dear. We will be at Rayon soon, and there will be fighting. You are an Elorn, and I am sure that you will be very enthusiastic about the fighting. I want you to promise me that you will not let that enthusiasm and your sense of outrage push you over the line into wanton slaughter." "Not if they surrender," he replied stiffly. "And what then? What will you do with your prisoners?" He frowned. He had not really considered that. "For the most part, the bear cult is composed of the ignorant and the misguided. They are so obsessed with a single idea that they can't even comprehend the enormity of what they have done. Will you butcher them for stupidity? Stupidity is unfortunate, but it hardly deserves that kind of punishment." "What about Ulfgar?" She smiled a bleak little smile. "Now that," she said, "is another matter." A large blue-banded hawk spiraled down out of the murky sky.
"Are we having a little family get-together?" Belden asked harshly, even as he shimmered into his own form.
"Where have you been, Uncle?" Aunt Paul asked him quite calmly. "I left word with the twins for you to catch up with us."
"I just got back from Malloreon," he grunted, scratching at his stomach. "Where's Belgarath?"
"At Val Alorn," she replied. "And then he is going on to Mar Terran. He's trying to follow the trail that is supposed to be hidden in the mysteries. You have heard about what's happened?"
"Most of it, I think. The twins showed me the passage that was hidden in the Mrin Codex, and I heard about the Riven Warder and Belgarion's son. You're moving against Rayon, right?"
"Naturally. That is the source of the infection."
The hunchback looked speculatively at Geryon. "Well, I'm sure you're an expert tactician, Belgarion, but your reasoning escapes me this time."
Geryon looked at him blankly.
"You are moving to attack a superior force in a fortified city, right?"
"I suppose you could put it that way."
"Well, then why is more than half your army camped at the shallows of the Mrin, 2 days behind you? Don't you think you might need them?"
"What are you talking about, Uncle?"
"I thought I was speaking quite plainly. The Dresnian army is camped at the shallows. They don't show any signs of planning to move at any time in the near future. They're even fortifying their positions."
"That's impossible,"
he shrugged. "Fly back and have a look for yourself."
"We had better go tell the others, Geryon," Aunt Paul said gravely. "Something has gone terribly wrong somewhere." Chapter 22.
"What is that man thinking of?"
Queen Porin burst out, in a sudden, uncharacteristic fury.
I specifically ordered him to catch up with us.
Silk's face was bleak. I think we should have checked the inestimable General Halder's feet for that telltale brand, he said.
You're not serious,
Porin exclaimed. He's deliberately disobeying your orders, Porin, and he is doing it in such a way as to endanger you and all the rest of us.
Believe me, I will get to the bottom of this as soon as I get back to Baktor.
Unfortunately, we're not going in that direction just now.
Then I will go back to the Shallows alone, she declared. If necessary, I will relieve him of his command.
No, he said firmly. You won't. She stared at him incredulously.
Keldar, do you realize to whom you are speaking?
Perfectly, Porin. But it's too dangerous.
It is my duty.
No. Actually, your duty is to stay alive long enough to raise Kiva to be king of Trasnia. She bit her lip.
That is unfair, Keldar.
Yes, life is hard, Porin.
He is right, Your Majesty,
Javelin said.
General Haldar has already committed treason by disobeying you. I don't think that he would hesitate to add your murder to the crime.
We're going to need some men, Beric rumbled. A few anyway. Otherwise, we're going to have to stop and wait for Brendig.
Silk shook his head. Haldar's camped at the Shallows. If what we suspect is true, he can keep Brendig from ever disembarking his troops.
Well,
Zinedra demanded angrily.
What do we do now?
I don't think we've got much choice, Beric said. We'll have to turn around and go back to the Shallows and arrest Haldor for treason. Then we turn around and come back with the pikemen.
That could take almost a week.
What other alternatives do we have? We have to have those pikemen.
I think you're overlooking something, Beric, Silk said. Have you noticed a slight chill in the air the last 2 days?
A little. In the mornings.
We're in northeastern Trasnia. Winter comes very early up here.
Winter? But it's only early autumn.
We are a very long way north, my friend. We could get the first snowfall at any time now. Beric started to swear. Silk motioned Javelin aside, and the two of them spoke together briefly.
It is all falling apart, isn't it, Geryon?
Zinedra said, her lower lip starting to tremble. We'll fix it, Zinedra, he said to her, taking her in his arms.
But how?
I haven't quite worked that out yet.
We are vulnerable, Geryon, Beric called seriously. We're marching directly into cult territory with a vastly inferior force. We're wide open to ambush.
You'll need somebody to scout on ahead,
Belden added, looking up from the piece of cold meat he had been tearing at with his teeth. He stuffed the rest of the chunk into his mouth and wiped his fingers on the front of his filthy tunic.
I can be fairly unobtrusive, if I want to be.
I'll take care of that, Uncle, Polgara told him. Hetar's coming north with the Algar clans. Could you go to him and tell him what has happened? We need him as quickly as he can get here. He gave her an appraising look, still chewing on the chunk of meat.
Not a bad idea, Paul. I thought that married life might have made your wits soft. But it looks as if it's only your behind that's getting flabby.
Do you mind, Uncle?
I'd better get started.
He crouched, spread his arms, and shimmered into the form of a hawk. I'll be away for a few days, Silk said, coming back to join them. We might be able to salvage this yet. And then he turned on his heel and went directly to his horse. Where's he going? Geryon asked Javelin.
We need men,
Javelin replied.
He's going after some.
Porin, Polgara called, trying to look back down over her shoulder. "Does it seem to you that I have been putting on a few extra pounds in the past months?" Poran gently smiled.
"Of course not, Polgara. He was only teasing you."
Polgara, however, still had a slightly worried look on her face as she removed her blue cloak. "I'll go on ahead," she told Geryon. "Keep your troops moving, but do not run. I don't want you to blunder into something before I have a chance to warn you." Then she blurred, and the great snowy owl drifted away on soft, noiseless wings. Geryon moved his forces carefully after that, deploying them into the best possible defensive posture as they marched. He doubled his scouts and rode personally to the top of every hill, along the way searching the terrain ahead. The pace of their march slowed to be no more than 5 leagues a day. Though the delay fretted him, he felt that he had no real choice in the matter. Polgara returned each morning to report that no apparent dangers lay ahead, and then she flew away again on noiseless wings.
"How does she manage that?"
Tinedra asked.
"I don't think she's sleeping at all."
"Paul can go for weeks without sleep," Durnick told her. "She'll be all right, if it doesn't go on for too long."
"Bulgarian,"
Erend said in his light voice, pulling his chestnut stallion in beside Geryon's mount.
"You did know that we're being watched, didn't you?"
"What?"
"There are men watching us."
"Where?"
"Several places. They're awfully well hidden. And there are other men galloping back and forth between that town we're going to and the army back at the river."
"I don't like that very much," Beric said. "It sounds as if they're trying to coordinate something."
Geryon looked back over his shoulder at Queen Poran, who rode beside Sinedra. "Would the Drasnian army attack us if Haldar ordered them to?"
"No,"
Queen Poran answered quite firmly.
"The troops are absolutely loyal to me. They would refuse that kind of order."
"What if they thought you were being rescued?" Erend asked.
"Rescued?"
"That's what Ulfgar is suggesting," the young man replied. "The general's supposed to tell his troops that our army here is holding you prisoner."
"I think they would attack under those circumstances, Your Majesty," Javelin said. "And if they caught and the army catch us between them, we could be in the very deepest of trouble."
"What else can go wrong?" Geryon fumed.
"At least it is not snowing," Lotharan said. "Not yet, anyway."
The army seemed almost to crawl across the barren landscape as the clouds continued to roll ponderously overhead. The world seemed locked in a chill, colorless gray, and each morning the scum of ice lying on the stagnant pools was thicker.
"We are never going to get there at this rate, Geryon,"
Sinedra said impatiently one gloomy midday as she rode beside him. "If we get ambushed, we might not get there at all, Sinedra. I don't like this any more than you do, but I don't think we've really got much choice."
"I want my baby."
"So do I."
"Well, then do something."
"I'm open to suggestions."
"Can't you—"
She made a vague sort of gesture with one hand. He shook his head. "You know that there are limits to that sort of thing, Sinedra?"
"Well, what good is it then?"
she demanded bitterly, pulling her gray raven cloak more tightly about her against the chill. The great white owl awaited them just over the next rise. She sat on a broken limb of a dead white snag, observing them with her unblinking golden eyes.
"Lady Polgara?"
Sinedra greeted her with a formal inclination of her head. Gravely, the white owl returned her a stiff little bow. Geryon suddenly laughed. The owl blurred, and the air around it wavered briefly. Then Polgara was there, seated sedately on the limb with her ankles crossed. "What is so amusing, Geryon?" "I've never seen a bird bow before. It just struck me as funny, that's all." "Try not to let it overwhelm you, dear," she said primly. "Come over here and help me down." "Yes, Aunt Paul." After he had helped her to the ground, she looked at him soberly. "There is a large colt force lying in wait 2 leagues ahead of you." "How large?" half again as large as yours.
"We'd better go tell the others, then," he said grimly, turning his horse.
"Is there any way we could slip around them?"
Dernick asked after Polgara had told them of the cultists lying in ambush ahead of them. "I don't think so, Dernick. They know why we are here, and I am sure we are being watched."
"We must needs attack them, then," Malloreon asserted. "Our cause is just, and we must inevitably prevail."
"That's an interesting superstition, Malloreon, but I'd prefer to have numbers on my side," said Barak.
The big man turned to Polgara.
"How are they deployed? What I mean is—"
"I know what the word means, Barak." She scraped a patch of ground bare with her foot and picked up a stick. "This trail we are following runs through a ravine that cuts through that low range of hills just ahead. At about the deepest part of the ravine, there are several gullies running up the sides. There are 4 separate groups of cultists, each one hiding in a different gully." She sketched out the terrain ahead with her stick. "They obviously plan to let us march right into the middle of them, and then attack us from all sides at once." Dernick was frowning as he studied her sketch.
"We could easily defeat any one of those troops," he suggested, rubbing thoughtfully at one cheek. "All we really need is some way to keep the other 3 groups out of the fight."
"Well, that sort of sums it up," Barak said. "But I don't think they'll stay away just because they were not invited."
"No," the smith agreed. "So we'll probably have to put up some kind of barrier to prevent their joining in."
"You have thought of something, haven't you, Dernick?" Queen Porin observed.
"What manner of barrier could possibly keep these villains from rushing to the aid of their comrades?"
Dernick shrugged.
"Fire'd probably work."
Javelin shook his head and pointed at the low gorse bushes in the field beside them.
"Everything in this area is still green. I don't think it's going to burn very well."
Dernick smiled.
"It doesn't have to be a real fire."
"Could you do that, Polgara?"
Barak asked, his eyes coming alight. She considered it for a moment. "Not in 3 places at once."
But there are 3 of us, Paul," the smith reminded her. "You could block one group with an illusion of fire. I could take the second, and Geryon the third. We could pin all 3 groups in their separate gullies, and then after we've finished with the first group, we can move on to the next."
He frowned slightly.
"The only problem with that is, I'm not sure exactly how to go about creating the illusion."
"It's not too difficult, dear. It shouldn't take long for you and Geryon to get the knack of it."
"What do you think?"
Queen Porin asked Javelin.
"It is dangerous," he told her. "Very dangerous." "Do we have any choice?" "Not that I can think of right offhand."
"Well, that's it, then," Geryon said. "If the rest of you will tell the troops what we're going to do, Dernick and I can start learning how to build imaginary bonfires." It was perhaps an hour later, when the Riven troops moved out tensely, each man walking through the gray-green gorse with his hand close to his weapon. The low range of hills lay dark ahead of them, and the weedy track they followed led directly into the boulder-strewn ravine, where the unseen bear cultists waited in ambush. Geryon steeled himself as they entered that ravine, drawing in his will and carefully remembering everything Aunt Paul had taught him. The plan worked surprisingly well. As the first group of cultists dashed from the concealment of their gully with their weapons aloft and shouts of triumph on their lips, Geryon, Dernick, and Polgara instantly blocked the mouths of the other 3 gullies. The charging cult members faltered, their triumph changing to chagrin, as they gaped at the sudden flames that prevented their comrades from joining the fray. Geryon's Rivens moved immediately to take advantage of that momentary hesitation. Step by step, the first group of cultists were pushed back into the narrow confines of the gully that had concealed them. Geryon could pay only scant attention to the progress of the fight. He sat astride his horse with Loldoran at his side, concentrating entirely upon projecting the images of flames and the sense of heat and the crackle of fire across the mouth of the gully opposite the one where the fight was in progress. Dimly, through the leaping flames, he could see the members of the cult trying to shield their faces from an intense heat that was not really there. And then, the one thing that had not occurred to any of them happened. The trapped cult members in Geryon's gully began to throw buckets full of water, hastily dipped from a stagnant pond on the imaginary flames. There was, of course, no hiss of steam nor any other visible effect of that attempt to quench the illusion. After several moments, a cult member, cringing and wincing, stepped through the fire.
"It isn't real," he shouted back over his shoulder. "The fire's not real."
"This is, though," Loldoran muttered grimly, sinking an arrow into the man's chest. The cultist threw up his arms and toppled over backward into the fire, which had no effect on his limp body. That, of course, gave the whole thing away. First a few, and then a score, or more cult members ran directly through Geryon's illusion. Loldoran's hands blurred as he shot arrow after arrow into the milling ranks at the mouth of the gully.
"There are too many of them, Geryon. I cannot hold them. We will have to fall back," he shouted. "Aunt Paul," Geryon yelled, "they're breaking through."
"Push them back," she called to him.
"Use your will."
He concentrated even more and pushed a solid barrier of his will at the men emerging from the gully. At first it seemed that it might even work, but the effort he was exerting was enormous, and he soon began to tire. The edges of his hastily erected barrier began to fray and tatter, and the men he was trying so desperately to hold back began to find those weak spots. Dimly, even as he bent all of his concentration on maintaining the barrier, he heard a sullen rumble, almost like distant thunder.
"Geryon!" Loldoran cried. "Horsemen! Hundreds of them!"
In dismay, Geryon looked quickly up the ravine and saw a sudden horde of riders coming down the steep cut from the east. "Aunt Paul!" he shouted, even as he reached back over his shoulder to draw Iron Grip's great sword. The wave of riders, however, veered sharply just as they reached him, and crashed directly into the front ranks of the cultists who were on the verge of breaking through his barrier. This new force was composed of lean, leather-tough men in black, and their eyes had a peculiar angularity to them.
"Nadrax! By the gods, they're Nadrax!"
Geryon heard Beric shout from somewhere across the ravine.
"What are they doing here?"
Geryon muttered, half to himself.
"Geryon!"
Loldoran exclaimed.
"That man in the middle of the riders, is that not Prince Keldar?"
The new troops charging into the furious melee quickly turned the tide of battle. They charged directly into the faces of the startled cultists, who were emerging from the mouths of the gullies, inflicting dreadful casualties. Once he had committed his horsemen, Silk dropped back to join Geryon and Loldoran in the center of the ravine.
"Good day, gentlemen,"
he greeted them with aplomb.
"I hope I did not keep you waiting."
"Where did you get all of the Nadrax?" Geryon demanded, trembling with sudden relief.
"In Garhag Nadrak, of course."
"Why would they want to help us?"
"Because I paid them," Silk shrugged. "You owe me a great deal of money, Geryon." "How did you find so many so fast?" "Yarbleck and I have a fur trading station just across the border. The trappers who brought in their furs last spring were just lying around drinking and gambling, and so I hired them." "You got here just in time." "I noticed that. Those fires of yours were a nice touch." "Up until the point where they started throwing water on them, that's when things started to get tense."
A few hundred of the trapped cultists managed to escape the general destruction by scrambling up the steep sides of the gullies and fleeing out onto the barren moors, but for most of their fellows, there was no escape. Barak rode out of the gully where the Riven troops were mopping up the few survivors of the initial charge.
"Do you want to give them a chance to surrender?" he asked Geryon.
Geryon remembered the conversation he and Polgara had had several days previously. "I suppose we should," he said after a moment's thought.
"You don't have to, you know. Under the circumstances, no one would blame you if you wiped them out to the very last man."
"No," Geryon said. "I don't think I really want to do that. Tell the ones that are left that we'll spare their lives if they throw down their weapons."
Barak shrugged. "It's up to you."
"Silk, you lying little thief,"
a tall Nadrak in a felt coat and an outrageous fur hat exclaimed. He was roughly searching the body of a slain cultist.
"You said that they all had money on them, and that they were loaded down with gold chains and bracelets. All this one has on him is fleas."
"Perhaps I exaggerated just a trifle, Yablek," Silk said urbanely to his partner.
"I ought to gut you. Do you know that?"
"Why, Yarblek," Silk replied with feigned astonishment. "Is that any way to talk to your brother?"
"Brother?"
the Nadrak snorted, rising and planting a solid kick in the side of the body that had so sorely disappointed him. "That's what we agreed when we went into this partnership, that we were going to treat each other like brothers."
"Don't twist words on me, you little weasel. Besides, I stuck a knife in my brother 20 years ago for lying to me."
As the last of the trapped and outnumbered cultists threw down their arms in surrender, Polgara, Tsinedra, and Errand came cautiously up the ravine, accompanied by the filthy, hunchbacked Belden.
"Your Algar reinforcements are still several days away,"
the ugly little sorcerer told Geryon.
"I tried to hurry them along. They're very tender-hearted with their horses. Where did you get all these Nadraks?"
"Silk hired them." Belden nodded approvingly.
"Mercenaries always make the best soldiers," he said.
The coarse-faced Yarblek had been looking at Polgara, his eyes alight with recognition.
"You're still as handsome as ever, girl," he said to her. "Have you changed your mind about letting me buy you?"
"No, Yarblek. Not yet, anyway. You arrived at an excellent time."
"Only because some lying little thief told me there was loot to be had."
He glared at Silk and then nudged the body he was standing over with his foot.
"Frankly, I would make more money plucking dead chickens."
Belden looked at Geryon.
"If you intend to see your son again before he has a full beard, you'd better get moving."
"I've got to make some arrangements about the prisoners," Geryon replied.
"What's to arrange?" Yarblek shrugged. "Line them up and chop off their heads."
"Absolutely not."
"What's the point of fighting if you can't butcher the prisoners when it's over?"
"Someday, when we have some time, I'll explain it to you," Silk told him.
"Ah, Alorns,"
Yarblek sighed, casting his eyes toward the murky sky.
"Yarblek, you mangy son of a dog!"
It was a raven-haired woman in leather breeches and a tight-fitting leather vest. There was at once a vast anger and an overwhelming physical presence about her.
"I thought you said we could make a profit by picking over the dead. These vermin don't have a thing on them."
"We were misled, fella,"
he replied somberly, giving Silk a flinty look.
"I told you not to trust that rat-faced little sneak. You're not only ugly, Yarblek, you're stupid as well."
Geryon had been looking curiously at this angry woman. "Isn't that the girl who danced in the tavern that time in Garog Nadrak?" he asked Silk, remembering the girl's overwhelming sensuality that had stirred the blood of every man in that wayside drinking establishment. The little man nodded. "She married that trapper Tech, but he came out second best in an argument with a bear a few years back, and his brother sold her to Yarblek."
"Worst mistake I ever made,"
Yarblek said mournfully.
"She is almost as fast with her knives as she is with her tongue."
He pulled back one sleeve and showed them an angry red scar.
and all I was trying to do was to be friendly."
She laughed.
"Ha! You know the rules, ya Black. If you want to keep your guts on the inside, you keep your hands to yourself."
Belden's eyes had a peculiar expression in them as he looked at her.
"Yeah, spirited wench, isn't she?" he murmured to Yarblick. "I admire a woman with quick wit and a ready tongue."
A wild hope suddenly flared in Yarblick's eyes.
"You like her?" he asked eagerly. "I will sell her to you if you want."
"Have you lost your mind entirely, Yarblick?"
Vela demanded indignantly.
"Please, Vela, I am talking business."
"This shabby old troll couldn't buy a tankard of cheap ale, much less me."
She turned to Belden.
"Have you even got 2 coins to rub together, you jackass?"
she demanded of him.
"Now you've gone and spoiled the whole negotiation,"
Yarblick accused her plaintively. Belden, however, gave the dark-haired woman a wicked, lopsided grin.
"You interest me, girl. Nobody's done that for longer than I can remember. Try to work on your threats and curses a bit, though. The rhythm isn't quite right."
He turned to Polgara.
"I think I'll go and see what those Dresnian pikemen are up to. Somehow I don't believe that we want them creeping up behind us."
Then he spread his arms, crouched, and became a hawk. Vela stared incredulously after him as he soared away.
"How did he do that?"
she gasped. "Oh, he's very talented," Silk replied.
"Yes, indeed."
She turned on Yarblick with a fire in her eyes.
"Why did you let me talk to him like that?"
she demanded.
"You know how important first impressions are. Now he'll never make a decent offer for me."
"You can tell for yourself that he doesn't have any money."
"There are other things than money, Yarblick."
Yarblick shook his head and walked away, muttering to himself. Tinedra's eyes were as hard and as green as agates.
"Geryon,"
she said in a deceptively quiet voice,
"one day very soon, we will want to talk about these taverns you mentioned, and dancing girls, and a few other matters as well."
"It was a long time ago, dear," he said quickly.
"Not nearly long enough." "Does anybody have anything to eat?"
Vela demanded, looking around.
"I'm as hungry as a bitch wolf with 10 puppies."
"I can probably find something for you," Polgara replied. Vela looked at her and her eyes slowly widened.
"Are you who I think you are?"
she asked in an awed voice.
"That depends on who you think I am, dear." "I understand that you dance?"
Tinedra said in a chilly voice. Vela shrugged.
"All women dance. I am just the best, that's all." "You seem very sure of yourself, Mistress Vela." "I just recognize facts."
Vela looked curiously at Tinedra.
"My, you are a tiny one, aren't you?" she asked. "Are you really full-grown?" "I am the Queen of Riva," Tinedra replied, drawing herself up to her full height. "Oh, good for you, girl," Vela said warmly, clapping her on the shoulder. "I always enjoy seeing a woman getting ahead."
It was mid-morning of a gray, cloudy day when Geryon crested a hill and looked across a shallow valley at the imposing bulk of Rehon. The town stood atop a steep hill, and its walls reared up sharply out of the rank gorse covering the slopes.
"Well,"
Beric said quietly as he joined Geryon.
"There it is."
"I didn't realize the walls were quite so high," Geryon admitted.
"They've been working on them," Beric said, pointing. "You can see that new stonework on the parapet."
Flying defiantly above the city, the scarlet banner of the bear cult, a blood-red flag with the black outline of a shambling bear in the center, snapped in the chill breeze. For some reason, that flag raised an almost irrational rage in Geryon. "I want that thing down," he said, from between clenched teeth.
"That's why we came,"
Beric told him. Mandoralin, burnished in his armor, joined them. "This isn't going to be easy, is it?" Geryon said to them.
"It won't be so bad," Beric replied, "once Hathor gets here."
Mandoralan had been assessing the town's fortifications with a professional eye.
"I foresee no insurmountable difficulties," he declared confidently. "Immediately upon the return of the several hundred men I dispatched to procure timbers from the forest lying some leagues to the north, I shall begin the construction of the siege engines."
"Can you actually throw a rock big enough to knock a hole in walls that thick?" Garion asked dubiously.
"'Tis not a single stroke that reduces them, Garion," the knight replied. "It is the repetition of blow after blow. I will ring the town with engines and rain stones upon their walls. I doubt not that there will be a breach or two ere my Lord Hathor arrives."
"Won't the people inside repair them as fast as you break them?"
"Not if you've got other catapults throwing burning pitch at them. It's very hard to concentrate on anything when you're on fire," Beric said.
Garion winced. "I hate using fire on people," he said, briefly remembering Asherak, the Murgo.
"It is the only way, Garion.
Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of good men."
Garion sighed. "All right, let's get started then." Reinforced by Yarblik's trappers, the Rivens drew up in a wide circle around the fortified town. Though their combined numbers were not yet sufficient to mount a successful assault on the high, grim walls, they were, nonetheless, enough to seal the town effectively. The construction of Mandoralan's siege engines took but a few days. Once they were completed and moved into position, the steady twang of tightly twisted ropes, uncoiling with terrific force, and the sharp crack of heavy rocks shattering against the walls of Rehon was almost continual. Garion watched from a vantage point atop a nearby hill as rock after rock lofted high into the air to smash down on those seemingly impregnable walls.
"It is a sad thing to watch,"
Queen Porin noted as she joined him. A stiff breeze tugged at her black gown and stirred her flaxen hair as she moodily watched Mandoralan's engines pounding relentlessly at the walls of Rehon.
"Rehon has stood here for almost 3,000 years. It has been like a rock guarding our frontier. It seems very strange to attack one of my own cities, particularly when you consider the fact that half of our forces are Nadraks, the very people Rehon was built to hold off in the first place."
"Wars are always a little absurd, Porin," Garion agreed.
"More than just a little. Oh, Bulgra asked me to tell you that Belden has come back. He has something to tell you."
"All right. Shall we go back down, then?" He offered the Queen of Thrasnia his arm. Belden was lounging on the grass near the tents, gnawing the shreds of meat off of a soup bone and exchanging casual insults with Vela.
"You've got a bit of a problem, Belgarion," he said. "Those Drasnian pikemen have broken camp, and they are marching this way."
Garion frowned. "How far away is Hathor?"
"Far enough to turn it into a race," the little hunchback replied. "I expect that the whole outcome's going to depend upon which army gets here first."
"The Drasnians wouldn't really attack us, would they?"
Tinedra asked.
"It is hard to say,"
Porin replied.
"If Haldar has convinced them that Garion is holding me prisoner, they might. Javelin took a horse and rode back to see if he could find out exactly what's going on."
Garion began to pace up and down, gnawing worriedly on one fingernail.
"Don't bite your nails, dear,"
Polgara told him.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he replied automatically, still lost in thought. "Is Hathor coming as fast as he can?" he asked Belden.
"He's pushing his horses about as hard as they can be pushed."
"If there was only some way to slow down those pikemen."
"I've got a couple of ideas," Belden said. He looked at Polgara. "What do you say to a bit of flying, Paul?" he asked. "I might need some help with this."
"I don't want you to hurt those men,"
Queen Porin said firmly.
They are my people, even if they are being misled.
If what I've got in mind works, nobody's going to get hurt, Belden reassured her. He rose to his feet and dusted off the back of his filthy tunic. I've enjoyed chatting with you, girl, he said to Vela. She unleashed a string of expletives at him that turned Senedra's face pale. You're getting better at that, he approved. I think you're starting to get the hang of it. Coming, Paul? Vela's expression was indecipherable as she watched the blue-banded hawk and the snowy owl spiraling upward. Chapter 23. Later that day, Geryon rode out to continue his observation of the ongoing siege of the town of Rehon. He found Barak, Mandaralan, and Dernick in the midst of a discussion. It has to do with the way the walls are built, Mandaralan, Dernick was trying to explain. A city wall is put together to withstand exactly what you're trying to do to that one. Mandaralan shrugged. It becomes a test, then. A test, good man, to discover which is the stronger, their walls or mine engines. That's the kind of test that could take months, then, Dernick pointed out. But if instead of throwing rocks at the outside of the wall, you lob them all the way over to hit the inside of the wall on the far side, you'd stand a pretty fair chance of toppling them outward. Mandaralan frowned, mulling it over in his mind. It could be right, Mandaralan, Barak added. City walls are usually buttressed from the inside. They're built to keep the people out, not in. If you bang rocks against the inside of the walls, you won't have the strength of the buttresses to contend with. Not only that, if the walls fall outward, they'll provide us with the natural ramp into the city. That way we won't need scaling ladders. Yarblik sauntered over to join the discussion, his fur cap at a jaunty angle. After Dernick had explained his idea, the rangy-looking Nadrak's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He's got a point, Erend, he said to Mandaralan. And after you have pounded the walls from the inside for a while, we can throw a few grappling hooks over the top of them. If the walls have already been weakened, we should be able to pull them down. I must admit the feasibility of these most unorthodox approaches to the art of the siege, Mandaralan said. Though they both do fly in the face of long-established tradition, they show promise of shortening the tedious procedure of reducing the walls. He looked curiously at Yarblik. I had not previously considered this notion of using grappling hooks just so. Yarblik laughed coarsely. Yes, probably because you are not a Nadrak. We are an impatient people, so we don't build very good walls. I have put down some pretty stout-looking houses in my time, for one reason or another. I think, though, that we don't want to yank down the walls too soon, Barak cautioned. The people inside outnumber us just now, and we don't want to give them any reason to come swarming out of that place. If you pull a man's walls down, it usually makes him very grouchy. The siege of Rehon continued for 2 more days before Javelin returned astride an exhausted horse. Haldas put his own people in most of the positions of authority in the army, he reported, once they had all gathered in the large dun-colored tent serving as the headquarters of the besieging army. They're going all around making speeches about Bulgarian taking Queen Poran prisoner. They've about halfway persuaded the troops that they're coming to her rescue. Was there any sign of Brendig and the Sendars yet? Geryon asked. I didn't see them personally, but Haldar has 6 troops moving at a forced march, and he's got a lot of scouts out behind him. I think he believes that Brendig's right on his heels. On the way back, I ran into Lady Pulgara and the sorcerer Belden. They seem to be planning something.
But I did not have the time to get any details.
He slumped in his chair with a look of exhaustion on his face.
You are tired, Kendon, Queen Porin said. Why don't you get a few hours' sleep, and we'll gather here again this evening?
I am all right, Your Majesty, he said quickly.
Go to bed, Javelin. Your contributions to our discussions won't be very coherent if you keep falling asleep in your chair.
You might as well do as she says, Javelin, Silk advised. She's going to mother you whether you like it or not.
That will do, Silk,
Porin said. Oh, but you will, Auntie. You're known far and wide as the little mother of Drasnia.
I said, that will do.
Yes, Mother.
I think you're walking on very thin ice, Silk,
Yarblick said. Oh, I always walk on thin ice. It gives my life a certain zest. The gloomy days were slowly settling into an even gloomier evening as Geryon and his friends gathered once more in the large tent near the center of the encampment. Yarblick had brought a number of rolled-up rugs with him and several iron braziers, and these contributions to their headquarters added certain garish, even barbaric touches to the interior of the tent.
Where is Silk?
Geryon asked, looking around as they all seated themselves around the glowing braziers.
I think he's out snooping,
Beric replied. Geryon made a face. I wish that just once he'd be where he's supposed to be. Javelin looked much more alert after his few hours of sleep. His expression, however, was grave.
We're starting to run out of time, he told them. We've got 3 armies converging on this place. Lord Hettar is coming up from the south, and General Brendig is coming in from the west. Unfortunately, the Drasnian pikemen are very likely to get here first.
Unless Paul and Belden can slow them down, Turnick added.
I have every confidence in Lady Polgra and Master Belden, Javelin said. But I think we should decide what we are going to do in the event that they are not successful. It is always best to prepare for the worst.
Wisely spoken, my lord, Mandaralin murmured.
Now, the chief of Drasnian intelligence continued, we don't truly want to fight the pikemen. First of all, they are not really our enemies. Secondly, a battle with them is going to weaken our forces to the point that a sortie and force from the city could conceivably defeat us. What are you leading up to, Javelin? Porin asked. I think we're going to have to get into the city.
We haven't got enough men, Beric said flatly. And 'twill take several more days to reduce these walls, Mandaralin added.
Javelin held up one hand. If we concentrate the siege engines on one section of wall, we should be able to bring it down within 1 day.
But that just announces which quarter that we will attack from, Luldarin protested. The forces in the city will be concentrated there to repel us.
Not if the city is on fire, Javelin replied.
Absolutely out of the question, Geryon said. My son could be in that town. I'm not going to risk his life by setting the whole place on fire.
I still say that we haven't got enough men to take the city.
We don't have to take the whole city, my lord of Thralheim. All we need to do is to get our men inside. If we take 1/4 of the town and fortify it, we can hold off the cult from the inside and Haldar from the outside. Then we simply sit tight and wait for Lord Hettar and General Brendig.
It's got some possibilities, Yarblick said. The way things stand right now, we are caught in the nutcracker. If those pikemen get here first, about all your friends are going to be able to do when they arrive is to pick up the pieces.
No, fire, Geryon declared adamantly.
I do fear me that however we proceed, we may not gain entry into the city ere the walls are breached, Manderellen observed. The walls aren't really any problem, Dernick said quietly. No wall's any better than its foundation. It is quite impossible, good man, Manderellen told him. A wall's foundation has the entire weight resting upon it. No engine in the world can move such a mass. I wasn't talking about an engine, Dernick said.
What have you got in mind, Dernick?
It's not really going to be that hard, Geryon, Dernick said. I did a bit of looking around. The walls aren't resting on rock. They're resting on packed dirt. All we've got to do is soften that dirt a bit. There's plenty of underground water in this region. If we put our heads together, you and I ought to be able to bring it up under one section of the wall without anyone inside the city knowing what we've done. Once the ground is soft enough, a few dozen of Yarbleck's grappling hooks ought to be enough to topple it.
Can it be done, Geryon? Loldoran asked doubtfully. Geryon thought it through. Well, it's possible. It's very possible.
And if we did it at night, we could be in position to rush into the city just as soon as the wall falls. We could get inside without losing a single man.
It is a novel solution, Silk observed from the doorway of the tent. A little unethical, perhaps, but novel all the same.
Where have you been, you little sneak? Yarbleck demanded.
In Rayon, actually.
You were inside the city?
Barak asked in surprise. Silk shrugged. Of course. I thought it might be appropriate to get a friend of ours out of there before we took the place apart. He stepped aside with a mocking little bow to admit the honey-blonde Margravine Lizelle.
Now that is a splendid-looking young woman,
Yarbleck breathed in admiration. Lizelle smiled at him, the dimples dancing in her cheeks. How did you get inside? Geryon asked the rat-faced little man. You really wouldn't want to know, Geryon, Silk told him. There is always a way in or out of a city, if you're really serious about it.
You two don't smell too good, Yarbleck noted.
It has to do with the route we took,
Lizelle replied, wrinkling her nose. You're looking well, Javelin said conversationally to his niece. All things considered.
Thank you, Uncle,
she replied. Then she turned to Geryon.
Are the rumors going about the city true, Your Majesty? Has your son been abducted?
Geryon nodded grimly. It happened just after we took Jarvexholm. That's why we're here.
But Prince Garan does not seem to be in Rayon,
she told him.
Are you sure?
Sinedra demanded.
I think so, Your Majesty. The cultists inside the city are baffled. They seem to have no idea of who took your son.
Ulfgar may be keeping it secret, Javelin said. Only a small group may know.
Perhaps, but it does not look that way. I was not able to get close enough to him to make sure, but he has the look of a man whose plans have gone all awry. I don't think he expected this attack on Rayon. His fortifications are not nearly as complete as they might appear from the outside. The north wall in particular is rather flimsy. His reinforcements of the walls seem a desperation move. He was not expecting a siege. If he had been behind the abduction, he would have been prepared for the attack, unless he thought you could never trace it to him.
This is most excellent news, my lady,
Manderellen praised her.
Since we know of the weakness of the northern fortifications, we can concentrate our efforts there. If Goodman Dernick's plan proves workable, a weakening of the foundations of the north wall should bring it down most speedily.
What can you tell us about Ulfgar?
Beric asked.
I only saw him briefly at a distance. He spends most of his time inside his house, and only his closest cohorts are allowed near him. He made a speech, though, just before he sent his forces to attack you. He speaks very passionately, and he had the crowd absolutely under his control. I can tell you one thing about him, though. He is not an Alorn.
He's not?
Varric looked dumbfounded.
His face does not give away his nationality, but his speech is not that of an Alorn.
Why would the cult accept an outsider as their leader? Geryon demanded.
They are not aware of the fact that he is an outsider. He mispronounces a few words, just a couple, actually, and only a trained ear would catch them. If I had been able to get closer to him, I might have been able to steer him toward those words that would have betrayed his origins. I am sorry that I can't be more of help.
How strong is his grip on the cult? Javelin asked.
It is absolute,
she replied.
They will do anything he tells them to do. They look upon him as something very akin to a god.
We're going to have to take him alive,
Geryon said grimly.
I have to have some answers.
That may be extremely difficult, Your Majesty. It is widely believed in Royhon that he is a sorcerer. I did not actually see any evidence of it myself, but I talked with a number of people who have, or at least who claimed they have done so. You have performed a great service for us, Margravine,
Queen Porin said gratefully.
It shall not be forgotten. Thank you, Your Majesty,
the cell replied simply, with a formal little curtsy. Then she turned back to Geryon.
What information I was able to glean says quite strongly that the cult forces within the walls are not nearly so formidable as we were led to believe. Their numbers are impressive, but they include a great many young boys and old men. They appear to be counting rather desperately on a force that is marching toward the city under the command of a hidden cult member.
Haldar, Varric said.
She nodded.
And that brings us right back to the absolute necessity of getting inside those walls, Javelin told them. He looked at Dernick. How long do you estimate that it's going to take for the ground under the north wall to soften enough to topple the structure?
Dernick sat back, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling of the tent.
We want to take them by surprise, so I don't think we want the water to come gushing out, not at first anyway. A gradual seepage would be far less noticeable. It's going to take a while to saturate the ground.
And we are going to have to be very careful, Geryon added. If this Ulfgar really is a sorcerer, he will hear us if we make too much noise.
There will be plenty of noise when the wall comes down, Varric said. Why don't you just blow it apart the way you did the back wall of Jarviksholm?
Geryon shook his head. There are a couple of moments after you unleash your will when you are absolutely vulnerable to attack by anybody who has the same kind of talent, Geryon said. I would sort of like to be alive and sane when I find my son.
How long will it take you to soak the ground under the wall? Javelin asked.
Dernick scratched at his cheek.
Tonight, he replied, and all day tomorrow. By mid-morning tomorrow, the wall ought to be sufficiently undermined. Then, just before we attack, Geryon and I can speed up the flow of water and wash out most of the dirt. It's going to be very wet and soft already, and a good stream of water ought to cut it right out from under the wall. If we lob stones at it from the far side and get a few dozen grappling hooks into it, we should be able to pull it down in short order. You might want to pick up the pace with your engines, Yarblick said to Manderallen. Give them time to get used to the idea of rocks coming out of the sky. That way they won't pay any attention when you start pounding on their walls tomorrow night.
Midnight tomorrow, then?
Varric said.
Right,
Geryon said firmly.
Javelin looked at his niece.
Do you have the layout of the north quarter of the city fairly well in mind?
She nodded.
Make a sketch for us. We'll need to know where to set up our defenses once we get inside.
Right after I bathe, Uncle.
We need that sketch, Lizelle.
Not nearly as badly as I need a bath. You too, Keldar,
Queen Porin said firmly.
Sulk gave Lysel a speculative look.
"Never mind, Keldar. I can wash my own back, thank you."
"Let's go find some water, Dernick," Garion said, getting to his feet. "Underground, I mean."
"Right," the smith replied.
There was no moon, of course. The clouds that had covered the area for the past week and more obscured the sky. The night air was chill as Garion and Dernick moved carefully across the shallow valley toward the besieged city.
"Cold night," Dernick murmured as they walked through the rank gorse.
Garion agreed. "How deep do you think the water might be lying?"
"Not too deep. I asked Lysel how deep the wells are in Rayon. She said that they were all fairly shallow. I think we'll hit water about 25 feet.
"What gave you this idea, anyway?"
Dernick chuckled softly in the darkness. "When I was much younger, I worked for a farmer who gave himself great airs. He thought it might impress his neighbors if he had a well right inside his house. We worked at it all one winter and finally tapped into an artesian flow. 3 days later, his house collapsed. He was very upset about it."
"I can imagine." Dernick looked up at the looming walls. "I don't know that we need to get any closer. It might be hard to concentrate if they see us and start shooting arrows at us. Let's work around to the north side."
"Right."
They moved in more carefully now, trying to avoid making any sound in the rustling gorse.
"This should do it here," Dernick whispered. "Let's see what's down there."
Garion let his thoughts sink quietly down through the hard-packed earth under the north wall of the city. The first few feet were very difficult, since he kept encountering moles and earthworms. An angry chittering told him that he had briefly disturbed a badger. Then he hit a layer of rock and probed his thought along its flat surface, looking for fissures.
"It's just your left," Dernick murmured. "Isn't that a crack?"
Garion found it and wormed his way downward. The fissure seemed to grow damper and damper the deeper he went. "It's wet down there," he whispered, "but the crack's so narrow that the water's barely seeping up."
"Let's widen the crack. Not too much, just enough to let a trickle come up."
Garion bent his will and felt Dernick's will joining with his. Together they shouldered the crack in the rock a bit wider. The water lying beneath the rock layer gushed upward. Together they pulled back and felt the water begin to erode the hard-packed dirt under the wall, seeping and spreading in the darkness beneath the surface.
"Let's move on, then," Dernick whispered. "We ought to open up 6 or 8 places under the wall in order to soak the ground thoroughly. Then tomorrow night we can push the cracks wide open."
Garion asked, "Won't that wash out this whole hillside?"
Probably."
"Well, that's going to make it a little hard for our troops when they rush in this place."
"There's not much question about the fact that they're going to get their feet wet," Dernick said. "But that's better than trying to scale a wall with somebody pouring boiling oil on your head, wouldn't you say?"
"Much better," Garion agreed. They moved on through the chill night. Then something brushed Garion's cheek. At first he ignored it, but it came again, soft and cold and damp. His heart sank. "Dernick," he whispered, "it's starting to snow."
"I thought that's what it was. I think this is going to turn very unpleasant on us."
The snow continued to fall through the remainder of the night and on into the next morning. Though there were occasional flurries that swirled around the bleak fortress, the snowfall, for the most part, was intermittent. It was a wet, sodden kind of snow that turned to slush almost as soon as it touched the ground. Shortly before noon, Garion and Laldoran donned heavy work cloaks and stout boots and went out into the snow-clogged encampment toward the north wall of Rayon. When they were perhaps 200 paces from the base of the hill upon which the city rested, they sauntered along with a great show of casualness, trying to look like nothing more dangerous than a pair of soldiers on patrol. As Garion looked at the fortress city, he saw the red and black bear flag once more, and once again that banner raised an irrational rage in him. "Are you sure that you will be able to recognize your arrows in the dark?" he asked his friend. "There are a lot of arrows sticking in the ground out there, you know." Laldoran drew his bow and shot an arrow in a long arc toward the city. The feathered shaft rose high in the air and then dropped to sink into the snow-covered turf about 50 paces from the beginning of the slope. "I made the arrows myself, Geryon," he said, taking another shaft from the quiver at his back. "Believe me, I can recognize one of them as soon as my fingers touch it." He leaned back and bent his bow again. "Is the ground getting soft under the wall?" Geryon sent out his thought toward the slope of the hill and felt the chill, musty dampness of the soil lying under the snow. "Slowly," he replied. "It's still pretty firm, though." "It is almost noon, Geryon," Laldoran said seriously, reaching for another arrow. "I know how thoroughly Goodman Durnick thinks things through, but is this really working?" "It takes a while," Geryon told him. "You have to soak the lower layers of earth first. Then the water starts to rise and saturate the dirt directly under the wall itself. It takes time, but if the water started gushing out of rabbit holes, the people on top of the wall would know that something's wrong." "Think of how the rabbits would feel." Laldoran grinned and shot another arrow. They moved on as Laldoran continued to mark the jumping-off line of the coming night's assault with deceptive casualness. "All right," Geryon said. "I know that you can recognize your own arrows, but how about the rest of us? One arrow feels just like another to me." Simple," the young bowman replied. "I just creep up, find my arrows, and string them all together with twine. When you hit that string, you stop and wait for the wall to topple. Then you charge. We've been making night assaults on membrate houses in Astoria for centuries this way." Throughout the remainder of that snowy day, Geryon and Durnick periodically checked the level of moisture in the soil of the north slope of the steep knoll upon which the city of Rayon stood.
"It's getting very close to the saturation point, Geryon," Durnick reported as dusk began to fall. "There's a few places on the lower slope where the water's starting to seep through the snow."
"It's a good thing it's getting dark," Geryon said, shifting the weight of his mail shirt nervously. Armor of any kind always made him uncomfortable, and the prospect of the upcoming assault on the city filled him with a peculiar emotion, part anxiety and part anticipation. Durnick, his oldest friend, looked at him with an understanding that pierced any possible concealment. He grinned a bit wryly.
"What's a pair of sensible Sindarian farm boys doing fighting a war in the snow in eastern Dresdnia?" he asked.
"Winning, I hope," answered Geryon.
"Oh, we'll win, Geryon,"
Durnick assured him, laying an affectionate hand on the younger man's shoulder.
"Sindar's always win, eventually."
About an hour after midnight, Mandoralan began to move his siege engines, leaving only enough of them on the eastern and western sides to continue the intermittent barrage that was to mask their real purpose. As the hour wore on, Geryon, Laldoran, Durnick, and Silk crept forward at a half-crouch toward the invisible line of arrows sticking up out of the snow.
"Here's one,"
Durnick whispered, as his outstretched hands encountered the shaft of an arrow.
"Here,"
Laldoran murmured.
"let me feel it."
He joined the smith, both of them on their knees in the slush.
"Yes, it is one of mine, Geryon,"
he said very quietly.
"They should be about 10 paces apart."
Silk moved quickly to where the two of them crouched over the arrow. "Show me how you recognize them," he breathed.
"It's in the fletching,"
Laldoran replied.
"I always use twisted gut to attach the feathers."
Silk felt the feathered end of the arrow. "All right. I can pick them out now."
"Are you sure?"
Laldoran asked. "If my fingertips can find the spots on a pair of dice, they can certainly tell the difference between gut and linen twine," Silk replied.
"All right. We'll start here."
Laldoran attached one end of a ball of twine to the arrow.
I will go this way, and you go that.
Right. Silk tied the end of his ball of string to the same shaft. He turned to Geryon and Dernick. Don't overdo it with the water, you two. I don't particularly want to get buried in a mudslide out here. Then he moved off, crouching low and groping for the next arrow. Laldoran touched Geryon's shoulder briefly, then disappeared in the opposite direction.
The ground's completely soaked now, Dernick murmured.
If we open those fissures about a foot wide, it's going to flush most of the support out from under the wall.
Good.
Again they sent their probing thoughts out through the sodden earth of the hillside, locating the layer of rock, and then sweeping back and forth along its irregular upper side until they located the first fissure. Geryon felt a peculiar sensation as he began to worm his thought down that narrow crack where the water came welling up from far below, almost as if he were extending some incredibly long, though invisible arm with slender, supple fingers at its end to reach down into the crack.
"Have you got it?"
he whispered to Dernick.
"Oh, I think so."
"Well, let's pull it apart then,"
Geryon said, bracing his will. Slowly, with an effort that made the beads of sweat stand out on their foreheads, the two of them forced the fissure open. A sharp, muffled crack reverberated up from beneath the sodden slope of the hillside as the rock broke under the force of their combined wills.
"Who's there?" a voice demanded from atop the city wall.
"Is it open wide enough?"
Geryon whispered, ignoring that alarmed challenge.
"The water's coming up much faster," Dernick replied after a moment's probing. "There's a lot of pressure under that layer of rock. Let's move on to the next place."
A heavy twang came from somewhere behind them, and a peculiar slithering whistle passed overhead as the line from one of Yarbleck's catapult-launched grappling hooks arched up and over the north wall. The hook made a steely clink as it slapped against the inside of the wall, and then there was a grating sound as the points dug in. Crouched low, Geryon and Dernick moved carefully on to their left, trying to minimize the soggy, squelching sound their feet made in the slush, while probing beneath the earth for the next fissure. When Laldoran came back to rejoin them, they had already opened two more of those hidden cracks lying beneath that saturated slope. Behind and above them, there was a gurgling sound as the soupy mud oozed out of the hillside to cascade in a brown flood down the snowy slope.
"I got all the way to the end of the line of arrows," Laldoran reported. "The string is in place on this side?"
"Good," Geryon said, panting slightly from his exertions. "Go back and tell Barak to start moving the troops into place."
"Right."
Laldoran turned and went off into the swirl of a sudden snow flurry.
"We'll have to be careful with this one," Dernick murmured,
searching along under the soil.
"There's a lot of fissures in the rock here. We pull it too far apart, we'll break up the whole layer and turn loose a river."
Geryon grunted his agreement as he sent the probing fingers of his will out toward the fissure. When they reached the last of their subterranean wellsprings, Silk came out of the dark behind them, his nimble feet making no sound as he moved through the slush.
"Oh, what kept you?" Dernick whispered to the little man. "You only had about 100 yards to go."
"I was checking the slope," Silk replied. "The whole thing is starting to ooze through the snow like cold gravy. And then I went up and pushed my foot against one of the foundation stones of the wall. It wobbled like a loose tooth."
"Well,"
Dernick said, in a tone of self-satisfaction,
"it worked after all."
There was a pause in the snowy darkness. "You mean you weren't actually sure?" Silk asked in a strangled voice.
"The theory was sound,"
the smith answered in an offhand sort of way.
"But you can never be actually positive about a theory until you try it."
"Dernick, I am getting too old for this." Another grappling hook sailed overhead. "We've got one more to open," Geryon murmured. "Barak's moving the troops into place. Do you want to go back and tell Yarblek to send up the signal to Malloreon?
Oh, it'll be my pleasure, Silk replied.
I want to get out of here before we are all hip-deep in mud anyway. He turned and went off into the dark. Perhaps 10 minutes later, when the last fissure had been opened and the entire north slope of the hill had turned into a slithering mass of oozing mud and freely running water, an orange ball of blazing pitch arched high in the air over the city. In response to that prearranged signal, Malloreon's engines, emplaced to the south, began a continuous barrage, lofting their heavy stones high above the rooftops of Rayon to slam against the inside of the north wall. At that same time, the lines of Yarblek's grappling hooks tautened as the Nadrak mercenaries began to move their teams of horses away from the wall. There was an ominous creaking and grinding along the top of the hill as the weakened wall began to sway.
"How much longer do you think it's going to stand?"
Barak asked as he came out of the darkness with Laldaran at his side to join them.
"Not very,"
Dornick replied.
"Ground's starting to give way under it."
The groaning creak above them grew louder, punctuated by the continual sharp crashes along the inside as Malloreon's catapults stepped up the pace of their deadly rain. Then, with a sound like an avalanche, a section of the wall collapsed with a peculiar sinuous motion as the upper portion toppled outward and the lower sank into the sodden earth. There was a great splashing rumble as the heavy stones cascaded into the slush and mud of the hillside.
"Man should never try to put up stonework, resting only on dirt,"
Dornick observed critically.
"Under the circumstances, I'm glad they did,"
Barak told him.
"Well, yes,"
Dornick admitted.
"But there are right ways to do things."
The big Carrick chuckled.
"Dornick, you are an absolute treasure, do you know that?"
Another section of the wall toppled outward to splash onto the slope. Shouts of alarm and the clanging of bells began to echo through the streets of the fortified town.
"You want me to move the men out?"
Barak asked Gerion, his voice tensing with excitement. "Let's wait until the whole wall comes down," Gerion replied. "I don't want them charging up the hill with all of those building stones falling on them." "There it goes," Laldaran laughed gleefully, pointing toward the last toppling section of the wall. "Start the men," Gerion said tersely, reaching over his shoulder for the great sword strapped to his back.
Barak drew a deep breath. "Charge!"
he roared in a vast voice. With a concerted shout, the Rivens and their Nadrak allies plunged up through the slush and mud and began clambering over the fallen ruins of the north wall and on into the city.
"Let's go,"
Barak shouted.
"We'll miss all the fighting if we don't hurry."
Chapter 24. The fight was short, and in many cases very ugly. Each element of Gerion's army had been thoroughly briefed by Javelin and his niece, and they had all been given specific assignments. Unerringly, they moved through the snowy firelit streets to occupy designated houses. Other elements, angling in from the edges of the breach in the north wall, circled the defensive perimeter that Javelin had drawn on Lazelle's map to pull down the houses and fill the streets with obstructing rubble. The first counterattack came just before dawn. Howling bear cultists clad in shaggy furs swarmed out of the narrow streets beyond the perimeter to swarm up over the rubble of the collapsed houses, only to run directly into a withering rain of arrows from the rooftops and upper windows. After dreadful losses, they fell back. As dawn broke pale and gray along the snowy eastern horizon, the last few pockets of resistance inside the perimeter crumbled, and the north quarter of Rayon was secure. Gerion stood somberly at a broken upper window of a house overlooking the cleared area that marked the outer limits of the part of town that was now under his control. The bodies of the cultists who had mounted the counterattack lay sprawled in twisted and grotesque heaps, already lightly dusted with the falling snow.
"Not a bad little fight,"
Barak declared, coming into the room with his blood-stained sword still in his hand. He dropped his dinted shield in a corner and came over to the window. "I didn't care much for it," Geryon replied, pointing at the windrows of the dead lying below. "Killing people is a very poor way of changing their minds."
"They started this war, Geryon. You didn't."
"No," Geryon corrected. "Ulfgar started it. He's the one I actually want."
"Then we'll have to go and get him for you,"
Barak said, carefully wiping his sword with a bit of tattered cloth. During the course of the day, there were several more furious counterattacks from inside the city, but the results were much the same as had been the case with the first. Geryon's positions were too secure and too well covered by archers to fall to these sporadic sorties.
"They don't actually fight well in groups, do they?"
Dernick said from the vantage point of the upper story of that half-ruined house. "They don't have that kind of discipline," Silk replied. The little man was sprawled on a broken couch in one corner of the room, carefully peeling an apple with a small, sharp knife. "Individually, they're as brave as lions, but the concept of unified action hasn't quite seeped into their heads yet."
"That was an awfully good shot,"
Barak congratulated Luldaran, who had just loosed an arrow through the shattered window. Luldaran shrugged. "It is child's play. Now that fellow creeping along the roofline of the house several streets back, that is a bit more challenging." He knocked another arrow, drew, and released all in one smooth motion.
"You got him,"
Barak said. "Naturally." As evening approached, Polgra and Belden returned to the camp outside the city.
"Well,"
the gnarled sorcerer said with a certain satisfaction,
"you won't have to worry about the pikemen for a while."
He held out his twisted hands to one of Yarbluck's glowing braziers. "You didn't hurt them, did you?" Boran asked quickly.
"No,"
he grinned.
"We just bogged them down. They were going through a marshy valley, and we diverted a river into it. The whole place is a quagmire now. They're perched on hummocks and in the branches of trees, waiting for the water to subside."
"Won't that stall Brendig as well?" "Brendig is marching around the valley," Polgara assured him, sitting near one of the braziers with a cup of tea. "He should be here in a few days." She looked at Vela. "This tea is really excellent," she said. "Thank you, Lady Polgra," the dark-haired dancer replied. Her eyes were fixed on Zenedra's copper curls, radiant in the golden candlelight. She sighed enviously. "If I had hair like that, Yarbluck could sell me for double the price."
"I would settle for half,"
Yarbluck muttered,
"just to avoid all those incidental knifings."
"Don't be such a baby, Yarbluck," she told him. "I didn't really hurt you all that much."
"You want the one who is doing the bleeding." "Have you been practicing your curses, Vela?"
Belden asked. She demonstrated, at some length.
You're getting better,"
he congratulated her. For the next 2 days, Geryon's forces worked to heap obstructions along the rubble-choked perimeter of the north quarter of Rayon. This was to prevent a counterattack in force from crossing that intervening space. Geryon and his friends observed the process from a large window high up in the house, which they had converted into their headquarters.
"Whoever is in charge over there doesn't seem to have a very good grasp of basic strategy," Yarbluck noted. "He is not making any effort to block off his side of that open space, to keep us out of the rest of the city."
Barak frowned.
"You know something, Yarbluck. You're right. That should have been his first move after we secured this part of the town."
"Maybe he is too arrogant to believe that we can take more of his houses,"
Luldaran suggested.
"Either that, or he's laying traps for us back out of sight,"
Dernick added.
That's possible too,
Beric agreed.
more than possible. Maybe we ought to do a little planning before we start any more attacks.
Before we can plan anything, we have to know exactly what kind of traps Ulfgar has waiting for us,
Javelin said. Silk sighed and made a wry face. All right. After dark, I'll go have a look.
I wasn't really suggesting that, Keldar.
Of course you weren't.
It is a very good idea, though. I am glad that you thought of it.
It was some time after midnight when Silk returned to the large firelit room in Gerion's headquarters. It's a very unpleasant night out there, the little man said, shivering and rubbing his hands together. He went over to stand in front of the fire.
Well, are they planning any surprises for us?
Beric asked, while lifting a copper tankard.
Oh, yes.
They're building walls across the street several houses back from our perimeter, and they're putting them just around corners, so you won't see them until you're right on top of them.
With archers and tubs of boiling pitch in all of the houses nearby?
Beric asked glumly.
Probably,
Silk shrugged. Do you have any more of that ale? I am chilled to the bone.
We'll have to work on this a bit, Javelin mused.
Good luck,
Beric said sourly, going to the ale keg.
I hate fighting in towns. Give me a nice open field any time.
But the towns are where all of the loot is,
Yarblek said.
Is that all you ever think about?
We are in this life to make a profit, my friend,
the raw-boned Nadrak replied with a shrug.
You sound just like Silk.
I know. That is why we went into a partnership.
It continued to snow lightly throughout the following day. The citizens of Raihan made a few more probing attacks on Gerion's defensive perimeter, but for the most part they contented themselves with merely shooting arrows at anything that moved. About mid-morning the next day, Errand picked his way over the rubble of the fallen north wall and went directly to the house from which Gerion was directing operations. When he entered, his young face was light with exhilaration, and he was panting noticeably.
"That's exciting," he said.
"What is?" Gerion asked him.
"Dodging arrows."
"Does Aunt Paul know you're here?"
"I don't think so. I wanted to see the city, so I just came."
"You're going to get us both in trouble, do you know that?" Aaron shrugged.
"A scolding doesn't hurt all that much. Oh, I thought you ought to know that Hetar's here, or he will be, in an hour or so. He's just a few miles to the south."
"Finally," Gerion said with an explosive release of his breath. "How did you find out?"
"Horse and I went for a ride. He gets restless when he's pinned up. Anyway, we were up on that big hill to the south, and I saw the Algars coming."
"Well, let's go meet them."
"Why don't we?"
When Gerion and his young friend reached the top of the hill south of Rayon, they saw wave upon wave of Algar clansmen flowing over the snowy moors at a brisk canter. A single horseman detached himself from the front rank of that sea of horses and men and pounded up the hill, his long black scalp-lock flowing out behind him.
"Good morning, Gerion,"
Hetar said casually as he reined in.
"You have been well, I trust."
"Moderately," Gerion grinned at him.
"You have got snow up here."
Gerion looked around in feigned astonishment. "Why, I do believe you're right. I hadn't even noticed that." Another rider came up the hill, a man in a shabby hooded cloak.
"Where is your aunt, Gerion?"
the man called when he was halfway up the hill. "Grandfather?" Gerion exclaimed with surprise. "I thought you were going to Mar Terran." Belgarath made an indelicate sound.
"I did,"
he replied as he reined in his horse.
"And it was an absolutely wasted trip. I'll tell you about it later. What has been going on here?"
Briefly, Gerion filled them in on the events of the past several weeks.
"You have been busy,"
Hetar noted. The time goes faster when you keep occupied.
Is Paul inside the city, then? Belgarath asked him.
No. She and Sinedra and the other ladies are staying in the camp we built when we first got here. The cultists have been counterattacking against our positions inside, so I didn't think it was entirely safe for them to be in there.
Makes sense. Why don't you round up everybody and bring them to the camp? I think we need to talk about a few things.
All right, Grandfather. It was shortly after noon when they gathered in the main tent in the Riven encampment outside the city. Were you able to find anything useful, Father? Bolgara asked Belgarath, as the old man entered the tent.
Belgarath sprawled in a chair. Some tantalizing hints was about all. I get the feeling that Anheg's copy of the Ashavin Oracles has been rather carefully pruned somewhere along the way, or more likely at the very beginning. The modifications seem to be a part of the original text.
Prophets don't usually tamper with their own prophecies, Polgara noted.
This one would have, particularly if parts of the prophecy said things he did not want to believe.
Who was it?
Torak. I recognized his tone and his peculiar turn of phrase almost immediately.
Torak? Girion exclaimed, feeling a sudden chill.
Belgarath nodded. There is an old Malloreon legend that says that after he destroyed Tol Mishrak, Torak had a castle built at Ashaba, in the Karandese Mountains. Once he moved in, an ecstasy came over him, and he composed the Ashabin Oracles. Anyway, the legend goes on to say that after the ecstasy had passed, Torak fell into a great rage. Apparently, there were things in the prophecy that he did not like, that could very well account for the tampering that I detected. We have always been told that the word gives meaning to the event.
Can you do that?
No. But Torak was so arrogant that he may have believed that he could.
But that puts us at a dead end, doesn't it? Girion asked with a sinking feeling. I mean, the Mren Codex said that you had to look at all of the mysteries, and if the Ashabin oracles are not correct... He lifted his hands helplessly.
There is a true copy somewhere, Belgarath replied confidently. There has to be. Otherwise the Codex would have given me different instructions.
You're operating on pure faith, Belgarath,
Sinedra accused him. I know, he admitted. I do that when I don't have anything else to fall back upon.
What did you find at Mar Terran?
Bolgara asked. Belgarath made another vulgar sound. The monks there may be very good at comforting the spirits of all of those slaughtered marags, but they are very bad at protecting manuscripts. The roof leaks in their library, and the copy of the Malloreon Gospels naturally was on a shelf right under the leak. It was so soggy that I could barely get the leaves apart, and the ink had run and smeared all over the pages. It was almost totally illegible. I spoke with the monks at some length about that.
He scratched at one bearded cheek.
It looks as if I am going to have to go a bit further afield to get what we need. You found nothing at all, then? Belden asked. Belgarath grunted. There was one passage in the oracles that said the dark god will come again.
Girion felt a sudden chill gripping his stomach.
Torak? Is that possible? I suppose you could take it to mean that. But if that is what it really meant, then why would Torak have gone to the trouble of destroying so many of the other passages? If the entire purpose of the oracles was to predict his own return, I expect that he would have been overjoyed to keep them intact.
But you're assuming that old Burnt-Face was rational, Belden growled. I never noticed that quality in him very often.
Oh, no, Belgarath disagreed. Everything Torak did was perfectly rational, as long as you accepted his basic notion that he was the sole reason for creation.
No, I think the passage means something else.
Could you read any part of the Malloreon Gospels at all, Father?
Just one little fragment. It said something about a choice between the light and the dark.
Belden snorted.
Now, that would be something very unusual. The seers at Kel haven't made a choice about anything since the world was made. They've been sitting on the fence for millennia.
Late the following afternoon, the Sindarian army came into view on the snowy hilltops to the west. Geryon felt a peculiar twinge of pride as the solid, steady men he had always thought of as his countrymen marched purposefully through the snow toward the now doomed city of Rayon.
I might have gotten here sooner, General Brendig apologized as he rode up, but we had to march around that quagmire where the Drasnian pikemen are bogged down.
Are they all right?
Queen Poran asked him quickly. Perfectly, Your Majesty, the one-armed man replied. They just can't go anywhere, that's all. How much rest will your troops need before they will be ready to join the assault, Brendig? Belgarath asked.
Brendig shrugged.
A day ought to do it. Ancient one? Well, that will give us some time to make our plans, the old man said. Let's get your men bivouacked and fed, and then Geryon can brief you on the way things stand here.
In the strategy meeting in the garishly carpeted main tent that evening, they smoothed out the rough edges of their relatively simple plan of attack. Mandoralan's siege engines would continue to pound the city throughout the next day, and on into the following night. On the next morning, a feigned assault would be mounted against the south gate to draw as many cultists as possible away from the hastily erected fortification inside the city. Another force would march out of the secure enclave in the north quarter of Rayon to begin the house-by-house occupation of the buildings facing the perimeter. Yet another force, acting on an inspired notion of General Brendig's, would use scaling ladders as bridges to cross the housetops and drop in behind the newly erected walls inside the city. The most important thing is to take Ulfgar alive, Geryon cautioned. We have to get some answers from him. I need to know just what part he played in the abduction of my son and where Garan is, if he knows. And I want to know just how many of the officers in my army that he has subverted, Queen Poran added.
It looks as if he is going to be doing a lot of talking,
Yarblek said with an evil grin.
In Gorog Nadrak, we have a number of very entertaining ways of loosening people's tongues.
Belgarath told him firmly, Paul will handle that. She can get the answers we need without resorting to that sort of thing.
Are you getting soft, Belgarath?
Berek asked. Not likely, the old man replied. But if Yarblek here gets carried away, it might go a little too far, and you cannot get answers out of a dead man.
But afterward?
Yarblek asked eagerly. I don't really care what you do with him afterward.
The next day, Geryon was in a small curtained-off area in the main tent, going over his maps and his carefully organized lists, trying to determine if there was anything he had overlooked. He had begun of late to feel as if the entire army were resting directly on his shoulders.
Geryon?
Tinedra said, entering his cubicle.
Some friends have arrived?
He looked up.
Bran's 3 sons,
she told him.
And that glassblower, Joran.
Geryon frowned. What are they doing here? I told them all to stay at Riva.
They say that they have got something important to tell you.
He sighed. You'd better have them come in, then. Bran's 3 grey-cloaked sons and the serious-faced Joran entered and bowed. Their clothes were mud-spattered and their faces weary. Kael assured him quickly, We are not deliberately disobeying your orders, Belgarian, but we discovered something very important that you have to know. Oh? What's that? After you left Riva with the army, Your Majesty, Kael's older brother Verdan explained, We decided to go over the west coast of the island inch by inch. We thought there might be some clues that we overlooked in our first search. Besides, Bren added, we didn't have anything else to do. Anyway, Verdun continued, we finally found the ship those Kerricks had used to come to the island. Their ship? Geryon asked, suddenly sitting up. I thought that whoever it was who abducted my son used it to get off of the island. Verdun shook his head. The ship had been deliberately sunk, Your Majesty. They filled it with rocks and then chopped holes in the bottom. We sailed right over it 5 times until a calm day when there wasn't any surf. It was lying on the bottom in about 30 feet of water. How did the abductor get off of the island, then? We had that same thought, Belgarian, Joran said. It occurred to us that in spite of everything, the abductor might still be on the Isle of Winds. We started searching, and that's when we found the shepherd. Shepherd? He had been alone, with his flock up in the meadow on the western side of the isle, Gale explained. He was completely unaware of what had happened in the city. Anyway, we asked him if he had seen anything unusual at about the time of Prince Garen's abduction, when he was taken from the citadel, and he said that he had seen a ship sailing into a cove on the west coast at about that time, and that somebody carrying something wrapped in a blanket got on board. Then the ship put out to sea, leaving the others behind, Belgarian. It was the same cove where the trail the orb was following ended. Which way did that ship go? South? There's one other thing, Belgarian, Joran added. The shepherd was positive that the ship was Naissen. Naissen? He was absolutely certain. He even described the snake banner she was flying. Geryon got quickly to his feet. Wait here, he told them. Then he went to the flap in the partition. Grandfather, Aunt Paul, could you step in here for a moment? What is it, dear? Polgara asked, as she and the old sorcerer came into Geryon's makeshift office, with Silk trailing curiously behind. Tell them, Geryon said to Kale. Quickly, Bran's second son repeated what they had just told Geryon. Salmisra? Polgara suggested to her father. Not necessarily, Paul. Naissa is full of intrigue, and the Queen is not behind it all. Particularly after what you did to her. He frowned then. Why would a Kerrick abandon one of his own boats to ride aboard a Naissan scow? Doesn't make any sense. That is another question that we'll have to ask of Ulfgar once we get our hands on him, Silk said. At dawn the next morning, a large body of troops, comprised of elements from all of the forces gathered for the siege, began to march across the valley to the south of the city, toward the steep hill and Rehan. They carried scaling ladders and battering rams in plain sight to make the defenders believe that this was a major assault. In a quarter of the city occupied by Geryon's troops, however, Silk led a sizable detachment of men through the dawn murk across the rooftops to clear away the cult archers and the smeared men with their boiling pitch pots occupying those houses on either side of the hastily built walls erected to bar entrance into the rest of the city. Geryon, flanked by Berak and Mandoralan, waited in a snowy street near the perimeter of the occupied quarter. This is the part I hate, he said tensely. The waiting. I must confess to thee that I myself find this lull just before a battle unpleasant, Mandoralan replied. I thought Erwins loved battle, Berak grinned at his friend. It is our favorite pastime, the great knight admitted, checking one of the buckles under his armor. This interim, just ere we join with the enemy, however, is irksome. Sober, even melancholy thoughts distract the mind from the main purpose at hand. Mandoralan, Berak laughed. I have missed you. The shadowy form of Yarblek came up the street to join them. He had put aside his felt overcoat and now wore a heavy steel breastplate and carried a wicked-looking axe.
"Everything is ready," he told them quietly. "We can start just as soon as the little thief gives us the signal."
"Are you sure your men can pull down those walls?"
Yarblick nodded.
"These people didn't have enough time to get the stones and mortar. Our grappling hooks can jerk down the walls in a few minutes."
"You seem very fond of that particular tool," Beric observed.
Yarblick shrugged.
"I have always found that the best way to get through a wall is to yank it down."
"In Arendia, our preference is the battering ram,"
Mandaralan said.
Those are good too,"
Yarblick agreed.
"But the trouble with a ram is that you are right under the wall when it falls. I have never particularly enjoyed having building stones bouncing off the top of my head."
They waited.
"Has anybody seen Laldaran?"
Garion asked.
"He went with Silk," Beric replied. "He seemed to think that he could find more targets from up on the roof."
"He was ever an enthusiast,"
Mandaralan smiled.
"I must confess, however, that I have never seen his equal with the longbow."
"There it is,"
Beric said, pointing at a flaming arrow arcing high above the rooftops.
"That's the signal."
Garion drew in a deep breath and squared his shoulders. "All right. Sound your horn, Mandaralan. Let's get started." The brazen note of Mandaralan's horn shattered the stillness. From every street and alleyway, Garion's army poured out to begin the final assault on Rehon. Rivens, Algars, Nadraks, and the solid men of Cinderia crunched through the snow toward the perimeter with their weapons in their hands. 70 of Yarblick's leather-clad mercenaries ran on ahead, their grappling hooks swinging from their hands. With Beric at his side, Garion clambered over the treacherous, sliding rubble of the houses that had been pulled down to form the perimeter, and over the half-dozen bodies of arrow-stitched cultists who had fallen earlier. A few, though not many, cultists had escaped the hasty floor-by-floor search of Silk's men in the houses facing the perimeter, and they desperately showered the advancing troops with arrows. At Brendig's sharp command, detachments of Sindars veered and broke into each house to neutralize those remaining defenders efficiently. The scene beyond the perimeter was one of enormous confusion. Advancing behind a wall of shields, Garion's army swept the streets clear of the now desperate cultists. The air was thick with arrows and curses, and several houses were already shooting flames out of the roof. True to Yarblick's prediction, the loosely stacked walls blocking the streets some way into the city fell easily to the dozens of grappling hooks that sailed up over their troops and bit into the other side. The grim advance continued, and the air rang with the steely clang of sword against sword. Somehow, in all of the confusion, Garion became separated from Beric and found himself fighting shoulder to shoulder beside Dernick in a narrow alleyway. The smith carried no sword or axe, but fought instead with a large, heavy club.
"I just don't like chopping into people," he apologized,
felling a burly opponent with one solid blow.
"If you hit somebody with a club, there's a fair chance that he won't die, and there isn't all that much blood."
They pushed deeper into the city, driving the demoralized inhabitants before them. The sounds of heavy fighting at the southern end of town gave notice that Silk and his men had reached the south wall and opened the gates to admit the massed troops whose feigned attack had fatally divided the cult forces. And then Garion and Dernick burst out of the narrow alleyway into the broad, snowy central square of Rehon. Fighting raged all over the square, but on the east side, a thick knot of cultists was tightly packed about a high-wheeled cart. Atop the cart stood a black-bearded man in a rust-colored brocade doublet. A lean Nadrak, with a slender spear in his hand, arched back, took aim, and hurled his weapon directly at the man on the cart. The black-bearded man raised one hand in a peculiar gesture, and the Nadrak spear suddenly sheared off to the right, clattering harmlessly on the snow-slick cobblestones. Geryon clearly heard and felt the rushing surge that could only mean one thing. "Darnick," he shouted. "The man on the cart, that is Ulfgar." Darnick's eyes narrowed. "Let's take him, Geryon," he said. Geryon's anger at this stranger, who was the cause of all of this warfare and carnage and destruction, suddenly swelled intolerably, and his rage communicated itself to the orb on the pommel of the sword. The orb flared, and Iron Grip's burning sword suddenly flamed out in searing blue fire. "There, that is the Raven King!" the black-bearded man on the cart screamed. "Kill him!" Momentarily, Geryon's eyes locked on the eyes of the man on the cart. There was hate there. At the same time, an awe and a desperate fear. Blindly obedient to their leader's command, a dozen cultists ran through the slush toward Geryon with their swords aloft. Suddenly, they began to tumble into twitching heaps in the sodden snow in the middle of the square as arrow after arrow laced into their ranks. "Ho, Geryon!" Leldarin shouted gleefully from a nearby housetop, his hands blurring as he loosed his arrows at the charging cultists. "Ho, Leldarin!" Geryon called his reply, even as he ran in amongst the fur-clad men, flailing about him with his burning sword. The attention of the group around the cart was riveted entirely on the horrifying spectacle of the enraged King of Riva and the fabled sword. They did not, therefore, see Darnick the smith moving in a cat-like crouch along the wall of a nearby house. The man on the cart raised one hand aloft, seized a ball of pure fire, and hurled it desperately at Geryon. Geryon flicked the fireball aside with his flaming blade, and continued his grim advance, swinging dreadful strokes at the desperate men garbed in bearskins in front of him, without ever taking his eyes off of the pasty-faced man in the black beard. His expression grew panicky. Ulfgar raised his hand again, but suddenly seemed almost to lunge forward off of the cart into the brown slush as Darnick's cudgel cracked sharply across the back of his head. There was a great cry of chagrin as the cult leader fell. Several of his men tried desperately to lift his inert body, but Darnick's club, whistling and thudding solidly, felled them in their tracks. Others tried to form a wall with their bodies in an effort to keep Geryon from reaching the body lying face down in the snow, but Leldarin's steady rain of arrows melted the center of that fur-clad wall. Geryon, feeling strangely remote and unaffected by the slaughter, marched into the very midst of the disorganized survivors, swinging his huge sword in great sweeping arcs. He barely felt the sickening shear as his sword cut through bone and flesh alike. After he had cut down a half-dozen or so, the rest broke and ran. "Is he still alive?" Geryon panted at the smith. Darnick rolled the inert Ulfgar over and professionally peeled back one of his eyelids to have a look. "He's still with us. I hit him rather carefully." "Good. Let's tie him up. Blindfold him." "Why blindfold?" "We both saw him use sorcery, so we have answered that particular question, but I think it might be a little hard to do that sort of thing if you cannot see what you're aiming at." Darnick thought about that for a moment as he tied the unconscious man's hands. "You know, I believe you're right. It would be difficult, wouldn't it?" Chapter 25. With the fall of Ulfgar, the cult's will to resist broke. Though a few of the more rabid continued to fight, most threw down their weapons in surrender. Grimly, Geryon's army rounded them up and herded them through the snowy, blood-stained streets into the town's central square. Silk and Javelin briefly questioned a sullen captive with a bloody bandage wrapped around his head, then joined Geryon and Darnick, who stood watch over their still unconscious prisoner. "Is that him?" Silk asked curiously, absently polishing one of his rings on the front of his grey doublet. Geryon nodded. "He doesn't look all that impressive, does he?"
The large stone house over there is his? Javelin said, pointing at a square building with red tiles on its roof.
Not anymore,
Geryon replied.
It's mine now.
Javelin smiled briefly. We will want to search it rather thoroughly. People sometimes forget to destroy important things.
We might as well take Ulfgar in there too, Geryon said. We need to question him, and that house is as good as any.
I'll go get the others then, Dernick offered, pulling off his pot-shaped helmet. You think it's safe enough to bring Paul and the other ladies into the city yet? It should be, Javelin replied. What little resistance there is left is in the southeast quarter of the city.
Dernick nodded and went on across the square, his mail shirt jingling. Geryon, Silk, and Javelin picked up the limp form of the black-bearded man and carried him toward the stately house with the banner of a bear flying from a staff in front of it. As they started up the stairs, Geryon glanced at a Riven soldier standing guard over some demoralized prisoners huddled miserably in the slush. "Would you do me a favor?" he asked the gray-cloaked man.
"Of course, Your Majesty," the soldier said, saluting.
"Chop that thing down." Geryon indicated the flagstaff with a thrust of his jaw.
"At once, Your Majesty," the soldier grinned. "I should have thought of that myself."
They carried Ulfgar into the house and through a polished door. The room beyond the door was luxuriously furnished, but the chairs were mostly overturned, and there were sheets of parchment everywhere. A crumpled heap of them had been stuffed into a large stone fireplace built into the back wall, but the fireplace was cold.
"Good," Javelin muttered. "He was interrupted before he could burn anything."
Silk looked around the room. Rich, dark-colored tapestries hung on the walls. The green carpeting was thick and soft. The chairs were all upholstered in scarlet velvet, and unlighted candles stood in silver sconces along the wall.
"He managed to live fairly well, didn't he?"
the little man murmured, as they unceremoniously dumped the prisoner in the rust-colored doublet in one corner.
"Let's gather up these documents. I want to go over them," Javelin said.
Geryon unstrapped his sword, dropped his helmet on the floor, and shrugged himself out of his heavy mail shirt. He sank wearily onto a soft couch. "I am absolutely exhausted. I feel as if I haven't slept for a week."
Silk shrugged. "One of the privileges of command."
The door opened and Belgarath came into the room.
"Dernick said I could find you here," he said,
pushing back the hood of his shabby old cloak. He crossed the room and nudged the limp form in the corner.
"He isn't dead, is he?"
"No," Geryon replied. "Dernick put him to sleep with a club is all."
"Why the blindfold?"
the old man asked, indicating the strip of blue cloth tied across the captive's face. "He was using sorcery before we captured him. I thought it might not be a bad idea to cover his eyes."
"Well, that depends upon how good he is. Dernick sent soldiers out to round up the others. Then he went over to the encampment to get Paul and the other ladies."
"Can you wake him up?" Silk asked.
"Let's have Paul do it. Her touch is a little lighter than mine. I don't want to break anything accidentally."
It was perhaps 3/4 of an hour later when they all finally gathered in the green-carpeted room. Belgarath looked around, then straddled a straight-backed chair in front of the captive.
"All right, Paul," he said bleakly. "Wake him up."
Polgara unfastened her blue cloak, knelt beside the prisoner, and put one hand on each side of his head. Geryon heard a whispered rushing sound and felt a gentle surge.
Ulfgar groaned.
"Give him a few minutes," she said, rising to her feet. "Then you can start questioning him." "He's probably going to be stubborn about it," Bryn predicted with a broad grin.
"I'll be terribly disappointed in him if he isn't," Silk said, as he rifled through a drawer in a large, polished cabinet.
"Have you barbarians blinded me?"
Ulfgar said in a weak voice, as he struggled into a sitting position.
No, Bolgarad told him. Your eyes are covered to keep you out of mischief.
Are my captors women, then?
There was contempt in the black-bearded man's voice.
This one of them is,
Tinedra said, pushing her dark green cloak slightly to one side. It was the note in her voice that warned Geryon and saved the prisoner's life. With blazing eyes, she snatched one of the daggers from Vela's belt and flew at the blindfolded man with a gleaming blade held aloft. At the last instant, Geryon caught her upraised arm and wrested the knife from her grasp.
"Give me that!"
"No, Sinedra."
"He stole my baby! I will kill him!"
"No, you won't. We cannot get any answers out of him if you cut his throat." With one arm still about her, he handed the dagger back to Vela.
"We have a few questions for you, Ulfgar,"
Belgarath said to the captive.
"You're going to have to wait a long time for the answers." "I am so glad that he said that," Hetar murmured. "Who wants to start cutting on him?"
"Do whatever you wish," Ulfgar sneered at them.
"My body is of no concern to me."
"We'll do everything we can to change your mind about that,"
Vela said, in a chillingly sweet voice as she tested the edge of a dagger with her thumb.
"Just what is it you wanted to know, Belgarath?"
Erend asked, turning from his curious examination of a bronze statue standing in the corner.
"I can give you the answers if you want."
Belgarath looked at the blond boy sharply.
"Do you know what is in his mind?"
he asked, startled.
"More or less, yes."
"Where's my son?" Geryon asked quickly.
"That's one thing he doesn't know,"
Erend replied.
"He had nothing to do with the abduction."
"Well, who did it then?"
"He's not sure, but he thinks it was Xandramos."
"Xandramos?"
"That name keeps cropping up, doesn't it?" Silk said.
"Does he know who Xandramos is?"
"Not really. It's just a name that he's heard from his master."
"Who is his master?"
"He's afraid to even think the name,"
Erend said.
"It's a man with a splotchy face, though."
The prisoner was struggling desperately now, trying to free himself from the ropes which bound him.
"Lies!"
he screamed at them.
"All lies!"
"This man was sent here by his master to make sure that Belgarion and Tinedra didn't have any children,"
Erend continued, ignoring the now screaming captive.
"Or to see to it that if you did, the children didn't live. He couldn't have been behind the abduction, Belgarion. If he had been the one who crept into the nursery at Riva, he would have killed your son, not taken him away." "Where does he come from?"
Lizelle asked curiously, as she removed her scarlet cloak.
"I cannot quite place his accent." "That's probably because he's not really a man,"
Erend told her.
"At least, not entirely. He remembers being an animal of some sort."
They all stared at the boy, and then at Ulfgar. At that point, the door opened again, and the hunchbacked Belden came into the room. He was about to say something, but stopped, staring at the bound and blindfolded prisoner. He stumped across the floor, bent and ripped the blue cloth away from the man's eyes to stare into his face.
"Well, dog, what brings you out of your kennel?"
"You?" Ulfgar gasped, his face growing suddenly pale.
"Irvan will have your heart for breakfast when he finds out how badly you've botched things,"
Belden said pleasantly. "Do you know this man?" Geryon asked sharply.
"He and I have known each other for a long, long time, haven't we, Hurricane?"
The prisoner spat at him.
"I see you'll need a little bit of housebreaking."
Belden grinned.
"Who is he?" Geryon demanded. "His name is Hurricane. He's a Malloreon Grolem, one of Irvan's dogs. The last time I saw him, he was whining and fawning all over Irvan's feet."
Then, quite suddenly, the captive vanished. Belden unleashed a string of foul curses, then he too flickered out of sight.
"What happened?"
Tinedra gasped.
"Where did they go?"
Maybe Belden is not as smart as I thought, Belgarath said. He should have left that blindfold alone. Our prisoner translocated himself outside this building.
Can you do that? Garion asked incredulously. Without being able to see what you're doing, I mean?
It is very, very dangerous. But Hurricane seems to have been desperate. Belden is following him.
He'll catch him, won't he?
It's hard to say.
I still have questions that have to be answered. I can answer them for you, Belgarion, Errand told him quite calmly.
You mean to say that you still know what is in his mind, even though he is not here anymore?
Errand nodded. Why don't you just start at the beginning, Errand? Bolgara suggested. All right. This Hurricane, I guess his real name is, came here because his master, the one Belden called Urvon, sent him here to make sure that Belgarion and Sinedra never had any children. Hurricane came here and gained control of the bear cult. At first he stirred up all kinds of talk against Sinedra, hoping that he could force Belgarion to set her aside and marry someone else. Then, when he heard that she was going to have a baby, he sent someone to try to kill her. That didn't work, of course, and he started to get desperate. He was terribly afraid of what Urvon would do to him if he failed. He tried to gain control of Sinedra when she was asleep once, to make her smother the baby, but someone, he doesn't know who, stepped in and stopped him. It was Poledra, Garion murmured. I was there that night.
Is that when he came up with the idea of murdering Brand and laying the blame at King Anheg's door? General Brendig asked.
Errand frowned slightly. Killing Brand was an accident. As closely as Hurricane could work it out, Brand just happened along and caught the cultists in the hallway when they were about to do what he really sent them to Riva to do. And what was that? Sinedra asked. They were on their way to the royal apartments to kill you and your baby. Her face paled. And then they were supposed to kill themselves. That was what was supposed to start the war between Belgarion and King Anheg. Anyway, something went wrong. Brand got killed instead of you and your baby, and we found out that the cult was responsible instead of Anheg. He didn't dare go back to Urvon and admit that he had failed. Then Xandramas took your baby and got away from the Isle of the Winds with him. Hurricane could not follow him because Belgarion was already marching on Rayon by the time he found out about it. He was trapped here, and Xandramas was getting away with your baby. That Nyasan ship, Kael exclaimed. Xandramas stole your son, Belgarion, and then slipped off to the south and left us all floundering around here in Drasnia. What about the story we got from that Kerik cultist, right after the abduction? Bren asked. A bear cultist isn't usually very bright, Kael replied. I don't think this Xandramas would have had too much difficulty in persuading those Keriks that the abduction was on Hurricane's orders. And all that gibberish about the prince being raised in the cult so that one day he could claim the Riven throne is just a kind of brain-sick nonsense men like that would believe. That's why they were left behind then, Garion said. We were supposed to capture at least one of them and get the carefully prepared story that sent us off here to Rayon, while Xandramas sailed away to the south with my son. It looks as if we have all been very carefully manipulated, Javelin said, sorting through some parchment sheets he had stacked on a polished table. Hurricane, as well as the rest of us.
We can be clever too, Belgarath said. I don't think Xandramas realizes that the orb will follow Garen's trail. If we move fast enough, we can sneak up from behind and take this clever manipulator by surprise.
It won't work across the water, the dry voice in Garion's mind said laconically. What? The orb cannot follow your son's trail over the water. The ground stays in one place. Water keeps moving around. Wind, tides, that sort of thing. Are you sure? But the voice was gone. There's a problem, grandfather, Garion said. The orb cannot find a trail on water.
How do you know that?
Garion tapped his forehead. He just told me.
Well, that complicates things a bit. Not too much, Silk disagreed.
There are very few places where a Nyasan ship can land without being searched from keel to topmast. Most monarchs don't care much for the idea of having drugs and poisons slipped into their kingdoms. Zandramas would definitely not want to sail into some port and get caught with the heir to the Riven throne aboard ship.
There are many hidden coves along the coast of Arendia,
Leldarin suggested. Silk shook his head.
Oh, I don't think so. I think the ship would have just stayed out to sea. I am sure that Zandramas wanted to get as far away from the Eloan kingdoms as possible, and as quickly as possible. If this ruse that sent us here to Rayon had not worked, Gerrion would have had every man and every ship in the west out looking for his son.
How about southern Tormogos? General Brendig suggested.
Javelin frowned. No. There's a war going on down there, and the whole west coast is being patrolled by Murgo ships. The only safe place for a Nyasan ship to land is in Nyissa itself.
And that brings us back to Salmisra, doesn't it?
Polgara said. I think that if there had been any kind of official involvement in this, my people would have found out about it, Lady Polgara. I have got Salmisra's palace thoroughly covered. The actual orders would have had to come from Tzadi, Salmisra's chief eunuch, and we watch him all the time. I don't think this came out of the palace.
The door opened, and Belden, his face as dark as a thundercloud, entered.
By the gods, he swore. I lost him.
Lost him? Belgarath asked.
How? When he got to the street, he turned himself into a hawk. I was right on his tail, but he went into the clouds and changed form on me again. When he came out, he was mixed up in the middle of a flock of geese flying south. Naturally, when the geese saw me, they flew off squawking in all directions. I couldn't tell which one of them he was.
You must be getting old.
Why don't you shut up, Belgarath?
He's not important anymore, anyway, Belgarath shrugged. We got what we needed out of him.
I think I'd prefer it if he were safely dead. If nothing else, the loss of one of his favorite dogs would irritate Irvon, and I'll go out of my way to do that any day in the week.
Why do you keep calling him a dog? Hetar asked curiously.
Because he's one of the Kandom, and that's what they are, the Hounds of Torak.
Would you like to explain that?
Queen Porin asked. Belden took a deep breath to get his irritation under control.
No, it's not too complicated. When they built Tol Mishrak in Malloreon, Torak set certain Grolums the task of guarding the city. In order to do that, they became hounds.
Gerrion shuddered. The memory of the huge dog shapes they had encountered in the City of Night coming back to him with a painful clarity.
Anyway, after the Battle of Vomembre, when Torak was put to sleep for all of those centuries, Irvon went into the forbidden area around the ruins and managed to persuade a pack of the hounds that he was acting on behalf of Old Burntface. He took them back to Malyaska with him and gradually changed them back into Grolums, even though he had to kill about half of them in the process. Anyhow, they call themselves the Khandim, a sort of secret order within the Grolum Church. They are absolutely loyal to Irvon. Oh, they're pretty fair sorcerers, and they dabble a bit in magic as well. Underneath it all, though, they're still dogs, very obedient, much more dangerous in packs than they are as individuals.
What a fascinating little sidelight, Silk observed, looking up from a parchment scroll he had found in one of the cabinets.
You have a very clever mouth, Keldar, Belden said, testily. How would you like to have me brick it up for you?
Oh, no, that's quite all right, Belden.
Well, what now, Belgarath?
Queen Porin wanted to know. Now we go after Zandramas, of course. This hoax with the cult has put us a long way behind, but we will catch up.
You can count on that, Gerrion said. I dealt with the Child of Dark once before, and I can do it again if I have to. He turned back to Erend. Do you have any idea of why Ervan wants my son killed?
It's something he found in a book of some kind. The book says that if your son ever falls into the hands of Xandramas, then Xandramas will be able to use him to do something, whatever it is. Ervan would be willing to destroy the world to prevent it.
What is it that Xandramas would be able to do? Belgarath asked, his eyes now intent.
Hurricane doesn't know. All he knows is that he has failed in the task Ervan set him.
Belgarath smiled slowly, a cold and wintry kind of smile. I don't think we need to waste any time chasing down Hurricane.
Not chase him?
Zinedra exclaimed.
After all he has done to us?
Ervan will take care of him for us, and Ervan will do things to him that we could not even begin to think of. Who is this, Ervan? General Brendig asked. Torek's third disciple, Belgarath replied. There used to be 3 of them, Tojik, Zadar, and Ervan. He is the only one left. We still don't know anything about Xandramas, Silk said. We know a few things. We know that Xandramas is now the Child of Dark, for example. That doesn't fit together, Belgarath, Beric rumbled. Why would Ervan want to interfere with the Child of Dark? They're on the same side, aren't they? Apparently not. It begins to look as if there's a little dissension in the ranks on the other side. Well, that's always helpful. Yes, I'd like to know a bit more before I start gloating, though. It was mid-afternoon before the last fanatic resistance collapsed in the southeast quarter of Rayon, and the demoralized prisoners were herded through the streets of the burning town, joining the others in the town square. Garion and General Brendig stood on the second-floor balcony of the house where they had taken Hurricane, talking quietly with the small black-gowned queen of Drasnia. "What will you do with him now, Your Majesty?" General Brendig asked her, looking down at the frightened prisoners in the square.
I'm going to tell them the truth and let them go, Brendig.
Let them go?
Of course.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
They're going to be just a little upset when I tell them that they have been duped into betraying Aloria by a Malloreon Grolum.
I don't think they'll believe you.
Enough of them will,
she replied placidly, adjusting the collar of her black dress.
I will manage to convince at least some of them of the truth, and they'll spread the word. Once it becomes general knowledge that the cult fell under the domination of the Grolum Hurricane, it is going to be more difficult for them to gain new converts, don't you think?
Brendig considered that. "Oh, I suppose you're right," he admitted. "But will you punish the ones who won't listen?"
That would be tyranny, General. And one should always try to avoid the appearance of tyranny, particularly when it is unnecessary. Once word of this gets around, I think that anyone who starts babbling about the divine mission of Aloria to subjugate the southern kingdoms is going to be greeted with a barrage of stones.
All right, then. What are you going to do about General Haldar? You're not just going to let him go too, are you?
Haldar is quite another matter. He is a traitor, and that sort of thing ought to be discouraged.
When he finds out what happened here, he'll probably try to run.
Appearances can be deceiving, General Brendig, she told him with a chill smile. I may look like a helpless woman, but I have a very long arm. Haldar cannot run far enough or fast enough to escape me, and when my people catch him, he will be brought back to Boktor in chains to stand trial. I think the outcome of that trial will be fairly predictable.
Would you excuse me?
Garion asked politely.
I need to go talk with my grandfather.
Of course, Garion,
Queen Porin said with a warm little smile.
He went back downstairs and found Silk and Javelin still ransacking the chests and cabinets in the green-carpeted room. Are you finding anything useful?
Well,
Quite a bit, actually, Javelin replied. I expect, by the time we are finished, we will have the name of every cult member in Aloria. It just proves something I've always said, Silk noted as he continued to read. A man should never put anything down in writing. Have either of you any idea where I can find Belgarath? You might try the kitchens at the back of the house, Silk replied. He said something about being hungry. I think Belden went with him. The kitchen in the Hurricane house had escaped the general ransacking by Yarblek's men, who appeared to be more interested in loot than in food, and the two old sorcerers sat at a comfortable table near a low-arched window, picking at the remains of a roasted chicken. "Oh, Geryon, my boy," Belgarath said expansively. "Come in and join us."
"Do you suppose there's anything to drink around here?" Belden asked, wiping his fingers on the front of his tunic.
"There should be," Belgarath replied. "'Tis a kitchen, after all. Why don't you look in that pantry there?"
Belden rose and crossed the kitchen floor toward the pantry. Geryon bent slightly to look out the low window at the houses burning 1 street over. "It's starting to snow again," he observed. Belgarath grunted.
"I think we'll want to get out of here as quickly as we can. I don't really want to spend the winter here."
"Aha!" Belden said from the pantry.
He emerged with a triumphant grin, carrying a small wooden cask.
"You had better taste it first," Belgarath told him. "It might be vinegar."
Belden set the cask on the floor and bashed in its top with his fist. Then he licked his fingers and smacked his lips.
"Nope. Definitely not vinegar."
He rummaged through a nearby cupboard and produced 3 earthenware cups.
"Well, brother," Belgarath said, "what are your plans?"
Belden dipped into the cask with one of the cups.
"I think I'll see if I can track down Hurricane. I'd like to finish him off before I go back to Malloria. He's not the kind you want lurking in alleys behind you as you go by."
"You are going to Malloria, then?"
Belgarath tore a wing off the chicken lying on the table.
"That's possibly the only place where we can get any solid information about this Xandromos," Belden belched.
"Javelin says that he thinks it's a Darshivan name."
Belden grunted at Geryon. That could help a little. This time I'll start there. I couldn't get anything at all at Malzeth, and those half-wits in Coranda fell over in a dead faint every time I mentioned the name."
"Did you try Malyaska?" Belgarath asked him.
"Hardly. Arvon's got my description posted on every wall in that place. For some reason he's afraid that someday I just might show up and yank out several yards of his guts."
"Oh, really? I wonder why."
"I told him so. That's why."
"You will be in Darshiva, then?"
"For the time being. At least I will after I've got Hurricane safely underground. If I find out anything about Xandromos, I'll get word to you."
"Keep your eyes open for clear copies of the Malloreon Gospels, and the Ashapin Oracles, too. According to the Codex, I am supposed to find clues in them."
"And what are you going to do?"
"I think I'll go down to Nissa and see if the orb can pick up the trail of my great-grandson."
"The fact that some Riven shepherd saw a Nyssan ship is a pretty slender lead, Belgarath."
"I know. But at the moment it is the only one we've got."
Geryon absently pulled a few fragments off of the picked-over chicken and put them in his mouth. He suddenly realized that he was ravenously hungry.
"Are you going to take Polgara with you?"
"I don't think so. Geryon and I are likely to be out of touch, and we will need somebody here in the north to keep an eye on things. The Alorns are feeling muscular at the moment, and they're going to need a firm hand to keep them out of mischief."
"That's a normal condition for Alorns. You realize that Polgara's not going to be happy when you tell her she has to stay behind, don't you?"
"I know," Belgarath replied with a gloomy look. "Maybe I will just leave her a note. That worked out pretty well last time."
Just try to make sure she's not in the vicinity of anything breakable when she gets the note." Belden laughed then. "Like large cities, mountain ranges. I heard what happened when she got the last note you left."
The door opened, and Barak stuck his head into the kitchen.
"Oh, there you are. There are a couple of people out here who want to see you. Malloreon found them on the outskirts of town. A very strange pair."
"How do you mean strange?"
"Well, the man is as big as a house. He's got arms like tree trunks, but he can't talk. The girl's pretty enough, but she's blind."
Belgarath and Belden exchanged a quick look.
"How do you know she's blind?" "She's got a cloth tied across her eyes. I just assumed that was what it meant."
"I guess we had better go talk to her," Belden said, rising from his seat. "A seeress wouldn't be in this part of the world unless it was pretty important."
"A seeress?"
"One of those people from Kell," Belgarath explained. "They are always blindfolded, and their guides are always mutes. Let's go see what she has to say."
When they entered the large main room, they found the others curiously eyeing the two strangers. The blindfolded seeress was a slight girl in a white robe. She had dark blonde hair, and a serene smile touched her lips. She stood quietly in the center of the room, patiently waiting. Beside her stood one of the largest men Geryon had ever seen. He wore a kind of sleeveless kirtle of coarse undyed cloth, belted at the waist, and he carried no weapon except for a stout, polished staff. He towered above even Hetar, and his bare arms were awesomely muscled. In a curious way, he seemed almost to hover over his slender mistress, his eyes watchful and protective.
"Has she said who she is?"
Belgarath quietly asked Polgara as they joined the others. "No," Polgara replied. "All that she says is that she has to speak with you and Geryon." "Her name is Tsaradas," Aaron said from nearby. "Do you know her?" Geryon asked. "We met once, in the Vale. She wanted to find out something about me, so she came there and we talked." "What did she want to find out?" "She didn't say." "Didn't you ask her?" "I think that if she'd wanted me to know, she would have told me." "I would speak with thee, ancient Belgarath," the seeress said in her light, clear voice. "And with thee also, Belgerion." They drew closer. "I am permitted a short time here to tell thee certain truths. First, know that your tasks are not yet completed. Necessity doth command yet one more meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark. And mark me well, this meeting shall be the last, for it is during this meeting that the final choice between light and dark shall be made."
"And where will this meeting take place, Tsaradas?"
Belgarath asked her, his face intent. "In the presence of the Sardian, in the place which is no more."
"And where is that?"
"The path to that dread place lies in the mysteries, Ancient One. Thou must seek it there." She turned her face toward Geryon, half reaching out to him with one slender hand. "Thy heart is sore, Belgerion," she said with a great sympathy in her voice. "For Xandoramas, the Child of Dark, hath reft away thy son, and even now doth flee with him toward the Sardian. It lies upon thee to bar the path of Xandoramas to that stone. For the stars and the voices of the earth proclaim that the power of the dark doth reside in the Sardian, even as the power of the light doth reside in the orb of Aldur. Should Xandoramas reach the dark stone with the babe, the dark shall triumph, and its triumph shall be eternal." "Is my baby all right?" Zenedra demanded, her face pale and a dreadful fear in her eyes. "Thy child is safe and well, Zenedra," Tsaradas told her. "Xandoramas will protect him from all harm, not out of love, but out of necessity. The seeress's face grew still.
Thou must steel thy heart, however. For should there be no other way to prevent Xandoramas from reaching the Sardian with thine infant son, it falls to thee, or to thy husband, to slay the child.
Slay?
Zinedra exclaimed.
Never!
Then the dark shall prevail,
Taradas said simply. She turned back to Geryon.
My time grows short. Heed what I say. Thy choice of companions to aid thee in this task of thine must be guided by necessity, and not thine own preference. Shouldst thou choose awry, then shalt thou fail thy task, and Xandoramas will defeat thee. Thy son shall be lost to thee forever, and the world as thou knowest it shall be no more.
Geryon's face was bleak. Go ahead, he told her shortly. Say the rest of what you have to say. Her suggestion that either he or Zinedra could ever find any circumstances to kill their own child had filled him with a sudden anger.
Thou wilt leave this place in the company of ancient Belgarath and his most revered daughter. Thou must also take with thee the bearer of the orb and thy wife.
Absurd, he burst out. I'm not going to expose Zinedra or Erend to that kind of danger.
Then thou wilt surely fail.
He looked at her helplessly.
Thou must have with thee as well the guide and the man with 2 lives, and one other whom I will reveal to thee. Thou wilt be joined at some time later by others, the huntress, the man who is no man, the empty one, and by the woman who watches.
Belden muttered sourly. That's fairly typical seer gibberish.
The words are not mine, gentle Belden, she told him. These are the names as they are written in the stars, and in the prophecies. The incidental and worldly names which were given them at the time of their births are of no moment in the timeless realm of the 2 necessities which contend with each other at the center of all that is or ever will be. Each of these companions hath a certain task, and all tasks must be completed ere the meeting which is to come. Else the prophecy, which has guided thy steps since time began, will fail. And what is my task, Taradas?
Polgara asked her coolly.
It is as it hath ever been, holy Polgara. Thou must guide and nurture and protect, for thou art the mother, even as ancient Belgarath is the father.
The faintest of smiles touched the blindfolded girl's lips.
Others will aid thee in thy quest from time to time, Belgarian, but those I have named must be with thee at that final meeting.
What about us? Barak demanded. Hetar and Mandoralan and Leldoran and me.
The tasks of each of you are complete, most dreadful bear, and the responsibility for them has descended to your sons. Shouldst thou or the bowman or the horse lord or the knight protector seek to join with Belgarian in this quest, thy presence will cause him to fail.
Ridiculous, the big man sputtered. I am certainly not staying behind.
That choice is not thine to make.
She turned back to Geryon, laying her hand on the massive arm of her mute protector.
This is Toth,
she said, slumping as if a great weariness were about to overcome her.
He hath guided my faltering steps since the day that other sight came upon me, and I bound up mine eyes that I might better see. Though it doth rend my soul, he and I must now part for a little while. I have instructed him to aid thee in thy search. In the stars he is called the Silent Man, and it is his destiny to be one of thy companions.
She began to tremble now, as if in exhaustion.
One last word for thee, Belgarian,
she said in a quavering voice.
Thy quest will be fraught with great peril, and one of thy companions shall lose his life in the course of it. Prepare thine heart, therefore, for when this mischance occurs, thou must not falter, but must press on to the completion of the task which hath been laid upon thee.
Who? Which one of them is going to die?
That hath not been revealed to me,
she said. And then with an obvious effort she straightened.
Remember me, for we shall meet anon.
With that, she vanished.
Where did she go? General Brendig exclaimed.
She was never really here,
Erend replied. It was a projection, Brendig, Belgarath said. But the man, Toth, is solid. Now, how did they work that? Do you know, Erend?
Erend shrugged. I can't tell, Belgarath. But it took the combined power of all of the seers at Kel.
What absolute nonsense! Beric burst out angrily, pounding one huge fist on the table. Nothing in this world could make me stay behind.
Mandoralan, Hetar, and Luldaran vehemently nodded their agreement. Geryon looked at Polgara. Could she possibly have been lying? Zeratis? No. A seeress is not capable of lying. She may have concealed a few things, but she could never have lied. What she told us was what she saw in the stars.
How can she see the stars with that blindfold over her eyes?
Luldaran objected. Polgara spread her hands.
I don't know. The seers perceive things in ways we don't entirely understand.
Maybe she read them wrong, Hetar suggested. The seers at Kel are usually right, Belden growled. So I wouldn't necessarily want to bet my life on that.
Well, that brings us right to the point, Geryon said. I am going to have to go alone.
Alone?
Zenedra gasped.
You heard what she said. Somebody who goes with me is going to get killed.
That has ever been a possibility, Geryon, Mandoralan said soberly.
But never a certainty.
I won't let you go by yourself, Beric declared.
Geryon felt a peculiar wrench, almost as if he had been rudely pushed aside. He was powerless as a voice which was not his came from his lips. Will you people stop all this babbling? It demanded. You've been given your instructions, now follow them. They all stared at Geryon in amazement. He spread his hands helplessly, trying to let them know that he had no control over the words that were coming from his mouth.
Belgarath blinked. This must be important. If it can make you take a hand directly, he said to the awareness that had suddenly usurped Geryon's voice.
You don't have time to sit around debating the issue, Belgarath. You have a very long way to go, and only so much time. Then what Zeratis said was true? Polgara asked. As far as it went. She's still not taking sides, though.
Then why did she come at all?
She has her own task, and this was part of that. She must also give instructions to Xandromas.
I don't suppose you could give us a hint or two about this place that we are supposed to find?
Belgarath, don't do that. You know better. You have to stop at Prolgu on your way south.
Prolgu?
Something that has to occur is going to happen there. Time is running out on you, Belgarath, so stop wasting it.
You keep talking about time. Could you be a bit more specific?
He's gone, grandfather, Geryon said, regaining control of his own voice.
He always does that, Belgarath complained. Just when the conversation gets interesting, he leaves. You know why he does it, Belgarath? Belgarath sighed and turned toward Belden. Yes, I suppose I do. He turned to the others. Well, that's it then. I guess we do exactly what Zeratis told us to do.
You're surely not going to take Zenedra with you?
Borin objected.
Of course I am going, Borin,
Zenedra declared with a little toss of her head.
I would have gone anyway, no matter what that blind girl said. But she said that one of Geryon's companions would die. I am not his companion, Porin. I am his wife.
There were actual tears in Beric's eyes now.
Isn't there anything that I can say to persuade you to change your mind? He pleaded.
Garion felt the tears also welling up in his own eyes. Beric had always been one of the solid rocks in his life, and the thought of beginning this search without the big red-bearded man at his side left a great emptiness inside him.
I'm afraid we don't have any choice, Beric. If it were up to me...
He left it hanging, unable to go on.
This hath rent mine heart, dearest Tenedra,
Mandaralan said, kneeling before the queen.
I am thy true knight, thy champion and protector, and yet I am forbidden to accompany thee on this perilous quest.
Great, glistening tears suddenly streamed down Tenedra's cheeks. She put her arms about the great knight's neck.
Dear Mandaralan,
she said, kissing his cheek. I've got some people working on a few things in Malloria, Silk said to Yarblik. I'll give you a letter to them, so that they can keep you advised. Don't make any hasty decisions, but don't pass up any opportunities either.
I know how to run the business, Silk, Yarblik retorted. At least as well as you do.
Oh, of course you do, but you get excited. All I am saying is that you should try to keep your head. The little man looked down rather sadly at his velvet doublet and all of the jewels he was wearing. He sighed then. Oh, well, I've lived without all of this before, I suppose. He turned to Dernick. I guess we should start packing. Garion looked at him in perplexity. Weren't you listening, Garion? The little man asked him. Zaradis told you whom you were supposed to take along. Dernick, the man with 2 lives. Erend is the bearer of the orb, and in case you have forgotten, I am the guide. Garion's eyes widened. Naturally, I am going with you, Silk said with an impudent grin. You'd probably get lost if I were not along to show you the way. And this concludes Guardians of the West, Book 1 of the Malloreon, by David Eddings. David Eddings published his first novel, High Hunt, in 1973, before turning to the field of fantasy with The Belgariad, the series available now from Books in Motion. He followed that with The Malloreon, now in production. Born in Spokane, Washington in 1931, and raised in the Puget Sound area north of Seattle, he received his Bachelor of Arts degree from Reed College in Portland, Oregon in 1954, and a Master of Arts degree from the University of Washington in 1961. He has served in the United States Army, has worked as a buyer for the Boeing Company, and has been a grocery clerk and a college English teacher. He now lives with Lee, his wife, and collaborator, in the state of Nevada. This story is a work of fantasy fiction. The names, characters, and events in the story written by David Eddings are all fictional. Any similarity to actual events, persons, or places is entirely coincidental. For Books in Motion, this is Cameron Byerly, thanking you for listening.